All right, y'all. This is it. This is it. Will T1 make it to MSI? This don't even determine if they make it to MSI if we keeping it above 50 with y'all. This just mean they one step closer. You know what I'm saying? This is only an additional step they got to get through. What is going on, y'all? Hope y'all are having a great night. A great night. But Lord have mercy, here we are. It is time to see if they will make it on the 2025. This man eating a croissant. Wakey, wakey! Oh my gosh. This is real life. This is happening. Yo, Halos, thank you so much for the 31 months of support. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Yo, my man's asleep. Yo, they don't want it. They don't want it bad enough. They over there sleeping, y'all. They over there sleeping. They don't want it. They don't want it. Will T1 make it to MSI? Will T1 make it to MSI? I see you're dressed for the occasion. You already know what timing I am on. I couldn't find my jersey, honestly. I think I used it. I think I used my jersey to like work out earlier this week or something. I don't know, because it's not in my closet. Tomorrow, also, I could not read the rest of it. It says something about tomorrow, though. Let's hope they're also asleep during the match, okay? It's starting. I'm gonna turn up the sound. Hold on one second. Y'all, we are about to see if T1 makes it to MSI. It's not even, again, this is just step 1 of 2. If they win today, they still got to beat HLE tomorrow, which is a little bit tough. But y'all, come on. They can't.
This man in this season has been impeccable. And then we're both like, oh my God, we're so.
They can't lose to no KT. Come on now. Come on now. They can't lose to no KT, right?
And like Peter's like falling asleep. Doc Dom's telling people how to get to the stage.
Where my
like,
faker
It was
sign
absolutely fantastic. Maybe a little bit of whiplash there, but I'm really glad we also got to have a bit of a chat with Score and Coma before we got into it. Of course, thank you so much for
hold on.
Spaces. Let's dive into
you know what time it on.
Because this could be a bit of a contentious one.
Don't act brand new now.
Yeah, no, so we needed to have
Don't act brand new. Oh, everybody's saying T1's supposed to win today. Okay, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Oh, wait. I was blocking 3 votes for KT. I don't like that.
But I think on the other side.
I think this is okay. It's close enough. You know, it's not perfect. It should have been 7 and 7.
Yeah.
I like 70%.
This is not that high.
This is actually
come on, bro.
This is worrying. Okay.
Yeah.
No, literally, I hope I don't fall asleep either. I think the games will be good today. No way they get 3-0'd, right, guys? What you doing up this late? Hey, y'all know I gotta support Fakey Wakey. Okay? You know I gotta support Fakey Wakey.
And that can be really good. Or that can.
That's what I'm doing up. What you doing up?
So we don't really know yet until we see that game.
What you doing up?
Yeah, exactly. And you might have seen that the footage was based on games that T1 played against B&K FearX, for example.
Y'all know I gotta support my Fakey Wakey now.
That were quite a while ago because
I got my snackies, I got water, and I got some apples.
Up against Nongshim and HLE. So this is a difficult one. We're going to have to really get back onto the horse, but it has certainly been some time. Let us welcome the teams now as the players are getting ready to make their way into the stadium. Busan is absolutely electric right now. Like, just having a little bit of a look around, there is every bum on every seat right now. It is absolutely absurd, the amount of people here. As Doran and Perfect,
they're introducing them
the storylines for today's match. Is what it kind of feels
They're
like
introducing
here.
them one by one.
Walk out side by side. Both players different in their own right. Perfect really coming into form though at the right time.
Introducing them one by one. I'm surprised I'm up 2, not gonna cap.
Of the lack of form he had at the beginning of the split, his commitment to the grind.
I'm surprised I'm up 2.
Training
I almost was like, you know what, and I'm not gonna do it.
Incredible as Doran. Start of the
I
year,
almost was there.
He did not show the domestic performance that we're used to, but I do think
He did
in
not.
recent weeks that
If we keeping it a buck, he did not show us the domestic performance that we wanted.
Kind of insane.
Maybe this pick
When do you sleep? I'm gonna be sleeping as soon as this series is over.
Now the jungle is going to make their way out, and yes,
Let's go,
the top lane was the story. I think this is going to be the bread to the bread and butter of what this best of 5 comes down to.
My owner jacket in there. It's too late.
And if you had to come to me,
it's too late.
About 6 weeks ago, right? I would have said, "Oh, there is absolutely no way Cuz could stand up to this guy. He replaced him for a reason."
And that's true. Owner
has
still been, over the course of the season, the standout player for T1.
All right.
I really do believe, even though
Bring
he
him
taped it
out.
off towards the end, without him,
Bring him
they
out.
would not be in this place right
Bring
now. They
him
would have
out.
to fight their way through the lower bracket.
Bring him
this
out.
man kept it together because
the one and only.
KT, except BDD, has had their redemption arc.
The one
this man
and
is no
only.
exception.
Where he at?
Because finally we're seeing 2023 Cuz again.
Everybody and their grandmama want to be him.
And now,
Faker!
let's get to the butter, shall we? Faker versus BDD is going to be so much of what this best of 5 comes down to.
Yeah!
And it's going to come down to the clutch factor that Faker always has.
Oh my
This
gosh.
guy,
Dude,
as
that
soon as you
stadium
count him
looks
out,
full.
It feels like he gets even better.
Is this
And
the same stadium Worlds
this is
was
his home
in?
ground.
It
This is
looks
where
like
he
it.
did it. And now BDD, he has to really step up when it matters most, and that has been a difficulty for this man.
What's
Dating
going on,
all the way
Scythe? How
back
you
to,
doing,
like,
love?
What, King Zone at MSI, one of the biggest chokes in
Yeah.
history.
It's okay, Atlas.
Let's
It can't hurt us. It's in
go.
the past.
I mean, it just did.
Oh my
hurt me.
gosh,
What's the
T-Bay,
Uzi
that's a
Bolt
long
Legends
time
video?
ago.
It was so hard.
And
Oh,
right now,
God.
going in, BDD has been performing way better, but as you're saying, we're going to have to see the former Faker on the day.
Yep, and BDD has to keep going from strength to strength. He's not in the comfort.
Faker is
of
BDD's
Roblox
father.
anymore.
You feel me?
As Gumayushi versus
Gumayushi!
Dom, man, this I don't even want to talk about. I'm scared to talk about it, Chronicler. We don't know.
I don't think I got my Guma
But
sweater.
also, if we base
He
it
looks
on
so
current form,
handsome. Look at his hair.
Dom is looking better, and that I don't want to say
He looks so
in a serious manner right now.
handsome.
I'm scared. I'm too scared.
I'm willing to. Going into this series, we don't know what's going to happen on the day, but we have to give credit to Dom because
We
he's
better
looking
not
like
see
one of the
no
worst AD carries in
winking,
the league. And
no
again, we
emo
keep-
in
it's
Guma,
tired,
just
but
lock
it's whatever
in, bro.
for him. He's been
'Cause last
crazy
time
in
you
round
were
two.
winking at the
And Guma,
camera,
obviously, with all the roster
y'all got
shuffles, has
0-3.
made his way back.
Lock
I do
in,
think
my
he's
boy.
had varying performances, some really
Lock
good
in, my
ones,
boy.
Yep.
some not so much, and this is the wall
Yeah, the hair
next
looks
that I am
nice.
perhaps most excited
Oh
for.
yeah. I really wish it was.
Oh,
a
when is
swing
exam
out,
week? Is it this
personally.
week?
Coming down from the ceiling.
He really has
Carrier!
to. The slinger himself up against Carrier. The man who, I mean, this is his home ground. He is a boy from Busan. And
Oh,
he's
is he
looking
really?
to
He's a
collect
boy from
another
Busan? How
big
cute.
Trophy in, well, it's not going to be a trophy, but it's a big
You got
ticket
this, Scythe.
here in
Not
his
even a
home
problem.
territory, but he's up against Peter, the man that has so much aura, he can actually donate it to the rest of his teammates and still have more than anyone else in this stadium.
All right, that's.
Oh, he has an infinite amount.
Oh, yeah.
You're
He'll
glazing,
just keep
bro.
on jumping,
You're
bringing
glazing.
the hype.
Oh, why he
And
looks sad?
this is, of course, a matchup that historically
Why
has
it look
been
like somebody
fairly
just paid him to
one-sided
lose
for
this
T1,
game and he
but
know
it
he about to
hasn't
get
been
0-3?
one-sided
Why
when
it look
comes
like
to the
that?
series. Going back to that.
Why did it look like that?
2023 playoffs,
Oh, God.
even in spring.
I don't like
While
that.
that wasn't as
Did
crazy
y'all
as
see that?
summer, was still
Am I
insane.
tripping?
And please,
This is,
get us to those 10 out of 10 games. I want
This is
5
T1
today
versus
as well,
KT.
Atlas.
We need 15.
This will
We just need to
determine
make sure,
who
like,
will be
I'm
one
sure
step
it
closer
costs a
going
lot
to MSI.
To rent out the subject
Um,
indoor gymnasium, right?
If
Tomorrow. They
T1
got us
loses,
covered.
they don't go to
That's going to
MSI.
be fun.
Imagine an
Tomorrow is fine.
international
It's today.
tournament with
Gotta get our
no
money's worth,
T1.
and so the main thing is get
Come
us to
on
five.
now.
So both of these teams just need to win 2. As Faker and BDD, the fist bump to start this one off as the coaches
Let's
make
get
their way
it!
into the booths. We
Let's
are getting so
go!
ready. There's Martyr, and he
That's
looks
him locking
nervous, but
in?
excited.
No, it really better be,
Sometimes Martyr
Sight.
is actually a good
It
sort of
really better
measuring
be.
stick for how T1 are feeling. That was scary for KT fans. Martyr's looking confident here today.
And going into a series like this, I also always wonder about the weight of expectations, because when it comes to momentum, obviously KT right now is looking miles better. They had a really strong ending. They are currently 6-0, and yes, DK and Chim not on the same level. Although, when you think back to the final week
for T1, yeah, exactly.
He's the
right.
ultimate KT Glazer, bro.
So it makes us wonder. And then on T1, it's
I got
always
so many
T1,
snacks.
right? Like just because of the success of this team,
I'm defo ready.
Internationally, because of the
they have to beat KT, Laya, and HLE to win.
With all the amount of discourse there's been, they were third. Atlas. Like,
KT is low-T good though. Hey,
barely scraping, but they were first.
I don't need none of that KT glazing in my chat right now, bro. I don't need no KT glazers in chat.
Barely in the legend group.
If you not hyping up T1, I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't want to hear it.
But KT needed to beat Hummer Life Esports. If they didn't do that, they would just not be here. Or at least they'd have to fight back from the lower bracket.
All that build-up, what we want is a 5-gamer.
Yeah.
But I am now as a very cool
I wouldn't mind a 3-0 from T1. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, this is the thing.
Are we getting into Champ Select?
It doesn't have to
is it time?
We learned that yesterday. The first 2 games.
Everyone glazes Faker. I feel like the whole community supports Faker. Facts. I agree, but rightfully so. He has earned that title. I think also, if you hate on Faker, you're just a hater. Come on, bro. T1 is goated, but KT can bring that fire. KT is highly decent, but not the best.
Was just put up in the pre-show.
I don't know. That still sounds like KT Glaze, bro. Hold on. Say something good about T1.
The red side was winning so much because
let me see you glaze T1 real quick.
And then they got to choose.
Yeah, Faker deserves it. Faker deserves all the hype.
T1 will
Miguel, what's going on, fam?
We are in 2025 and Atlas.
I hate how much of an unkillable demon he is.
I mean,
they were talking about aura. Talk about Faker's aura. Like what? Yeah, he earned his respect globally. Yo, I'm so for real. There are people who don't even play League of Legends.
And there it is.
Don't even play League of Legends. And I know this because my roommate doesn't play League of Legends, and she was on a flight to go to Worlds with me, and the person next to her on her flight going to Ireland, he was from Ireland. She was trying to explain where she was going with me because she was my +1, and she was like, yeah, my friend does League of Legends, and he was like, oh, Faker? That was the only word he said. That's Faker's influence, okay?
And so,
globally, people who don't even play League, they're just like Faker.
I was too busy thinking about Ambessa.
Like that's kind of powerful. That's influence.
Right? You can go for
okay.
And just
talk about
I do think
that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can. Well, Nidalee, I like as a pickup because Cuz can also play it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be opposed to that. And then it gives you a flex potential, gives you more time to think about what you want to play.
Oh my! They could even like Nidalee Renekton and then do something like do some Corki in the mid lane.
That dance video with Tyler was so good.
Yeah, the LCK right now, right? And that is a statement I am very confident in. I think he stands alone in the amount of consistent engages we've seen him get. As this would be kind of a shocking turn of events, the Rise to just come out like that.
All right, y'all. I need everyone on T1 locked in today. Do you hear me?
Perfect has been stepping up.
He is that girl. Okay, period. Come on, girlfriend.
I feel like otherwise the blind Rise this early in a fearless draft.
I need them to lock in for real.
But it feels a little bit like a.
It's okay, owner. It's okay.
Yep.
It's okay. You got this. You trained for this.
We know T1 often just like to first pick it with the Scion up and available.
You trained for this. You got this.
No Gwen to answer. It's an understandable pickup, but picking the Victor as soon as they can makes a whole host of sense. As okay, a Nocturne being hovered here by Cuz, probably just going through what he's thinking about. The Jarvan has been his all-time favorite at this point in time. We know that this guy is a vibes player.
Okay, vibes.
But instead, it's just going to be a tank off. Here on the top side of the map, Bjorn will be locked in.
I actually like this. I think Kalista is certainly going to be banned by T1. I think Kalista Nico is a nightmare to play into. And for Cuz, there are still so many junglers up. Whereas this Ornn, I'm pretty sure is going to get banned if you don't have the opportunity to try and pick it up here. And then you can still go for, like...
Why am I nervous, bro?
Right, we've seen the Cho'Gath. I think those picks are okay, but in case
he's Mr. 305. That's insanely funny side. What's going on, Junior Robert? How you doing?
Really plays around it nearly as well as I feel like it should be obvious when it comes to Cho. He's really not that complicated of a champion.
Yeah, he does hit, gets health back, and then eats.
And that Xayah is that Xayah ban is both obviously comfort for Guma, but also a dead giveaway that they're looking towards a Kalista here, right? Like they are for Kalista, feels like very obvious. Are they gonna ban Braum? Because that is one of the things that can really ruin an Ornn's day.
I think it has to be the Braum ban, because I mean,
Hear me out.
already really good into the Braum, so maybe they're thinking they don't want to pick it up. That's why the Alistar ban comes in instead.
The wind wall can block it too.
Be willing to sack lane, right? Just to get
Hear me out.
Value.
I mean, Lucian Braum actually fits into the T1 composition really comfortably.
I want to see Guma go crazy today.
AP feels fine, right? He does so much.
You know what I'm saying?
It's still going to be okay. So one final ban to come through here for T1. What are they going to be getting rid of? Stockdown's champion pool only being intact a little bit here with that Kai'Sa being taken away. And the Varus will be gotten rid of. So Ezreal's
we've gotten rid of a lot of boring ADCs. I do think we will see Kalista, unfortunately.
A possible Poppy counter or a Poppy pick for carrier, because Poppy is still up. That is one of the picks that obviously does well into the Kalista, particularly when you're matched against her in lane. But even though Poppy is one of those champions that I do think is good against Kalista, trying to play the early levels into a Nico does not sound like a good time.
No, it really doesn't. I still kind of expect T1 to
please
pick the
not.
Even
Draven.
if it isn't necessarily going to happen as Gumayushi. This would be some vibes.
Please.
Instead goes back to the Corki, which we have seen picked into Kalista in the past. Not necessarily the most fun, and not as high value as a Draven that's able to actually cash in against her.
Boring.
Pretty much unplayable from that point on, but a lot less variance in the Corki lock-in, even though bot lane Corki has fallen off a cliff.
And the Corki...
Oh my god.
That'd be something. The Corki, to me, is also trying to ensure that the Jarvan value is low. Because I do think Cuz was actually looking towards that. And instead, it's going to be the Elise to come out here, which I'm not super excited about. I feel like the prio on this pick has dropped off for a very good reason. Of course, it does fall within the Guma
these casters, KT Glazers Supremes.
Is Cuz going to go towards that? To me, with the Corki, I do think
KT Glazers Supremes, bro. Elite support is fire, especially in the hands of Keria himself.
With the Corki, that's just never going to be the case. And Wukong
especially in the hands of the man Keria, the Busan boy himself. Okay.
Thing to behold.
It is absolutely ridiculous. The true tanks on the top side of the map, you could say that maybe the range is going to be a bit of a problem.
Elite support is a nightmare. Now, this is what, from my understanding, this is what that means. This means he's going to be roaming. This means he's going to be trying to set up plays before 3. This means that he's going to be trying to dive. He's going to try and set his team ahead early, try and get those kills, look for those flash cocoons. I think we're going to try and see if we're going to get a lot of fighting early in this game from the side of T1, especially with Keria around. That's what I'm hoping for. And in all honesty, I feel like if we don't get those early skirmishes,
is a big issue for
we
me.
might see a win over on the side of KT.
Early prio there, I think has an opportunity to run away with the game, because
you might be the only person in the world that thinks Chronicler isn't a T1 glazer, bro. He hyper glazing KT right now. Why are you acting like if you weren't on the desk, you wouldn't be glazing just as hard as them? I would be glazing T1 though. I would be glazing T1 though. They glazing KT right now down. They looking like freaking Krispy Kreme donuts. That's how much glaze they throwing on them.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. No. That's
how much glaze they throwing.
Yeah, that sort of like goes without saying. And now I feel kind of uncomfortable that you brought up even the notion of that being a thing.
I had to. I need there to be no uncertainty regarding this matter.
I mean, I'm anti-board games. I'm anti-Mario Kart.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's
not
cool.
really into
it's
any
cool.
of that.
I know T1 got this, Miko.
We are going to be getting onto the Rift as soon as possible.
They've been frying low key. Hey, yo. Is this a qualifier game for MSI? Technically, no. But if you lose, you don't go. If you lose, you don't go. If you win, you must face HLE. to get into MSI.
Top lane of KT. We don't have to make it for the rest of the day.
So, if they win, they still got one more team to face. If they lose,
I do think both these
no T1 at MSI. No T1 at the international tournament. Now, does this mean they won't be able to go to Worlds? No, that's not what that means. It just means that the 2 slots for the Korean teams will be taken by somebody else. One of them being Jin G. One of them being HLE is going to be a tough hill to climb, but I'd rather watch that series between HLE and T1 than watch a series between HLE and KT. Because HLE versus T1, my heart's gonna be torn. I want to see a nice, clean game of 5. Like I want to spend every second with both of those teams because I really like those teams. But if KT wins today, not only am I sad, not only am I going to bed mad, but I also will have to watch the Dookie series of KT versus HLE. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that. So, let's make it a good one. Let's make it a fun one. And let's go T1. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, T1! That's the crowd?
KT fans trying to match and actually doing a more decent job than I was expecting.
KT glazing yet again.
This building right now.
Even glazing the fans? Yeah. Glazing the fans is crazy. Glazing the fans is crazy. Come on now. Be for real, bro.
It's just a difficult
Glazing the fans is crazy.
To match. But KT, they're going to do their best. And
if KT wins, they def beat HLE.
When the opposite side has
why are we capping, bro?
It's way better.
Why are we capping all of a sudden?
Because that drowns out the sadness.
You think HLE gonna lose to KT?
Every KT fan's mind. As Doran,
I wouldn't even say HLE would lose to.
Big fan.
I'm not even gonna say the sentence.
Looking for a cheese plate. Sign is one of those champions that uniquely gets to have an extended impact.
No way y'all think that.
Both how good his Q is, but also his passive. And this is a very deliberate level 1
period,
strategy.
Wasabi.
We'll see if they fall for it. Because for perfect,
KT not even gonna win this series, so it don't even matter, bro.
Really do, right? Because you're playing into science, so you need
I'm
to
gonna
be
move
very
me down a little
respectful,
bit.
So it might take a while for them to actually.
It don't even matter, bro.
That this
KT not winning this game.
Well, there's the knockoff from Doran immediately. Doctom trying to get out of there, but Peter, he is just dead.
What I say, we want them early game skirmishes. When we see Elise, there will be a kill. There will be a kill. Now, Doran did play a part, but all I'm gonna say is,
and because of the experience
that's one.
With the TP,
that's one.
He's barely behind. He'll be behind a little bit, but he's not going to be bothered. The kill also went over to Elise, and if there was one support where you're fine with getting an early kill, it's definitely the Elise.
You know, I haven't said many sentences with
it's good for
like
T1, but
the words like "good job, Doran" in it. You know what I'm saying? It's mainly been like, dang, into
that he even got Doctom there.
Doran. You know what I'm saying? But he did that. He did that. Let's go. Let's go.
It's okay. It's a bit of an accident. We're gonna be okay.
Carrie is a cutie.
From the leader of
he
the
is
team.
Indeed.
Yeah, if you slip on some cheese, it's okay. You know, just get back up, back on the horse.
It's not what cheese is for, but it happens to everyone.
Yeah.
You know, you made a nice cheese plate, and there's a straight
period wasabi
cheese on the floor.
Yeah.
Period.
And there's always more cheese on the plate. It's fine. You don't need to worry about it. And that's what KT are going to attempt, but it's a good start so far for T1, especially in this lane where things can be difficult. As, of course, Nico Kalista, we haven't really spoken about it too much, but we've seen this.
It's okay. We got clips for a reason, Sight.
It, of course, really helps when Nico
don't even worry.
Psycho engages.
Oh, yeah.
Because you always have that added safety, but it's also very strong in the lane. And we're seeing here that they do have a little bit of shove. Shape Splitter coming on through there. As Perfect playing out this top lane relatively well thus far, as you can see, about half a wave in advantage. And Cuz just going to be farming things out. Same thing can be said for Owner, who's looking for his first reset. So outside of that little kerfuffle in the bottom lane, not too much more to report. And I expect that that is going to continue. We might need you know, some lull state content for this game, because I imagine both teams are pretty comfortable just scaling up.
Cuz is back on an award is being shown here, so they have a really good idea of what his pathing is going to be like for like the next 2 minutes, unless he changes it up.
Oh dear, Dom could be in a little bit of trouble here.
It's just a little bit of poke.
With the Gatling gun, but
Yeah, Guma took a little bit of poke.
Dom makes his way out. A little bit aggressive.
Getting a push in.
Just to help shove out this wave. Doran with 0 blue stuff, and so not going to be too much to worry about.
We coolin'.
Yeah, and Owner obviously knows there's no risk of a counter gank, not only because, well, Cuz is Wukong pre-6, but also because they spotted him on the back, and he needs to clear his camps. So a little opportunity there to make the lane a little bit easier for Doran, who hasn't decided to actually back yet, but he's Cyan, right? And the Ornn this early on, not really going to be a big threat. Neither is the Wukong. If it's the Jarvan, then you definitely need to play more respectful, but not the case here. We do see, though, BDD looking for a possible roam. Does get spotted, but they are quite low.
BDD want to be Faker so bad right now.
I think they can look to dive here.
I mean, he's just walking in. The Rune Prison is going to be so powerful. His flashes come out everywhere. There is another kill on the Doctor to start this.
Well done. One for one, bro. And they had to send 3. They're losing resources in the mid lane. We're up.
That's a great trade as T1
Great trade from T1.
They did get Guma
Phenomenal trade, even. Phenomenal.
Opportunity to
we love that.
Either with throwing
we love that. Good kill.
Once he gets a
good
cyclone,
flash.
As Cuz also caught the mid wave and now tried to put it in his best position for BDD.
This is the T1 we've been waiting for.
So we take another look here. There's not that much of a wave, so KT kind of need to go. Guma flashes, ensures that he doesn't get hit, and the immediate burst from both the Corki and the Electrocute Elise is more than enough. If Dogdom had his sums, maybe he lives there, but thanks to the earlier level 1 from Doran, not going to be the case.
Yeah, it was an optimistic dive, just with the low health bar.
Optimistic, but
the fact that they do manage to at least get
didn't pan out the way they wanted it to.
It's kind of all right. You can see it's still 350 in the lead for Gumayusi though on this Corki, moving closer and closer to that Trinity Force. 2-item spikes are what we're going to be talking about for both of these 80 carries. So we'll see who's going to be able to get there in time, as Carrier making his way out, and that Control Ward not going to see the Elise, who does poke her head out now. There is the CC eaten, but Perfect taking so much
what I say, we going to get those early ganks.
And
those early engages, and we trying to get those early kills. Nice job, Gumi. Can we finish off this kill
and I don't know what Perfect's going to be able to quite do here
before his team comes?
So far away.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be able to do. And
well done.
If that was any other support, maybe he'd be okay, but it's an Elise.
Still got the assist gold on Guma. That's fine. We can take that. Still 150 gold in his bank account.
KT not going to be able to do so.
And Elise going to be up 600.
Really getting the most value out of this Elise. Carry has been involved in every single kill. And as you're saying, that play, that dive.
Did we expect anything less from Carrier? Truly no. Truly no. We knew this was going to be his performance. When does Carrier underperform? Never.
Especially with Xin in the area as well.
Never.
I just don't think that you ever live there.
Not a singular game
so
has he dropped.
1,000 gold in the lead here for T1. The early game
we knew this is what it would be.
Nicely. As Doran can drive a train towards that bottom lane if he would like to, but doesn't really need to. And the tank battle continues. One of the closest matchups that we have right now.
Now with him having the significant gold lead, we need to make sure we start spreading it to the rest of our team. Mid is looking a little rough, but it's really only because of that gank bot lane. I don't really know how he up CS, but he up a wave. He probably caught that bot wave while it was down there.
You know,
like
you can't get to.
Ooh, game changer. That was one of the best worlds in all of history, truly.
Be realistic.
No, not this series.
No, I don't know in any series anytime soon. But a champion being the way this is perfect. Looking for when we've seen him do this.
Not like this cupcake.
Some things going down. So I think T1 had a suspicion, and instead, and this
last
is where
year,
I do think the strength
T1 looked horrible
really
during regular split. But they won Worlds. So you really can't say nothing. I don't know. Personally, I feel like they can perform as dookie as they want to. They win Worlds, bro. They up.
And it is
they
Peter,
up.
actually. I think that was the real Peter. They do secure the one singular grub.
Okay, at least we got one.
Oh dear, Doran is in an awkward spot.
That's a TP for a single grub. I think obviously Doran
What's
still
up,
gets ahead
Yachi?
because he proxied, but more so the value of the TP as a summoner. I am a little worried though with Perfect giving up so many of these waves, because one of the things we always look at with Ornn is you need to hit your experience spikes as soon as possible. So much of his power budget is tied up
That's so
in
much
the ability to
vision
give out free gold.
from the
And
Nico
those goodies don't
using the
come
clone.
up to level 13, and really,
So much
you're
vision.
looking at like level 15.
Yachi,
that I
thank
think
you for
you're
the
really
heart
starting
me.
to feel the impact when you've handed out 2 to your teammates. So this is okay, but want to make sure you don't drop too many waves. But for T1, I think they need to keep playing proactively. Because
No,
we
this
get
is
to a game
LCK.
state where we are trying to
Los
just 5v5 for these
Ratones is
objectives.
in EU.
Like at least
Tier 2.
into both. And or
What's up, Dark?
can negate your,
I told y'all I
your
was gonna be
stun.
co-streaming
And
it.
2 clones on the enemy team.
I
It's
know
hard
y'all
to
thought I
find a
was
lot of
lying.
consistent value.
Yeah,
I thought I was
the
lying,
two
not gonna
angles
cap.
are a little bit more difficult to gather. And Doran just going to be demolishing another plate here towards the top side, eating some petals there as well. Get a few extra stats, that feels pretty nice. As Perfect making his way back up towards this top side, and we'll be able to
EU
catch this
stands
wave.
for
Doran
Europe.
has just really had so much better control of the wave here up against Perfect. Perfect sacrificing a fair bit, as we can see here. He's paying the price for it, about 14 CS in the lead here for the Scion, who is able to farm in between the turrets and then in between the turrets again. As, yeah, we all
What's
know
going on,
who's
Patty?
responsible for this just happening
MSI is
all
gonna be a
over the
freaking
world.
movie this year, Dark.
As
I can
VOD
feel
gonna
it.
be taking the run
And
of
so
ages,
will
picks that
Worlds.
one up. Decent clip on that as he is approaching a 600 gold lead, the largest lead here on his team. The largest lead on the Rift, though, is still Carrier.
I noticed joke has been made a lot, but you know, Doran hasn't died yet, so
Is he not doing it correctly?
That was my thought process,
You could've
Robert.
grabbed that extra wave. Yeah, maybe because kills you.
I was wondering if
Doesn't
he's
matter.
maxing it,
I mean,
because, yeah,
finishes
it
the
lasted
color
a
radius
really
and
long
mostly
time.
memeing. Obviously, T1 applying a good amount of pressure here. And it's a necessity. I still think T1, the composition can team fight
I get
well,
to work.
right? Like with Victor,
They tell
Sign,
me
and
there's too many
Zinzao
people
as
on
a
the
core.
schedule. I get to choose to go
You can't
home,
really
so
ever
of
be
course I
counted
go
out. You can
home.
create so
Then
much
I'm able to
space.
catch your
You
co-stream
have
of the
an
T1
insane amount
game.
of damage. When you get to
Best
the later team fight,
night
particularly a Faker, even though
ever.
he did
Let's
go for Grasp,
freaking
I
go,
hope he's gonna
fam.
go to a more damage-focused
Let's
build
freaking go.
to try and cut down
And you about to watch a
all these
T1
beefy
win.
targets, 'cause the entire top side of
And
14
you
is
about to
gonna be
watch a
swimming
T1 win. It
in
really about to
either
be a
just
good night.
resistances from the Ornn, but both
Right?
Cuz and BDD will have
Right,
so much
T1?
health as well.
Yeah. No, it's
Right?
going to be absolutely obscene. You can see it is probably
Nah, it's a
double
KT
mask build.
sweet.
We've seen this
Bro,
crop up many
you
times.
just a hater.
Putting a couple of
You
them
just
together
a
really hard. It's
hater.
Guarantee, though, that is going to be an important item.
you
as
a
Peter
KT Glazer and a
here with
T1
the
hater.
But Peter
They
not gonna
always
quite find the
sandbag
angle
game
just yet.
one.
We've collected
They
the
can't
vicinity. He
sandbag
does have a lot
harder
of
than
safety.
the sandbaggers
Doran looking for no baby.
themselves.
Yeah, a few buttons on cooldown here.
There's
for
one
Faker,
thing
but
about T1.
he's able to step his way
They
out. You can see Doran moves back towards that top lane.
I
As
love
things
him.
come on through, teleport
But,
available.
hey.
Perfect, not up there for Doran, and this is what you were talking about before.
Hey,
There is the ult though for Doran, so if Perfect does TP,
what's up,
there's
House?
an option, but also
The way
neither
I've
of
never
them can
played
TP
League,
when
but
the
learned
other
so
is
much
there.
from your streams and co-streams.
There is
We're
a
gonna
bit of
convert
CC
you
that
one
can
day,
stop him from
Patty.
being able to do that. As
We gonna
Perfect
get
going
you
down
one day.
lower and lower.
It may
Might
not be
need
today. It may
to
not
look
be
for a
tonight.
back is okay.
But we gonna get you
on
on there one day.
Is going to be okay. KT looking for
I will
Dragon
glaze
number 2
BDD
here.
though.
As
Okay.
it's going down lower and lower. Remember,
I
it's Smite
can't
Ramp,
even
so that is
hold
going to
you
be a
on that
guarantee.
main.
Enough sticks
boy.
in there to lock that one
BDD
down.
is
Attack
good.
stack.
Oh my God,
that
okay.
man does.
We are
He
starting
does
off
guy
pretty
him.
strong
He
here.
does.
I was a little bit worried because
sure.
it was what Cloud.
I can't even
and,
fight you on that. I'm all about
the ocean
giving
could have
credit
been
where
against
credit's
that, 'cause,
due.
All right, Doran. Tanking
That
out the
man
turret
can play.
because he can.
That man can
But
play.
Faker is
Do
coming
you have
on
a
over.
favorite
Cubs could be
team
in
in
trouble
NA
yet
League?
again.
Team
Doesn't manage to
Liquid,
get the
but
balance
they
breath
have
off
been
plenty of
eliminated.
time. Has
We've got
Doran slowed down for quite some time there and does have to flash. As there's the knock up onto Owner, and he'll go down. The follow-up is now here as BDD looking to hold Faker in position. He does so as Cuz is going down lower and lower. BDD still trying to kite as best he can, and there is Doran zoning him out with that Q.
So it's
The
a
Rise
1-for-1.
Catch up, a 1-for-1 there towards the top side. Has more fighting here in the bottom lane.
It's a 1-for-1.
Could just be
We
a plate
putting
going
Ornn
over the top
behind.
Dom and Peter, and that is going to be the result.
Reinforcements arrive, but just a second too late there for Perfect. And if this is a 2-item Azir,
Oh, you play
that
TFT?
might have been
Okay,
a very
period.
dicey situation for T1. But Cuz doesn't have his Triforce yet. BDD is only sitting on an unstacked Rod, so just don't have that much to really make it work. Still perfect.
The scary part about BDD is he really only gets stronger.
A lot of reinforcements are coming.
He only gets stronger and stronger by a lot. And he's already pumping out damage, so.
Ends up setting up very nicely.
That knockup was good from
down as mentioned. The investment
from Warren.
KT, I think, isn't going to be feeling too bad. It really is
What's
just
up,
that
podcast?
ultimate from BDD, and Cuz, I think, holds on to his Cyclone, but that's a good call because you want to keep that for.
Why don't you play Callista? I don't like the mini game of having to click and dash.
Play would have worked out otherwise.
Yeah, if they went in and tried to fight that 2v2, I think it would have been very, very difficult. So
champions with mini games within them are not my my fave.
Still just north.
Draven with his axe catching. Callista with the dashing.
Mentioning throughout this game, they're looking for T1 to break
Gang,
this
thank you
game
for the
open,
follow.
right?
Appreciate you.
Towards the mid game, really starting to get that snowball rolling. It's what Elise compositions generally want to do because, of course, she gets less and less valuable as the game goes on. As like ships in the night, Carrier is going to walk past the fake Peter.
And for me, when you look at Callista comp specifically, and Ryze, really, both of them, Ryze obviously is known to skill insanely well.
What about Smolder with the stacking?
That's the clan.
I suck at Smolder.
That one out.
I'll keep it $150 with you.
It's a little worse. Sorry about that.
I'm horrible at Smolder. That's why I don't play him.
Callista, when she has a front line and she has targets to stack off of, I don't
really consider that a mini game. I consider that bad farming, and I'm horrible at farming. Another thing I will fully admit. I'm some dog water at farming.
There is Faker moving down from this top lane.
Not that we know.
Wave, and there's the teleport in.
Have you watched Straw Movie? I have not. What is that?
Available. That's going to need to get the value. Let's see whether Cuz can win this 50-50 as he gets in. The
Owner
train going to completely miss here as another one comes through and gets a double knock-up. Owner in the sky forever. Cuz gets the speeding down, and oh my god,
what a nothing burger from the Pot Blossom, bro.
Still standing
that was some hot cheeks. He did -4 damage, bro. He healed them with that Pot Blossom. All he did was CC. We still lost that. We lost the Rift Herald. We lost 2 for 1.
Additionally, they get the Herald. And there is the zone control, the 5v5 power we're talking about. Because both Peter, just by existing and walking in and out of range,
I guess
so much Fred.
I guess that.
It's a little bit dangerous. The gravity field not doing anything at all here as BDD walking towards that brush. There's a lot of spell flux being built up here, but Faker is able to walk it up the flash forward, and he's able to get the flash out of the Victor. That could be relevant later on in the story.
Would another hit really have killed him? I know Faker knows Ryze because like he plays Ryze, so maybe he knew like another one would have killed him. But dang, he had a lot of HP, bro.
I think if you know Faker has his flash there, you know he's just gonna flash out of it.
Yep.
But
that was a conscious decision.
It was for sure. And BD, again, doesn't even have a second.
Bessie, OMG, you're not bad with Smolder. I'm some hot cheeks with Smolder, bro. I'm some hot cheeks with Smolder. We gonna play a Smolder game tomorrow, and when it say defeat, I don't want to hear nothing.
Look at Guma. He doesn't actually get to do that much.
I don't want to hear nothing.
Because on one hand, BDD was threatening, and then on the other hand, there is just a Wukong that you don't want to get near, an Ornn that you need to respect. So
there is a lot of
KT. Bringing back the lead to a very, very small amount of gold, and we just see Herald go down. Was used in mid lane.
We wish you would lie to us. I was about to tell people you're goated at Smolder.
We're going straight into a possible soul point fight, Atlas.
Yeah, this is insane as well because that bad, spike for the Ryze has just come in. The Archangels was built.
But if it says victory, you owe us an apology. Hey, if it says victory, I will say I apologize. I'm the best Smolder in A.
Oh, they're going to.
Yep, control going to be taken down as
I'll say
face checks. Does have Warrior Trickster, but doesn't have half of his health bar now. This is dangerous. BDD moving in, perfect on a flank angle, but not quite here in time. As they do manage to get the slowdown, the run. Perfect with the sick play. As the Dragon is now forgotten, perfect. Trying to get out of there. The Pop Blossom somewhat interrupted his owner.
He got the Dragon though. He got the Dragon though. Yo, that was a goated play from Perfect. That was literally such an insane play from Perfect, bro. Did y'all see that?
And KT, They find one
T1 is blue team. T1 is blue team. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are we right now? Honestly, I'm not that tired. I would say like a 3. That's the game is exciting. The game is exciting. They're not just sitting here farming. Dude, that was insane from Perfect. Did y'all see that?
That pop blossom from Peter ends up being big because it takes owner very low.
This is game 1. This is game 1 of this series. So we got at least 2 more bangers.
And a lot of sums were used. But these team fights, as I think we would expect, are going towards KT. And if KT starts getting these Ornn items, this isn't getting better because for Guma, actually doing damage in these fights, I think is going to remain very tough. Because if he gets near anyone, he's going to get blown up. But there isn't nearly as much AoE CC as there is for KT, right? Callista can hop around the fights.
Personally, I just think the Corki pick was troll, but that's just me.
Cyclones, that's 2 opportunities.
It's more impressive that owner still got that Drake. His smite timing is so good.
Doing fine when it comes to staying alive.
The amount of focus you have to have
at 1.5
when you're in a team fight like that, and still have to watch the dragon, watch your positioning, watch the team fight, make sure you're like near your teammates. Like it's
when you have 3 incredible hard engaged champions.
Yeah, not to mention there is not necessarily the most massive amount of range coming out of
Crazy
T1,
work.
just in general. Of course, Doran is very good at controlling space on this Scion. I think his role is going to be pivotal.
Yeah, you think that Corki pick was troll? Yeah, I don't know.
But BDD, we talk about the Rise scaling. I want to talk about the BDD scaling, man. This guy has just been getting better and better. Of course, started off pretty good on KT earlier on in the season.
The KT glazing has to stop.
BDD is looking
it has to stop
here today.
And I think they want to force a fight. And
I can't sit here
really
as we glaze them the whole match.
They were the ones in control. It's when they're forcing on side lane, right? When they're going for the burst, when they're diving enemy champions.
I can't do it.
Really an opportunity to respond. If you're trying to fight your way for these choke points.
There's the run more forward as BDD. He puts the spider up into the sky. Gumayushi has to Valkyrie to get himself out of the way as Peter may have overstepped as the Fate's Call needs to be invested. And the train comes on through the block from Peter.
Okay, team, we need backup. We need backup. We need backup.
They take down Doran.
We need backup.
He's going to set up the onto everyone as KT look to put T1 in the ground. The Arcane Storm doing a fair bit of work there though. And once again, the trade is not actually that bad here for T1 as the 2 damage dealers still
left alive. Still a lost fight.
Not with any frontline though. They do have to be a bit careful.
It's a 2 for 3. That looked really bad. That looked really bad. That Pop Blossom looked really bad.
That fight, not actually for all that much.
And when all is
that
said and
actually
done, when the dust settles,
yeah,
when look like either team got a decisive lead off it as we take a look. So it starts off KT again with the confidence, the Realm Ward from BDD, getting a flash out of Carrier. And then KT, for a minute, it looks like they've overstepped, right? There's a collapse
right here,
as we do see,
and then the ulti from Doran, which I liked. I like this ulti. I just think the team was too far away.
Is safe in most of this, right? Both Guma and Faker don't actually.
And then they got
Peter hits them, but there's no
absolutely annihilated.
I spoke too soon. KT.
You didn't like the Scion ult? I liked it. I think the team needed to be there.
Because there was only a matter of seconds, and now.
But I was kind of down for the Scion ult.
Yep, that's a big one. A bunch of extra experience as well. BDD is level 16.
It looked risky,
that's
but if the team was there, I think that was lit. I just don't think everyone was in the positioning they needed to be. Owner was running from freaking wolves, and Guma and Carrier were a little bit too far back. But I like the ambition. I like the hustle, Doran.
And a lot more
and I don't normally say that
with the fact that
in your direction, so I keep that up. I like the hustle.
With that soul
he is 0-3.
Hex tech. And T1, the opportunity to stack up 4 of those
is 0-3
very, very scary if this game does.
What's up, Louis? How are you doing?
Late.
All right, we need a perfect to actually give out his
If you think about it, he can match the engage and disengage, plus he can melt just as fast as Vayne. If anything, Ornn is gonna carry if Cuz can hold down the front line with Ornn. And
Blade of the Ruined King does come in, but yeah, this dragon should be taken. Cuz is cycloning. Never mind, it's gonna be a 50-50. Let's see who's gonna be able to take it.
But Owner's better. But Owner's better. Next question. But Owner's better. Next question. Womp womp womp. What a dookie pop blossom. What a dookie pop blossom. Womp womp. It looks like a full ace. A full sweep. You getting mopped, ho. That's what I like to see, T1. There we go.
Breaking up the entire fight.
That's what we've been waiting on.
That's to do too much.
What we've been waiting on.
Trying to look for the steal. A fight happening on the other end, and it broke up that core unit, and T1 made great use of it. As there is no Baron up, but it's still obviously a big gold influx, and the dragon ends up going over. And this is what I'm talking about. Even though Guma gets hit, it doesn't matter that much. And then watch this from Owner. Completely breaks up the fight, cancels Peter's impact on the backline. Faker comes in with the fight.
Boy, oh boy.
And Owner, man,
my oh my,
and winning the team fight back to back. But the tragedy,
beautiful.
That was a crazy win. They got the dragon,
gorgeous, even
favor, but there was no
divine
objective outside of the turrets.
Yeah, they do manage to take this inner in the mid lane. That's
what I like
a
to
big
see.
Deal. We can see this gold difference over time. We've seen graphs like this before, but that number is not very high whatsoever. No one has broken this game open just yet. But T1,
we just need a couple more fights like that.
If Owner is indeed this locked
Dragon.
in
We
for the
just
rest
need a
of
couple
this day,
more.
And it could
Nico
be
really does tickle them. She doesn't have damage like that. She's got proto belt, but like I would think
T1,
that
they just win everything.
She would do more damage.
Has a lot of effective range. Is now sitting on 2 items.
See, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's over.
He has that ready.
I've seen a few games from T1 in the past.
Maybe wishful thinking on my end is going to turn that into a Magi's.
He has done it in the
and
past.
You know,
He's not often a forbidden book enjoyer.
Sometimes they like to throw a little curveball. They do.
Maybe today is going to be the
day.
They do. As even on Dragons now, 2.5 minutes on that next one.
Gold lead isn't looking too good.
So
I think it keeps going up and down at the moment.
That upgraded Blade of the Ruined King has come through from Perfect.
Didn't Nico support get nerfed recently too? I'm not sure. I think they're playing on 15.11. If I remember correctly. Owner got everyone on his back right now. No, true.
As the Scion is wont to do. He has about
okay, but Faker is actually 1 assist away from being Mr. 305. Yo, if he does it, Scythe, like legendary. Truly. Because you literally said that earlier. Literally. You were literally just talking about that.
Very famous now, Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I will say it's T1's game to lose.
And remember, guys, this is game 1 of a best of 5.
Oh my god, Atlas.
No, like this was such a good series. Okay. Whoever suggested,
the same thing
nobody suggested I co-stream it. I just said it. But whoever brought it up earlier, yo, you're goated.
Yes.
You're goated.
He walked up to an inhibitor that he shouldn't have, and then obviously
he's already level 17.
And then they won the series in reverse.
It's already 27 minutes, bro. I swear it feels like it's been 15 minutes in this game.
Perfect. Has it level 15? So should be giving over an
my conception of time is so dog water.
Yeah, looking for an angle. There's a Pop Blossom. Collects onto 1 as Faker goes gold, and the knockup is avoided there as well as Owner. He's going to be the target.
They took Owner's cheeks, no kizzy.
And now they're looking for a bit of a reset. Warrior Trickster there to try and get Cuz out of the way. Another
they took Owner's cheeks.
Shape Splitter as PDD is interrupted. The Baron helps out as the rocket takes down the Scion.
Okay, it's a 2-for-1 right now.
The Scion is also going to be dead. So, a 1-for-2 in favor of KT, but losing
he wants more.
is such a big deal.
He wants more.
Yeah, carrier, but there are little Krugs in the way, and that is going to block the cocoon.
It's also Wukong. It's like, as far as, again,
they've got too many like little tricks up their sleeve on the side of KT. You've got the...
As we take a look, Peter sets this up. But it's
You got the
turn onto
Wukong
Cuz, but
clone.
again,
You got the
because
Nico clone.
Owner
You
is
got the Nico
focus, look at how much damage Guma and Faker do.
camouflage.
Right, so Peter is super low, and
There's a lot of little
is-
tricks up their
he gets
sleeve.
cancelled there,
Low key.
Otherwise might have made it out. Guma hits the rocket, but Dokdom, Terminus just finished.
I
before
am
this fight.
Sin.
Has
I
an incredible amount
am.
of
He's
damage.
Mr.
I think
305.
even if they get like one more kill, because who was it? I think Peter was really low.
Mr. Worldwide.
Wouldn't have been enough because Cuz was dead, or rather, Owner was dead. Cuz was still alive. And this game is basically even, especially with the Ornn upgrades.
He
Right?
at
We're
the
talking
hotel,
in terms of gold.
motel,
Yeah,
holiday
KT's right
Inn.
there.
I mean,
And we
they
are
Yo,
have
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
technically
6,
we
7.
are
Thank
just
you for
gonna
the
go to
follow.
another
Hope you're having a good day
Friday fight.
today.
Again, the scaling conversation,
In Faker we trust. Facts.
especially with how these fights are playing out, I think it just comes down to, can you get, for KT, can you get into Faker, can you get into Guma? Faker was building towards his Void Staff, does have the Blighted Jewel, because he was sitting on his arm guard. I think now he might finish the arm guard instead, as is this just gonna go?
Yeah, this is just a dragon being taken by KT. T1 not really in position. They're looking to try and trade.
Are we looking for
the
Baron?
But I don't think they're quite here in time. And you can see, yeah, Peter is just in position. Okay, this would be absurd, but it's just going to be because he has Smite. He's able to take that one out.
If that was a Cho'Gath, that would have been way more tense.
Yeah, that might have even been a conversation. But instead, it's just kind of an unceremonious dragon take here for KT.
That's Soul Point.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's because Faker doesn't have stopwatch and flash. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Because normally I think Nico is really gated by not having flash available and only having access to the rocket belt. But
You've got
there's
Fate's
a
Call.
Callista.
Oh,
So
no,
it
man.
really makes the effective range so much bigger than it otherwise would be. And for
now.
T1, once Faker gets stopwatch,
The Callista Nico combo with the addition of the Ornn ult, I think it's going crazy.
Dama. He's
Carrier's
thrown
dead.
so
He's
many
dead.
sticks in here, and yeah, Carrier's going to break his
He's just
stopwatch,
wasting their
but that only
time.
buys a couple of seconds, and he was just caught napping.
Spearing.
This is not the same Dokdom that we saw in the beginning of LCK, Atlas.
He is seeing the angles now.
It's challengers, baby!
Yeah, something's happened, you know. It's like he's stopping the bullets in that hallway.
That's just Nash.
Yeah, that should just be. As they do see it, Owner
They
is
just
going to
get
be
it.
over here, but you can
It's
see
just
the
theirs.
Goon Squad to stop him from coming in.
Dang,
And my
free
God, that
dragon,
Baron did not
free
last very
Baron?
long. Oh my god, kind of
Is that your goat?
anticlimactic,
My
not
goat
gonna
is
lie to you. The
Faker.
Baron
Thank
just
you very
going over,
much.
The dragon just going over, and KT.
My goat is
just
Fakey
kind of saying,
Wakey.
I want to take
I
this,
do
and
love
T1
Carrier.
like, okay.
But my goat is
I'm a
Mr.
little
305,
disappointed. There's a
Mr.
lot of
Worldwide.
Yeah.
And then they just get Soul Point and Drake for free. Or
Thank
sorry,
you,
Baron
1, 2,
for
3,
free.
4.
I don't love it, but it is earned as it's... It feels like a bit of a disconnect as well there, but it's the Realm Warp that I think
It could also be
ensures
for
that T1's like,
Zhao.
we can't help you. Like, there's just no
The
shot.
attack
We
speed.
can't do anything to back you up, Air Carrier. And with Callista in particular, as soon as she gets that first spear,
Because doesn't he get an
you are
attack
just
speed
kind of
buff
cooked.
with
Dokdom
his
Terminus already done a while
double
back.
Oh,
Ooh,
is
Jack
Jack
yes.
finished? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big spike.
Or maybe it's just
Level 16 for Perfect as well, so everyone is going to be able to have that cool stuff. Even we've got a like a pumped up rocket belt here for Peter already completed. It's only BDD that's missing his because I think he would like to get a very
BDD.
cool hat, which is going to be done pretty soon.
But fortunately for T1, there is always the win condition of win conditions because owner smites this game have been crazy.
Yeah.
Just flip Elder.
Yep, that one's always a possibility. That does mean that before that, you have to give away a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, I don't love it as a strategy, but that's where we're getting towards. This Baron push, it's going to be strong. KT is very short range though, so their siege isn't necessarily the best. BDD should be able to get the turrets, but if T1 can deny them any shot at taking down inhibs, then this 1.5 Baron minute Rebel Baron power play that's left isn't going to lead that cleanly into the Drake.
This
now,
turret does take a lot of damage from BDD.
but it's just, if it's just like the mid turrets and the inner, I think you take that.
Yeah. Well, Q not going to quite find Peter here as okay. They managed to lock down the on.
Ooh.
Perfect gets himself out of there though.
He's
Held
just
by
got,
now in tatters,
he's
but
just a little too
still,
tanky.
T1, they lose their turret. They do not lose any of their base structures, which is the most important thing. And the gold lead has not actually changed whatsoever, nor does it really matter at this point in time. We are getting so late into this game.
Well, we don't care. Gold's a fake. Gold's a state of mind, Atlas.
Yeah.
I want to highlight what we're looking into. Sums are available basically across the board. Looking at the
BDD has
stopwatches.
cool hat.
Carry out obviously doesn't have his. He just bought an arm guard. Sold it now. Looking to go towards Frozen Heart, as is Peter. A lot of value here on either side. We did see Faker indeed go for that Zhonya, so not finishing.
Remove GA. I say we remove Zhonya's.
On the enemy team.
Keep GA, remove Zhonya's.
There's no vision control for T1.
How do we feel?
Right? They don't really have control of their own jungle.
And make a crown.
And in the minute this Drake is spawning, so I
make
think
that crown item for AD.
Keep on pushing here.
How do we feel?
Ensure that T1 can't retake. So they need to get into the jungle.
If T1 can show patience and not team fight for a bit, they can still win. Baron expires now.
If they need to walk blind into
Let's
the
rock and roll, baby.
Into these choke points against the KT.
It's time for Baron or a dragon.
Really
yep, the Magi's has now been completed here for Faker. So that is dangerous. The guy has not died this game, though. I am pretty sure. So it's optimistic, but you can understand why he's going for it. Gold's still incredibly, incredibly close.
Oh,
wow.
Atlas, another 5v5.
900 gold.
Oh my goodness, he is such a wizard now.
It's the next in fashion.
Yeah.
BDD bringing it out here.
If we can kill BDD,
but KT
I think it's a
so
game over.
Remember, choke points. Wukong loves it. The Ornn loves it. And the Nico especially likes it. They don't like this, though, as a Cocoon does go down, cuz getting on into the
it's theirs. Yeah,
that's going to be Hextech. Soul as the Ram comes in. Triple knockdown.
I don't like this fight. I don't like this fight. Owner.
Going forward, tries to
but was it worth it?
The Cyclone on everyone. The Pop Blossom as well. Is gorgeous.
Was it worth it?
As a flash out from BDD, trying to keep
wait, Guma's pumping out damage.
He's now untouched. Pumping around the fight.
Duck going crazy in the cut.
However,
yo,
KT
watch out, Guma!
And Guma doesn't have the option. The train leader will be taken down, but KT, they have 4 left, and they're looking to knock down the Nexus.
It's a best of 5. It's okay, guys. Owner threw that.
Almost 10k damage from both AD carries, Atlas.
That was insane. And I thought when Gumayushi was left alive with just a sliver, maybe there'd be a chance,
Owner threw that.
Unfortunately, the rest of T1 just got wiped out.
Literally?
And KT,
as I said,
on red side.
Oh,
I don't like this fight. Owner's like, you know what?
Himself here today, and
watch
that should be
this.
A scary sign for T1 fans as KT stay undefeated in their road to
Owner
MSI
said
here in game number 1. That is
you know what?
Baby.
KT,
watch this.
The team fighting
went in and ulted everybody. Made sure that they did not leave the vicinity.
Those were the front runners. The damage being pumped out from Dokdom as well as from BDD, obviously, with his big hat.
Yep.
Definitely needed that towards that final fight.
That was a good, that was a good first game.
And won,
that was the first game of this best of 5. It can go to 5 games, or it could be a 3-0.
Try to play and end the game now.
If KT wins this next game, I will start getting upset.
Even in games where Kalista wins,
I will.
What does
you don't see numbers like that.
You know, like this up,
especially if they win game 3.
Yeah, it's a bit roller coaster.
What does that remind you of?
Owner wasn't the problem.
In the basement here, but thankfully that's where KT
Owner wasn't the problem.
That's their
but I think he entered that fight.
Whether they do. This is only very early in this best of 5. Some adjustments.
I think he ended that last fight.
Available here for T1 as we
wait,
move
what does that
towards
mean?
The second one. They can lose that as well, and then just go for another reverse sweep, right? It's going to be absolutely fine. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back to space, they're going to break it down, and we're going to have that second game. We'll see you soon.
He made it a problem, truly. I'm glad that they got that team comp out of the way, so now we can never see it for the rest of this series. Yeah, they warming up. They warming up, Ray. They warming up. Facts, 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 facts. I think they could possibly go to game 5. Crash out. I have a feeling it's gonna be a 3-2. Hey, I'm down for that. I'm down for a game 5. I'm down for that. I would have loved a 3-0 in the T1 favor, but now that I know that's not happening, yo, frick it. Let's go game 5, bro. Imagine being a Fnatic fan since 2012. This game ain't over. Fnatic. I like their mascot. If KT 3-0, I'm leaving. If KT 3-0, like, I will go to bed crying. I will go to bed crying. Like, I feel like if we just let them ride ult out, we don't die and the game isn't over. Maybe owner saw it as like it was their last chance because they just got sold. But weren't we just talking about getting Elder Dragon and flipping? Yes, T1 will be eliminated if KT wins. Man. They got a girl group doing songs for LCK? Ooh, cool. What is that? It's an ad for, gotta be some type of drink, right? Fantaseal? Costco? What? What is happening? Okay, monitor ad, monitor, Arcane. Okay, got the players. League of Legends. I'm understanding. I forgot how crazy the music for LCK goes. Why are my shoulders kind of moving? They are banging a little bit. Okay, let's see what this ad for. Okay, eye drops. I guess her eyes are dry. I can't read the Korean that fast. I need at least a good 10 seconds with each word. Okay, Red Bull, I got that one. I'm calling into work to watch this. Hey, yo. Oh, that was Solo Leveling? Okay. Then that explains the anime. What's up, Black Bomber? Yes, man. Is this important for Worlds? That's a loaded question, honestly, Colin. But technically, whoever wins this, it will not determine if they go directly to Worlds. It will determine if they are able to go to MSI, though. MSI is like the halfway point of Worlds, right? So if we go over the full schedule, we have Spring Split, we have Spring Finals, then we have First Stand, then we have, what do you call this split? We'll just call this split Split 2, because it's not Summer Split, so Split 2. And then you have MSI, which is the halfway point. And then we got Summer Split, and then we got Worlds. So it's still an international tournament, and each region will be sending 2 teams. And if whoever loses this will not be able to go. But it does not guarantee them a slot at MSI. They will still have to beat one more team, aka HLE, to get to MSI. LCK will send 3. I thought it was only 2. At Worlds, it's 3. Look at that handsome boy. Dude, I really wonder what it's like being Faker. That man plays video games for a living and is a literal international celebrity. Crazy work. His impact. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get back into it. Yep. Universal. Come on now. Come on now. This has to be the same stadium that Worlds was in. And they filled it. And it's just LCK.
Another game one, and yet another series where we just don't know until the final fight. And it is KT staying unbeaten in the road to MSI as they get a win.
If T1 doesn't make it to MSI, do you think the tournament will be a big draw?
Earlier, red side
I still think it'll be a banger. The teams honestly have looked really solid.
Another one, 83% so far here in the road to MSI.
Really solid this year.
I do also have another stat for you, KT. 100%.
That's true. Yeah,
I
fair
mean,
enough.
They just can't stop winning. I mean, that game was close, and I feel like they've had a lot of close games so far throughout their series they've had, but managing to bring it through in the end in T1, given a lot of challenges, but it, you know, the form for both teams shaky throughout that game. I think there were moments where
LCK's intermissions are quite long, and from now on we will be playing brawls during the intermissions. I just remembered that. They got about 20 minutes in between games.
All right, let's get into it with the highlights here, as you're going to see a theme when we go through all three of these. First one, our first fight around the Herald. It's a mess, and then Peter gets a good follow-up here.
Look at Duckdown. It's all about him. So him kiting down Doran made the difference in this team fight, and I think he made the huge difference in these team fights.
Yeah, able to as well throw Peter in, who gets a massive ult, dies for it, and then Duckdown able to disengage. They get the Herald. They get.
It makes me a little sad that Smash on the low could have carried if the CEO didn't force Guma back in. Smash has a chance of being a world champ in the making.
T1's draft. You just let them have Kalista after the first phase.
I feel like
you just let them finish with
if they were gonna put Smash in over Guma, they needed to keep him in.
No sense. Even
because I feel like now they have shown that they do not, they don't have confidence in him. By taking him out, moving him around, and then taking him out and in and out and in, and then taking him out for the rest of the season, I think that just instills fear in your players' abilities and lets them know that, like, ayo, like, they don't trust.
Yeah, 30 minutes on in here, did it just Duckdown just being so dang decisive.
Do I think Smash would have actually carried?
Two T1 members in front. The Realm Warp was just a great.
I don't know if he's there yet, but I also have only seen a couple of games. But in those couple of games, low-key, he was some hot cheeks.
It's just so well around the team.
I wanted to see the Smash that everybody was going crazy about, dude. I really did, but I never got a chance.
If you are with the Nico and you have the front line to hit in the late game, then I think it's still valuable. I don't want Corki and Elise in my team when it comes to the late game team fight.
All right, so highlight one, a little bit of Duckdown getting over the wall. Highlight two,
would T1 still be going crazy in the cut if Zeus was on the team?
It's Duckdown time, late game Kalista,
I think that's just Zeus though. Like, I don't think we can judge it off of that.
So they get the Kalista, hitting the
Zeus is just him.
Slides over the wall, pick up the Hextech Soul, which is such a huge boost to team fight power. Those slows are start to come in, and KT immediately feels so confident. Ona tries to break up the Realm Warp here, but now
didn't Smash play hyper carries?
Comes out from Peter, and the Kalista just
wasn't he the hyper carry like king?
Yeah, I feel
Yo,
like,
Minnow, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're watching LCK. We about to see if T1 is one step closer of going to MSI. Oh my god, thank you, Minnow. That's so sweet.
That punished
welcome in. Hope your stream went well.
At the late late game side. So I feel like
Smash
they
played
have to step
because
up.
they said the
I'm not
patches
sure
just
what's their
favored his
plan
gameplay.
when it comes to objective.
Yeah, it
because
was
I
in
feel
the
like
TL
you're not
video.
getting
Yeah, that was
anything,
me.
outside of just giving up the objective.
I think there was a few too many objectives which KT kind of just got for free,
Yes.
and there wasn't really a contest. But then on the other side, there was that dragon where KT were trying to go for a top tower and rushed for it and ended up losing a big fight. So I think
Welcome
both
in, welcome
teams some
in.
things to reevaluate. You know, obviously we focused a lot on KT having won that game, but I think there were still some mistakes from them. This was a close game. Still think some things they need to sharpen up if they want to make this a series win, because T1 definitely showed some
Zeus
Yeah,
is
it kind of felt like it was
in
understood how to
another
play
realm
the first 20 minutes
right
Those
now, bro.
3 Drakes were contested, and then after that, we just got 2 free Drakes, and tempo was out
Zeus
all
is
over the
him.
place. And teams were
So
trying
they've
to
played game
organize
one
their thoughts and their
in
positioning,
KT1.
and then it ended up just becoming a mess.
It
where that
was
one
like
pick in
back
the
and
mid lane for
forth.
Duck Dom was decisive.
It
as
was
we
a
moved towards there,
very
and then
banger
closed out
game
the
though.
Now it becomes
Like
more
I'm a
harder
T1
because
fan,
Sion Oran is gone,
obviously,
so it's really hard to
but
blind pick from
that
the
was a
blue
good
side,
game,
all
and
you
I'm
need
excited
do
to
is,
see
like,
what the
at
rest of the
least blind pick something
series
aggressive like
has in
Jace
store.
or Gwen or Rumble.
I'm hoping
And I
all of the
think
games
in that
are
matchup, perfect
like
Ori showed
scrappy
up
like that because it
he
was
can actually do
entertaining.
well on
I
those
don't want to see no
champions. So I feel like,
stomps,
they have to deal with the
especially
situation
if it's
that
T1
there is
getting
no
stomped.
more good blind pick tanks at the
Who
top.
did the worst on
Yeah, I also want
T1?
to see what more Faker can do, because he had a fantastic game on Victor. I feel like when he's on his picks, he's taking
Doran
over.
was 0 and 3, 0 and 4, but like he was playing Sion, and like Doran is like an enter low key, so like I think that's just his play style. Owner was doing phenomenally, but because of him, they lost the game. Like he is the reason in that last fight they lost. So it's like, how do you place blame? I don't think you really do. And also it's Sion. True.
Thank you so much.
I think it's just
I know there's a chronicler right here that's very proud of what did, because all chronicler wanted to do was say how illegal it was to leave up that Callisto.
Oh,
Yeah, and I'm
please.
not generally the guy that gets like, oh, draft was the problem, and I think T1 draft as a unit could have worked. I think I could clearly see what they were going
Can't
for.
do
Yeah,
it.
I was fine. But that Kalista,
it said please something.
banning Kaisa instead of that Kalista when it was
Had
the
beef
most obvious,
udon and my
Dr. isn't
boyfriend
playing amazing.
and friend had
And there's a
sushi. That
Nico.
sounds.
You have the best Nico in the LCK on the enemy team, and you give him the best possible combo.
Is that
You can't do that.
Vex?
It's not allowed.
No, it's not allowed. That's a really cool Vex, by the way. That's
Do
Vex,
her
right? That was
ears
Vex?
I'm pretty
move?
sure it was.
I
Like,
got,
it
I got
looked- it
confused for a
looked
second
quite
because
gloomy.
the ears kind of got me, but it's still very, very cool. Regardless,
Yo,
as
Did you
okay,
see the
let's see whether
ears?
KT can do it again. I'm a bit flustered.
That
guys.
was
It's
so
7-0.
good.
Like we are so due. We are so due a KT
Obvious.
catastrophic
Are you kidding
loss.
me?
Obviously, they go up 2-0.
that was
And then we have
phenomenal.
all right.
The back.
All right,
The
get you some
back
sleep, fam.
reverse sweep.
Thank you for
Oh
stopping by. Thank you for the
my
raid.
God. And then whoever wins game 1 tomorrow, we're like, oh, I'm so nervous. You're definitely gonna lose. Oh God. Okay. If
All
you
right, let's
like
get into
triple
champ select.
reverse sweeps back to back to back. That
Wait,
would be
winner
the most
versus who?
insane
HLE?
thing
Correct.
ever.
True.
There's no way that
What's going on,
happens, I
Kira?
guess. There's no
How you
way.
doing?
Certainly.
It's not a scripted
Good night,
league.
Manno.
Like, we've seen it so many times in the past that like the scripted thing doesn't happen. Let me take you back to the tiebreaker that we just saw. You know, everyone was saying it'd be
Let's do
scripted
this.
if
Game
KT
numero
got in,
dos.
like from, wait, hang on a second, and then like ran the gauntlet. Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah,
and then-
DK don't always do the same. Oh wait, yeah, no.
yeah.
So game
So
number one.
it is scripted.
Thank
so
you,
we're
Jazz.
just, we can skip this, and then we can go to the T1 running it back and doing another reverse sweep, right?
The wink is insane.
There's too many. This is the problem. When you're a league that's been running as long as the LCK, well, at some point there are too many conflicting things that need to happen. Yeah, there's too much.
Yeah.
I
Did they
can't keep
make
track of all
that
the lore.
sticker
And I'm not one of
themselves?
the lore masters, you know. That's you and Ox. I can't keep track of it. But T1, that game.
So
one
really,
was
no
so
matter who
close,
wins
and
here, it's going to be
to
HLE
me-
and Genji going to MSI.
part of it was a large draft gap, particularly towards the bot side. I think the top side was fine. A lot of comfort there for T1. The level 1 cheese
I don't want to
was
say
great. The start
yeah,
was
but
solid. But the
like,
team fighting from KT was unmatched, and that's been, I think, mostly what they've been relying on. T1's side laning was great in
Yep.
game number 1, but the KT
did it just start? We're going into game
They were
2.
forged in the fires of a lot of defeat at the beginning of the split.
Yeah, the fires of a crashed roller coaster that we know can be absolutely deadly.
Might still be there.
Yeah. All you need to do is go back and watch Final Destination. That one movie is just all about.
I'm okay with T1 not winning Worlds again for a while.
See how it is to be a
we were
KT
spoiled
fan.
with
If
the
never
super
watched them,
team that T1 had been with Zeus in the top lane. This is Chovy's team.
Then why would you
can't
recommend
say
If he
that-
doesn't win
I
Worlds this year, I don't think he ever
but
will.
It's not good.
Honestly,
It's like watching like
everybody
like
has been singing the
it's like an Adam
song of
Sandler
like
movie. You know,
Chovy,
it's not a
Chovy,
good
Chovy,
movie, but
Chovy.
it's
Well, I
like
mean-
you enjoy it.
And over the
Adam
past,
Sandler
what,
from Uncut Gems.
4 years
Actually,
that
I
I've
mean,
been
He's a
watching
phenomenal dramatic actor as well. But I'm saying like the ones that he wrote, not the ones
international
that he starred
tournaments.
in.
I'm messing with you,
Oh,
Adam.
God,
Bro,
Reign of
every
Me
time
was
I see
such a
Chovy on
phenomenal film.
stage.
Anyway, we're going to take it back to the
He not
telecom
Chovy, he Choky.
Just
Do we?
waiting
Truly.
on the draft.
I don't see any.
Aren't
We
you
are
sad
praying
T1
for
kind
it.
of
We are
struggled all
raging
season?
for
It is sad.
And Peter here,
But
he
they did
also
that
just
last
wants to
year,
get into it.
and then they
That
won.
is a serious Peter.
That's a rare.
So-
Like, I don't know how rare that is when it comes to pools. You're the expert on this, but this is not a Peter we see often.
No, it's not.
He's a
This is
fan from
serious
Canada
Peter.
that
And
came to watch
look at that
T1.
chin. Look at the
Lit.
chin position. The chin
All the way
position
from
is
Canada.
So
God
far up,
dang.
man. He
That's a
knows.
trip.
He's like, I got this.
Genji needs to win Worlds. They have
I
the
gotta
best
keep
players
it,
for
like,
each role
keep
right now,
himself zoned
stat-wise and KDA.
That's 100% what he has done.
That game number one, he was.
He was.
I'd rather
crazy.
see HLE
And the
win
performance
Worlds.
when it comes to
If
individual
not
level, I
HLE,
think
then I would
we're-
like to
really
see
for T1,
BLG.
it felt like more of a
If
team
not
issue
T1.
than anything else. But Carrier individually, even though the early game was great, was also kind of, that's supposed to happen on Elise.
Yeah.
And to me, when he died in mid, even though it felt relatively
That's true,
inconsequential,
true.
that kind of
That's
spelled
true.
a disaster for T1, because even though I think it would have been hard, might have been the call in hindsight to still try to contest.
They
Yes, you
shouldn't
don't
have made
have
it to
Elise.
Worlds
Yes, you have
last
to go
year,
for the
let
choke
alone
points.
win it
But
all.
from that Baron on, the game was kind of over, right? As
Yeah.
we mentioned,
That's-
even though they didn't get inhibs,
That's just like they got
T1
that
didn't get to
dog
leave
in
their
them,
base.
man.
There was no control on the dragon, and then when the Hextech
They
soul
got that dog in
was
them.
taken at the final Hail
You
Mary
dry
engage, just wasn't
hating
quite
bad.
enough to get
I'm
it
not
done.
hating though.
Was not. And you also
I
kind
don't
of saw it,
hate
like,
that
in
Genji
the
is
gold
going to
distribution
MSI.
as well. When
I like the
T1
variety,
had
if
that bit of
anything.
the gold advantage throughout the mid game, it was an Elise that was 1,000 gold ahead and a Scion that had an advantage, which
I want
are
LPL to
basically
win
gold
Worlds
leads
this
that
year.
matter
Who
less
though?
and less as the
Who
game
from
goes
LPL?
on. Like a tank is going to be a tank.
If
Doesn't
HLE
really matter
wins
how much
Worlds,
money
it
you have.
concludes that
And
Zeus
Elise,
is the
the
next
speed is
faker.
off. You're just going to explode if you're ever trying to do damage.
We
Yeah, and the Rise
may
had a
be
1.1K
getting
gold
a
lead when he got
little out of hand.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
may
so that
be
is
getting a
worrying, and
little
that,
out of
for me,
hand,
needs to
Dusty.
be Faker stepping it up as well in game number
The
2. I think
next
his team fighting
Faker
was
is
great,
quite
right? Like,
insane.
played to
Is he good?
maximize his damage.
Yes.
But
Undeniable.
When it comes to specifically the laning phase, this has been a really big sticking point for him in this spring. And that's not something, again, if you go back, you watch 2024 spring, you watch back 2023 spring.
Put my guy in the Hall of Legends right now. Oh, he will definitely
this is
be in
very
Hall of
full
Legends
stadium
when he
right now.
retires.
Oh, yeah.
You can see it.
Has
Surging
to
Indoor
be.
Gymnasium once again is full to
Yeah,
the
guys,
brim.
this is where Worlds
And
was.
we are just getting ready for
That's
this
100%
second
where
game.
Worlds
I think there is
was.
something
That's where we were sitting.
sorted out here, as we do have Wolf backstage. He can let us know, but this is like, I'm sure you guys know which Digimon this is. We don't need to worry about it. But it's the BDD factor. It's just always, there's always Digimon. It's Agumon. But just that was G-Sun that let me know. I don't actually know. I am.
Wait, you didn't know?
No, because I am
Oh.
a committed Pokemon fan. Digimon are
Yeah, it's-
enemies.
yeah, it's one
BLG
of the-
BLG
yeah,
skins
yeah,
would
At
be
least
sick
that's how it
considering
was
their
when I was
color
in grade
scheme.
4.
And you've never-
Undoubtedly,
you've never
bro.
got over that?
Yeah, no, I've never got
Be
over
a
that.
cotton
I
candy
refuse to watch
deliciousness.
Digimon. Digimon were those silly little contraptions that they
Wait.
did the poops. And you had to
Zeus
clean them up.
might be the best player to ever play. Let's be real for a sec. All right, we're starting to glaze. We're starting to glaze.
Chronicle,
He's
actually
good.
weren't, 1959.
Best top
In fact,
laner?
they're both my
Sure.
mom and my dad. So
Sure.
not even in the 60s.
Best
Well,
player
it
to
still
ever
doesn't
play.
Track outlets.
It doesn't give me the opportunity of being born in the 60s. That is
Be
absolutely true.
freaking for real,
We've got players
fam. We
patiently
getting
waiting to
we
get
getting
to the
a
game. That's
little
big
out of
grin
hand,
on
bro.
Mandy's face and a very happy Doc Dom as well.
We
Doc Dom
getting
certainly
a
should be
little
proud
out of
of himself after
hand.
that first game.
Best top
I think
laner
he was
right
the
now
biggest
for
question mark
sure.
for me as far as being able to
Shoot, name
carry
a better
the
top
form
laner in
on
history.
from the last two series. Because we
Name
have
a top laner
rightly
with
so had a
the
lot of
with the
critique
skill
for
that
this man
Zeus
throughout
has
season,
in the
and it's
history
been
of
his
League of
consistency
Legends.
that's been under fire. So the fact
Nah,
that
you
he has kept
of
it
all
up
people
and
complaining
honestly
about
almost
glazing is
surpassed
actually crazy.
in that
Hey,
first
bro.
game. Callisto has been a
Hey.
very powerful one, as we are
I'm
seeing.
all about
Yeah, this,
giving
this
credit where
looks to be
credit
somewhat
due. I
the
really
trajectory
am.
Of good old KT.
I really am.
I'm not saying
Okay,
enough dips
I'll
in
do
that
it all
roller
day.
coaster, okay? It flatlines a little bit.
Holy, you gonna sit here and say that Zeus is the best player to ever play League of Legends?
There is another fan sign, by the way, after that. And that one, I guarantee,
you gonna agree
looks
with that?
very different. Maybe a bit dark to be putting on the broadcast, which is perhaps what we've gone to there.
Oh,
What's that?
it's a wedding announcement.
Oh, wow, congratulations. Watching
Aw.
together, married next week.
And they're here.
And they're here and they just want T1 to win. Aw,
Come on,
that's so
T1,
cute.
lock in.
That's either, depending on what type of person you are, a really great way to de-stress from wedding planning, or it makes it way worse. There's only two.
As long as they're here together. If it was like,
That's cute.
and Castajon is doing the shout out.
Oh my God.
Oh my, I don't think you need to get married after that. You know, like it's done. Like that's the ceremony.
C9
done. Like,
Loki
Castajon's already
so
done. You're not
bad
gonna
last
top
split.
that.
This
You're not.
split Loki
You may as well
carried.
just cancel and get all of that money back.
Low
Because, these weddings
key.
are expensive.
Just show people this clip.
Yeah,
And
Low
you're good.
key.
you've nailed it.
We're too merry, man. We get to say that.
I wonder if
I
that's
think
where
it's
his
fine.
name
You can
comes
just, like,
from.
Take the form
Loki?
to the office and just say like
Low-key?
Castajon did it. It's been
And they're, oh.
facilitated. They're like, oh, you didn't even need to come here. Just put the rings
It's
on.
fine.
You're fine.
Yeah, we believe you.
Absolutely nailed it. Is that the Doran trap card? I don't know what kind of card it is. It is a card. It's just the Doran Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's not. I don't know the difference between what a trap card looks like in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I think.
Once again,
I think the
Pokemon
trap
purists.
cards are like the pink, purple ones. I think this is
Ah.
like just a spell or
I think
enchantment.
wasn't there was another fan sign earlier on with BDD that had 4 different ones.
The fan
all
base in
different.
Korea
They
for
might
League
have
is
been-
like
they
just
might have
so
been trap
good,
cards
bro.
as well. As Doran just wants to play the game. We have absolutely no idea why we're not playing the game yet.
It's
but
just
we
so
will inform
good.
you if we do get any extra
Yes.
information.
Yeah,
Unless there's more people that need to get married, because this is like
If
free
my
marriage
goat
ceremony.
got
Also,
Giga Gap
also,
3-0 in
so if
finals
you are
by
here in the
T1, I
building,
would
just send
not
us a
claim that
message,
man.
And we'll try and get it out to you so that Castajon can continue
He's
facilitating marriages.
He's booked for today. Yeah, he's gonna.
Were
be here
you
all day.
not?
Yeah.
It's easy, and you know what? We often talk about the effect of a crowd.
Yeah.
Think of the fan signs. We can do this for hours. There are fan signs for days, Atlas.
Yeah, in fact, there's like
Who was it you were
there are
hyping
more
up?
people with fan signs than
during
without,
first
from what
stand?
I can see here, so they are just waiting to get their sign.
I forget who you were hyping up.
So there might just be more and more people getting married.
Who's that mid laner? You were hyping up a
You know
mid
what?
laner.
It's almost a distant.
And I
memory,
was
the fact
like,
that we
that
were
is
playing some League of
literally
Legends, and I
Faker's
still have
son.
no idea why we're not playing the
Who
League of
was
Legends.
that?
It's great. It reminds me. What
He was a
matchup
little
was that?
short boy
In
who was
Gauntlet,
laughing
the
during
one
Champion
with the
Select and then got
2-hour
his cheeks taken.
Golly G. Yeah, I remember that
I
one.
want to say
No,
it
it wasn't
T1
Zeka.
Zeka
Zeka put it down.
2022.
Yeah, 2020.
It might have been
2022
night.
Summer.
It might have been night.
The best
There's
part is
no
all
way
of
I
us
give you
remember
that
as one of
description
the
and you
best
know exactly who I'm talking
summer
about.
finals ever because we were in a hotel on the beach.
Showmaker!
Yeah,
That's who it is.
We're not entirely sure as to what it is, but we are going to make sure that everything is sorted
Not
out.
too
We
much
are
on
going to go for a
Showmaker.
little bit of a break, you know, a couple of minutes here or there. You know, the absolute fine, get yourself water, get yourself popcorn, something
Yo,
like
the
that.
fact
We'll
that
be back
that
in
is
as soon
no,
as
like real talk,
Yeah,
y'all.
true.
Real talk. The fact that I gave y'all that description and y'all said several names, I think that says more about y'all than it does about me. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I think that says a lot. Bro is a world champ, by the way. Showmaker is the funniest pro streamer ever. What you be watching him on? Because they can't stream on Twitch anymore, yeah? If you could make 2 super teams, like one of all current players and one of all retired players, who would you pick? No region restrictions. Oh, you saying no region restrictions doesn't really change my answer. Well, no, it does. It does. Because if there were region restrictions, it would have been harder. Faker, Zeus. Yo, Loki. I would probably pick the T1 team from last year. Is there anyone I would swap out? Low key, no shade to Guma Yushi, but I think I would put Viper in. I think I would do Viper, Carrier, Faker, Is there a better jungler? What's that boy named Zhao Hu? Isn't there a jungler in LPL called like Zhao Hu or something? No, I wouldn't choose Peanut. No shade to Peanut.
있어도 달라질 게 없다는 걸 오늘 보여주겠습니다.
Zhao Hu is a mid laner?
부산에서 하나 더 적고 세동전은
There was a jungler who was pretty good.
부산에 있는 동안 다 이겨서 MSI 진출하겠습니다.
Dude, Viper on T1, holy moly. They'd be unstoppable, bro. Again, no shade to Gumayushi. Love Gumayushi. Kanavi? Let me see if I can look. Well, they switch teams every 2 seconds, but I can look up the like worlds. Dude, what is taking so long for us to get into this game? Worlds. Dang. Worlds. Teams. League of Legends 2024. It was either BLG or there was another red team. Was it Top Esports? Nah. BLG, team roster, League of Legends 2024. This guy, Jun? Isn't that him? Because they were swapping out people. They had a 16. Yeah, isn't Jun really good? Am I tripping or he's really good? He isn't even top 3. What's going on, Jamal? He lost them worlds. Dang. Why do I remember him being really good? I'm pretty sure I'm better at jungle in Plat Elo than Jun. I might be thinking of somebody else. Was it Wee Wee? Weren't there like 6 different Wee Wees in Worlds? There were some Wee Wees. Was it Weh Weh? League of Legends jungler. Is that who I'm thinking of? Yeah, there was Wei and Wei Wee Wee. What'd he play? He's on BLG. Am I tripping? They're both junglers. One of these gotta be good. One of these gotta be good. I can beat him 1v1, I bet. I'm so dead, bro. Remind her who Canyon is. I thought Canyon was an ADC. Nice. I do not remember this man. I remember his face. He plays for D+, so he's not going to MSI. Oh, he was on Gen G last year. Recently viewed. Oh, actually, I remember looking them up. I was like, what that got to do with the freaking Canyon, a League of Legends player, bro? Did you wash your chicken today? Y'all are so silly. He's on Genji. Yo, guys, I'm so for real. We're gonna play a game. I'm not about to sit here and watch this for the next 10 hours. We're gonna play a game. Because why the frick is this taking so long? I'll turn down the music. And I will keep my eye out on it. And we'll switch back to it when we need to. I don't know if you can confirm or deny, but did you get to test out Yanara? They told the world that we did, so I think I can say it. Yes. I'm keeping my eye on the feed, so when they bring it back, I'll switch back over. It's just LCK. LCK be having freaking 40-minute hour intermissions. It's always been like that. Would you say Yanara is top 3 for you ADC wise? Ooh. I don't know how much I can say about her. But they did say that influencers got to test her. So that is why I feel comfortable saying that. Yo, once I get 6, we gonna be going crazy. I got me a Nautilus too. That's so fortunate. That's a nice skin. What skin is that? Debonair. It must be red chroma. Dang! Got my cheeks took. I will be a Yanara main. That is all I will say. Definitely. As soon as she drops, I will be taking her into ranked. Whoa. Yo, this gotta be a Draven main, bro. Low-key. Whoa. How's the sugar-free journey? We day 3 now. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to restart. We were doing really good. I'm day 3 without salt, but I had to go to an event today. Like literally a couple hours ago, and I didn't have dairy, but I did have ice cream. It was coconut ice cream though, so at the very least I didn't have dairy. I was struggling tonight, not gonna lie. It really is hard. It really is. It's very unfortunate that I have to restart, but I know that I can do it. Self-discipline. Oh, I was trying to block it. Through the weekend. They're in champ, yeah. They're in champ select. We'll be out of this game soon. Hi. Jaden, we're watching the T1 series. But there was a really long intermission, so I decided to get into a game, and of course that's when they come back from break. But we'll make this game quick. RIP me, I got ignited. I just got off work from my ice cream store at 10 p.m. Busy day. What is your favorite flavor that y'all sell? What is the average length of Brawl? Like 7 to 10 minutes. It's a very quick game mode. So I will be out soon. Like, they've only picked one champion so far. T1 just picked Gwen. So, like, whoa. That damage is crazy. Got me thinking, babe. Wow. The Kale ult is insane. I can put you on a flight. You know that like me can change your life. So T1 has banned Talia, Trundle, and Yone. And KT banned Pantheon, Azir, of course, because they don't want Faker to be great. And they are fearful of him, and Vi. They have picked Rumble and Varus on the side of KT. When you started the game, was it really hard for you or easy for you? It was very confusing, but I was just having fun playing with my friends when I started. I didn't start playing ranked until probably like year 5 of me playing. I started playing in like 2014, 2015, and I probably didn't start playing ranked until like 2018. Oops. Hey, pose for the flick. Do you dance? Wait, Guma Yushi picked Jin and Owner picked Nocturne. Yo, we're about to get a banger game. BDD picked Ari because he wants to be Faker so freaking bad. He's literally Faker's son. He is the biggest Faker fanboy in the world. So right now, KT's team is Rumble, Ari, and Varus. They banned Azir and Annie. They don't want Faker to be great. Honestly, I feel like Annie is busted. Come here, grumpy boy. Galio pick incoming. Yo, low-key wouldn't be surprised. I'm so sick of this Kale. Who picks Kale in freaking Brawl, dude? I'm a little bit low. He's so perfect. Nice. Let's reset. It's okay. It's okay. You can have them anyway. Anyway. All right, we just need a couple more, y'all. Just got a couple more. It's okay. Whoa, what hit me? Yo, they be doing damage for real though. I think T1 just picked Rakan. Wow. Is Aphelios OP? Is Aphelios Opizzle? Can you TLDR how to play this mode? So imagine ARAM, but no towers. And you get points for getting the minions into the little portals. So it's really scrappy. You're just fighting the whole time. You get points at the top for kills. And the first person to get the other team to 0 wins. So this game is about over. 10 more kills or a couple more minions and it's donezo. Dude, that's so much damage. I'm done, Sonya, I'm done. Zach, Tomito, thank you for the follow. Wow, it's 50-50. Tan. BTS coming back? Question mark? They're still not in game, so we're chilling. Cha. Did you see what the goat picked? I didn't see what Faker picked, no. Whoa. Yo, this Aphelios hurts. All right, only a couple more. Wait, we're getting Faker Akali? Dude, we got to get out of this game. We got to get out of this game. Okay, we need 5 more kills. We got to get into this game, dude. Hurry. I don't want to be in here no more. We need, okay, we don't even need 5 kills. We need 4. Sing it. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa. Ah, I'm done, so I'm done. I gotta block the Aphelios ult. Oh, nice, GG's. All right. Let me pause the music. Turn this back up.
And you can hold them on the equalizer.
And
Get way more
boom.
ults with the amount of ability haste
We're back in, y'all.
Barrier going for spellbook tech. We've seen more and more. On
Just like that, we back in there.
To a specific rune.
That was a headbutt going in. Just
So
left,
we've got Gwen top lane versus Rumble. We've got Nocturne versus Jarvan. Mid lane, we've got Fakey Wakey on Akali. We got him going up against his literal son, wannabe Faker, on Ari. And then, of course, we got Guma on Jhin versus Duck Dom on Varus. And then, as support, we've got Alistar versus Rakan. Who wins the scaling game? Low key, it's a T1 scale to win game. Win, Jhin, Akali, Varus does get crazy. Rumble will output damage, but I don't think they scale in the way that T1 is. Lord, how are we only on game 2? Because the intermission was the length of a game, low key.
Definitely up to par on the Victor. But the laning just hasn't been going.
Gwen alone is a menace, absolutely.
A lot of that has to go down to BDD.
I feel like she takes a little while to get online, though.
Well, in this specific matchup, it's also, yeah.
He's using the Faker skin, yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's a perfect time to talk about the fact that BDD has really found a whole lot of form as he finds an electrocute prop there as well. Carry is here in the top
No
lane.
way you were the Aphelios. Stop playing.
Early swap, 3.5 minutes.
No way.
As you see. Here in these games.
GG's, fam.
And so Cuz He's going to be taking himself a crab. Let's see where the Jarvan is going to go, of course.
Mid
You can be
lane.
ganking at any time on this champion, and he could potentially look for an avenue in.
He needs to be BDD needs to find a charm. Like, Faker needs to be a little bit lower. Might
Yeah, I
go
just feel
for an
like
invade.
T1
And,
has
yeah,
too many
Faker kinda
burst options.
spots him out. It's just going to be a trade. Trying to set behind an Nocturne is always going to feel great because obviously he's so...
Yo, thank you for the follow, Jeremy.
Ahead of the curve on that one.
Appreciate
It's gonna
you.
be fine. As we do now have Peter also in the area to help out Perfect.
Yep, so it's not going to be quite a match of the lane swap as the Varus is kept towards that bottom side. And there is also a Jarvan down there as well. Carrier on a ward. Deadly Flourish just going to hold the cow in place.
I'm interested to see what Guma builds, like his build order.
Out this wave. Will Ona stick around to try and challenge for this next one is going to be the question, as he does clear out that ward.
Yeah, with Nocturne, it's just not...
And
really
also,
that much
if
you
you
can
give
do.
away your position as well, makes the top side of the map very dangerous.
I did get... I think Carrier gave him the ward.
Yo,
but
Jeremy,
it's- Owner's
do you
just
play
full player,
Aphelios in
As long
solo
as he has
queue?
2 level
Because
6s
he
as
was looking
possible.
pretty strong in that
Buzz is the
brawl.
one that has a little bit more pressure on him.
You
to
were
make early
popping.
plays. But Jarvan isn't really the type of champion that falls off necessarily. I think he just has this very smooth power curve throughout the entirety of the game. Really, the biggest thing you can do is go for like the early cheese ganks, right? One of the few junglers that can still level 2 gank. A lot of the ones that could have been taken out of the game. Remember Camille jungle?
Yep.
Well, back when you could hook shot Scuttle, and Scuttle had a shield, and then when you stunned it, the
good.
shield went away.
Yep,
Those were all
that
things.
champion won Invictus Gaming a world championship.
It did.
I remember that.
That did happen. One of the best skins of all time.
Indeed.
Probably the best Camille
I mean, it's
skin
the
of all
best.
time.
It's the best skin line of all time as far as those,
yeah.
like the world skins.
Yep.
I don't think much compares to IG.
No, you have like I think you have individual champions on some other ones.
Oh, that's true. Some of the TPA
Like,
skins are pretty good.
I love the
TPA Shen?
Dom 1 Jin.
That is, yeah.
That one is.
And
very
Dom 1
dramatic.
Nidalee is also pretty amazing. It's
yeah,
also
that's
the only
Dom
Nidalee skin that
1?
we really know about because it's the only one any of our Nidalee players play, which does it shows you a thing or two. Right?
Gotta pay tribute. So we do have a early Drake already being taken by KT. Their objective control remains in place. Now this is kind of a no-brainer because T1 swapped towards the top side. As we have a dive imminent here onto Doran, who does not have flash. We'll see if he's able to
RIP
vacate.
Doran, bro.
Looks like he might be too slow.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
the equalizer in
Ollie's-
perfect position. There's Eberpov. He's chain CC, but he does get a decent exhaust onto the perfect champion. As the teleport comes in, Doctorm trying to keep the damage down. The carrier with that unsealed spellbook just going
Nice.
to get KT out of here. But now 4 versus 2, a possibility for a
Why is
redive.
bot and top
because
swapped
top
already?
lane is just
Low key,
getting hammered.
I couldn't
Owner zero
explain
volts.
this one.
The counter dive is ready.
Yep, the
I could
paranoia
not explain
set
it
up,
to
the
you.
KT, they don't even know that he's here just yet.
Because
There's the
no
paranoia
objectives
going down.
have spawned
He catches
yet.
them underneath the turret is Doran. So low, but he keeps himself alive. And Doctorm going to be taken out. The flash is immediate after Cuz Ona gets on over there. The headbutt to try and save the Jarvan.
He was so
they
low.
might be able to do that, but it is still a
Wow.
lost play for KT.
Really just one
unless
auto.
PDD can make something happen. And he
more.
almost does here as there's the flash forward. The flash away from Faker. And he keeps himself up.
Goes in.
Can he look for it? Can he actually find the 1v1? Is now
Oh,
PDD.
he missed!
That one, the
Oh
last
my gosh, if he didn't miss that, dude, he wins that! Oh my gosh! Oh
there
my
was so many
gosh!
if he
My
hits
booty
that
cheeks
in
were
that
literally
moment. My
clenched.
God.
Dude,
In the end, it was
holy
PDD
freaking
just
moly.
hit
If he
enough.
didn't miss, he wins that.
That founds the out trade because of the top side play.
Dude, it just shows. No, his face when he won the 1v1, did you see that? He was like, holy frick, I almost died. Literally, I saw that too. I saw that. Bro, that just goes to show, like,
Yeah, man.
ensures your friendly
Faker playing this matchup,
and then here,
he obviously knows both of these champions so freaking well. So freaking well that this man knows his damage capable. He has 2 HP and he goes all the way freaking in. If he didn't miss that right there,
He just gets like, it's another
it was
one of
over.
the Faker outplays.
It was
That would
over.
have been another
We
one
would have
that just
gone
doesn't quite find it. You
insane.
can see T1 fans
insane. That would have been a clip for the universe.
That was BDD doing, like, at the beginning of that play.
Oh my gosh. Like, I just love watching, like, amazing gameplay like that, because you can tell, like, he just knows. He just knows at max capacity, the optimal play, what it looks like. And he made one mistake, and that cost his life, but, like, it was just still so good to watch. I feel honored. Honored to watch that gameplay. Wow. Wow, what peak times we live in.
With that assist in pocket as well.
I hope that will not be the last of its kind.
As a charm going to hit max range here onto Faker. Another electrocute proc from BDD.
That moment right there, by BDD still part of the Elite Four.
Oh yeah.
What a time to be alive, truly.
Obviously, a tumultuous year.
Doran is the definition of a coin flip player. Is crazy business. What that man do to you, Phil?
Peter has his ultimate. So does Owner.
Yep, first two already taken. Paranoia comes on through here.
Okay.
The Cow trying to defend the rest of his team. The Pulverize is good. The Paranoia does nothing. Owner's just going to be taken out. Another kill for VDD. A cataclysmic engage from Cuz as Faker has got into the Shroud. Carrier looking to get out of that with that added mobility. And that is almost Faker taken down.
The arrow.
Piercing arrow. And it's Carrier that's the target. Womp. Doesn't quite find it.
You're not Guma, brother.
There from Carrier, but that could have been way worse for
I
T1.
think Peter even there to try
no,
and get Doc down.
Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Have you seen that clip of Faker having to see the scoreboard and Fiora E? Yes. Yes, I have, true.
One of your biggest tools
like, what, dude?
And the power he provides in actually locking down the target.
Crazy business.
We go in on Docdom and we don't even take him back. Again, I think support ults are such a big deal. The fact that Peter has his available means that he can go in here.
Honestly, I'm low-key surprised they didn't do the Nocturne Orianna.
Doesn't quite sync up with Faker and Carrier.
There's some games,
the bullets don't really do that much.
just like what are you doing, and like that dive, I was like, okay, Doran is a, yeah, like I feel like sometimes he has his coin flip is valid because he had his game in the first game, or he had his play in the first game, the very first play of the series. And then, yeah, he has some plays where he
don't be a two-game Andy after yesterday's series, right?
Kind of runs it.
Get ahead of ourselves.
I won't lie to you.
T1 still have a shot, but this is another one of those drafts where if it doesn't work, it's gonna feel really, really rough.
Certainly will. And one of the things that
what you doing, Owner?
Is the fact that BDD has above, or actually pretty even to a 1,000 gold lead that Malignant's already done.
Oh, that's big.
The item advantage is kind of massive.
Got my apples.
Opportunity, they know.
Yeah, perfect.
Wait.
Yeah, I think perfect gets a bit of an idea.
He doesn't have his ult, so he can't just clear the wave. Might have to drop it and leave.
Oh god, this is so scary.
Peter's on the way. Again.
Gotta clear this one out.
Oh.
Yeah, Peter getting into position, and they decide that they're going to pull the trigger. The flash still available here as the exhaust. It goes down. The charm is decent, and Kumiyushi going to be able to lock down the kill. My god, the turret does so much damage now that it's charged up. Because it's going to trade it for a dragon. And BDD is still pushing here towards the bottom side. Doctorm unanswered here in the mid lane as well. It's probably kind of okay.
That was
Peter's
divine.
Going to continue persuading Faker.
Just a very clean.
Kind of depends on what the soul is going to be. Whether KT feels good about that or not, because that is more gold going into their coffers.
It's a mountain.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yep, we're okay with that.
That's it's a Jin, a Kali.
I mean, the first two Drakes were Chemtech Ocean. Like, what? They can only get good stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to look like. I think Mountain is almost as good as it gets. Like Inferno and Hextech are obviously still ahead, but it's better than Cloud. I know you love Cloud.
Cloud sucks.
No, I can see it.
Into Jin, Kali, even into Nocturne, I think you get a ton of value out of that spur effect. Might be in trouble here. Carry on the way.
Let's see what he can do here. No flash available as he'll just get knocked up and will get taken down. No scrap shield. Well, actually did have it, but it's just not going to be.
All right, Doran.
Snip, snip goes Doran. Cuz gets here a little bit
locking
late.
in.
Flags and drags, gets himself out. So that is Feats of Warfare over to T1. The answering feats of strength did actually happen here for KT already with their objectives that they have managed to take down. So whoever gets that first turret is going to upgrade some shoes.
We're just dropping
also, what
left and right.
are the orders or tournaments? Like, do you need to win LCK then MSI to go to Worlds?
But before Perfect is back, might be an opportunity for Faker to shove in the
No.
wave and get another.
I'll tell you the full.
It's looking a bit
No, you're
dangerous,
totally
but
fine.
KT, they at least have some
You're totally
control of
fine.
this
I'll tell you
mid
the full.
lane. Gumayusi has been catching waves
The
in
full
here for quite
order.
some time, but he's
So we
feeling
have
like this is
split
what you
one.
wanna be doing
We
in
have
the mid
split
game. You wanna
one
free
in the
up your
spring.
support to allow him
And
to
then
roam
we
around where he's been
have
doing exactly that.
split
Has
one
been hitting down
finals.
towards the bottom
So
side. Holds
each
onto that
region
lead that he
themselves
has. They haven't been
will
able to push
play a
this advantage,
split and then
especially
have
the
a
item spike
regional
that he managed to pick up.
finals.
T1 have just avoided
Whoever
fighting around
wins
where BDD
split
is.
one finals will go to first stand, which is the first international tournament of the year. And this is new. They just added it for this year, but that is the first international tournament. Then we go into split 2, and then we go into split 2 finals, which is what we're witnessing now. This isn't finals though. But every region is doing their finals basically at the moment. The top 2 teams from every region will go to MSI. MSI is like the halfway point of the year. Just because you go to MSI does not mean that you go to Worlds. If you win MSI, you do now get a first class ticket. You automatically go to Worlds. I think it always should have been like that, but I really like that. If you win MSI, you go to Worlds. Then you play Summer Split, so there's still a third split. That is when it matters. If you want to go to Worlds and you did not win MSI, that is when it matters. So Split 3, Summer Split, you want to be winning your region. Each region will then do Split 3. They'll do Split 3 finals, and the top 3 teams from each region goes to Worlds. Worlds is in China this year. Oh, he's dead. Take it, Faker. Oh, he didn't take it.
Didn't want to sacrifice himself, and in fact, they've got their pick. They're happy with it.
Got the pick on Dr. this Varus.
They do love a rumble, low-key. Isn't there going to be a split 3 after MSI? Yeah. There's a split 3 finals, and then Worlds.
The pockets of T1. Herald also possibly giving them the opportunity to set up for a mid lane turret take.
Yeah.
That's good, but it's still, I'd argue, a relatively even trade, right?
TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live. I appreciate y'all.
KT could have TP'd perfect in, but instead they made the call to just go for the turret. And I want to look at how Cuz survives here, because he starts over with Doctor, the exhaust comes through, Doran basically murders him, and then obviously Owner is able to very easily get the kill. Good flash from him to not get locked down, and then Cuz goes in but doesn't quite find it. I think Faker there doesn't hit the ult. If he hits the ult, he just dies. Can't go in on the flip, as you highlight, because if he does go for the flip, then there's 2 champions that can interrupt him, and he probably just ends up going down.
Yeah, it's just a 1-for-1, and maybe the 1-for-1 is fine, but it's also
that sleep starting to hit, y'all. It's 1 a.m.
So Dr. trying to take some pot shots here in the mid lane. Both him and Gumayusi with similar jobs in this game, but looking like it's a lot more difficult for Dr. at this point in time.
What do you mean,
Especially
True?
with the fact that Owner does have the just Varus doesn't play the game button.
Yeah,
just feels a little unfair.
Didn't know there was so much different ones. Yeah. They keep kind of adding and taking away some things to keep it interesting.
We have Gumayusi, that is.
But yeah, that's how it is for this year. Not a fan of the best of ones for like half of it, then best of 3s. That's valid. That's valid. It was best of 3s all last year, but then they changed it. I'm not sure why.
Yep, Dr. not allowed to play the game as once more Carrier goes forward, finds a weakness. One more time, the equalizer this time is going to come in. The Pulverize on top as they take down Doran, but it's a 2-for-1. KT still fighting uphill, and there is a stun on a BDD, locking him down. He gets under the turret, but that is still a man advantage here for T1, and a Dragon free for the taking.
This is what I love to see. I love to see my T1 Kings on top.
Down immediately. So much backline access there, but this one also kind of felt like he was just out of position. If it's just
not gonna lie, I'm nodding off of my keyboard right now. Yeah, it's starting to.
Wondering whether they want to go for this, but feels like it's already too late. They seem to realize as well. So maybe just looking for the shove and a bait with
It's starting to hit.
waiting in the brushes here, but it doesn't look like T1's going to fall.
I really do think it's because of that intermission.
Owner.
I was so long.
See whether they can lock down Owner, as he's not going to get charmed up. That's a great spell shield to make sure that he survives. And so
yeah, Fearless is good because you get a little variety rather than getting the same champs.
Okay, you can see though there is still some fight in KT, and a 2,000 gold lead is
Six?
not going to be able to win you the game.
You turning up on a Friday, huh? Holy.
Safely, and he will generally die in these fights, but you can't
You
be that
turning
far
up on a Friday.
You need to be behind your team, regardless of where T1 is, right? You need to be on the other end. And then Peter here does a good job of mitigating, but T1 at this point have already won the team fight.
Yeah.
Taken out the Rumble before he can really do too much. Taken out the Varus. These fights looking way better for T1. That's the soul point denied. And these mid-game fights looking so much cleaner compared to game number 1.
And we're really, like, this is what you want to see out of a blue side team. That first pick,
I need to learn Rumble's kit.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't understand like when you would or wouldn't want to overheat.
Yeah, this is not the value for KT, although a lot of movement speed, even though he's
But
pretty
hey,
scared.
it don't matter when you dead.
Goes to 0
Talk to him, Owner. Talk to him, Owner. Yeah, I'm an ADC main.
Get to as a top laner, and for Perfect, this might end up being.
And when I play jungle, I'm a Nocturne main, so very happy to see this gameplay from Owner. Don't really like the build though. I'm okay with the Sterix second item. I do not like Hexplate as first item on Nocturne.
I think that's kind of a
I'm a stride breaker girly.
But I keep going back to that play where Peter was coming top. They kind of knew that
Period,
the dive
holy.
was imminent. Die in there is, I think, what started a lot of the snowball. That's when Doran started getting
I'll
fed.
agree.
And KT, not out of it fully yet, but I think T1 are feeling a lot
Overheat
better about
on the
position
turrets for more
during this game.
damage.
And I do want to say that trying to do an overzealous Otacon can still get them in trouble, but as long as
Does
they
your
don't get that
flame
side laning pressure with a
spitter
Nocturne,
do damage to turrets?
because we haven't talked about the 1-for-1 that much
Rumble
yet.
more like fumble,
But now's as
period.
good a time as any.
Yeah, the Akali Gwen are going to win inside lanes against
Yeah,
anyone that KT
100%
has. There it is.
holy.
There's that conversation that we were going to have about that one. As what? Doran just died to Krugs because he felt like it. That's what just happened. He just died to Krugs because he felt like it. Do you want that again? He just died to Krugs.
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
He died to Krugs because he felt like it.
I don't get it.
Oh, right. Well, he died. Well, Faker is going in. Let's see what Cuz can do about it as the paranoia comes down. I think Doctom's dying, ladies and gentlemen. Jonas Strong didn't even need to zoom out, although Doctom able to sidestep. He survived! It is such huge character development here as it's now Rift Herald being used to try and get Ona out of trouble, and it's going to work just fine.
So, like, guys,
survive, and we've got the Rift Herald coming out one more time.
Guys,
looking to wander down the mid lane. They're not going to get a whole lot of value for
let's
it, but
talk.
It keeps the,
Let's talk for a second. Let's talk for a second. Everybody come in. Everybody huddle up.
That is the most Doran thing I have ever seen.
Yeah,
it is.
He died to Krugs because he felt like it.
It is.
Truly great.
Oh dear, Peter.
That is the most Doran thing.
He's looking to try and turn things around. He flashes out of the way of the shuriken, and he needed to.
I don't think anybody else would do such a thing.
Towards the top side of the map, cuz looking to come over.
He truly is a professional enter.
Okay, well, let's see whether Cuz can get in there. Of course, it's a job, and he can travel a lot of distance. As Doran going on over, they do manage to take it down. Cuz goes in maybe a little bit too late.
I wonder if Faker is ever like, yo, man, what the freak?
Cuz getting taken down lower and lower as they get in, but Doctom still goes down. Doran in trouble.
I wonder if he ever thinks that. I wonder if he's ever like, bro, what the freak?
Coming on in, BDD not able to get out of the way, and that is another one. Gumayushi cleans up, and T1 just watching KT circling this drain.
Yo, thank you, Silver Wiz. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you. I appreciate you.
Then TP's top, finds a big play, takes down Doctom out of the fight, and does enough damage.
I think the only time you don't want to overheat is before using ult or when no one is in melee range. Because when you overheat, you can't use your abilities, right? It's a self-silence.
And then here the attempt to save Doctom doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, the snip coming in just in time.
He does so much
that
damage.
Headbutt comes in, yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's the Gwen.
Yourself.
And then Guma, this is what he loves doing on this Jhin, providing support from afar.
But you get more damage with the abilities that you are currently using.
Krugs, and it was so obvious KT was desperately trying to force. and they just couldn't find an angle. T1 was
Did I see a pro player die to Krugs, or was that a bug?
T1
Feeling
not have
hopeful.
escaped those fights, and KT would have found an angle, that could have been
Yes, but it wasn't just any pro. It was Doran. So like,
All right, Doran going in.
expected.
Circle is on cooldown. But,
Don't clock me, but Faker is getting kind of gapped a lot of games. But at World, hey,
Atlas, I think they need this badly.
Well,
you sound like a D1 hater right now.
He's going to spot him.
Any
Vision going down into this brush, multiple wards coming on in.
Faker hate
certainly working out here for
will
KT.
not be tolerated.
Okay.
He never
just watch for the deadly
gets
Doran
gapped.
dashing forward, finds that snip.
The only time he gets gapped is when he wants to get gapped, because League of Legends is a mental game and he's playing chess, not checkers.
Now he gets another charge.
5D chess, that is.
This dragon for T1 though, and now T1 look for the re-engage. The hail of arrows is from the grave as the Nocturne, the Jhin, the damage is coming through, and Faker with the perfect execution.
Yeah, let me put this in simpler words.
Nothing he can do, and T1,
I feel like Doran dying to Krugs was like a desperate call for attention. Because T1 is out here doing great things. Guma out here with a 3K gold lead. They out here killing team fights. They out here putting it down in the mid lane, getting minions, winning skirmishes. And then Doran was on Krugs, and it reminds me of that like little kid. That little kid who's like, hey mom, look at me. And then he does some like stupid stuff like this. And then that's like Doran dying to Krugs. He was like, hey guys, look at this thing that I can do. And he just does whatever the frick. I feel like that's the equivalent. He was just doing whatever. He just wanted to try something new. He got bored. So he died to Krugs.
But it doesn't matter. T1 had him exactly where they wanted him.
They have to use so much. If they get the dragon, maybe that's worth. If perfect holds his ult a little bit longer.
I'm loving these Nocturne ults.
And, yeah, Dokdam really gets to play the game, guys. This Varus pick.
Are you a Doran lover?
It makes sense, but
Kira?
I think it's a T1 draft.
Are you a Doran lover? We can dial back on the Doran. Honestly, I low-key don't even define it as hate.
I think this one.
Oh, you're a carrier lover.
This one is not
valid.
I mean, we can see that T1 then.
I don't even think it's hate.
Easy, just up and to the
I don't hate the man. But is he an intern? Yes.
And that is what it's looking like at this point in time. Currently an 8,000 gold advantage, but with the amount of map control that they have, T1 just looking in all of the control.
Thank you, Vacans. I appreciate you, love.
KT gonna have to be worried about
Faker isn't a top 3 mid laner. Here we go.
Oner and Doran like hang out around the Baron pit.
Here we go.
In a couple of minutes.
But his experience and leadership is what makes him great now. His skill early got him on the map. His leadership made him a league.
Starting to get these Drakes.
You can't sit here and tell me that he's not a top 3 mid laner. Did you see him in Worlds Finals last year?
But Nash kills on his team. The trade for the Baron looking to come in is Dokdam.
Oh, the flash.
Unfortunately,
dude.
He was on vision of the enemy team. The shuriken backflip comes through, and
low-key, Dokdam cannot play the game. If he is spotted, Nocturne is ulting him on site.
But I don't think they're going to get one T1
on site.
They do stop the Baron, so I guess there is that.
In Worlds, he's the unkillable Demon King, but in splits, he barely gets by, let's be real. I won't say Faker barely gets by.
It could be a good angle, though, as he goes into the mist.
Peter barely gets
does have an unbreakable will.
It's not.
And now they're looking to try and turn this one. The spell shield just doesn't quite work there from Oner as he gets over the wall. He's inside the Cataclysm. The Pulverize. No, it's the grand entrance from Carrier that locks him down. There's the Pulverize, but it's too late. And it does
Oner wasn't dying.
Beat it either. He's got a really cool hat and he's got some resets. Gumayushi is Captain Jack though. He cleanses it. And he's able to get the triple kill here for T1. They're looking for Baron. And I don't think KT are coming back.
Did y'all see that damage?
And despite BDD's heroics, not going to be enough. T1 are bringing us to a
Did I just hear Jhin ult?
Well, KDA is ruined already. Might as well try, right? Look for the Guma. Because there's no
go for it.
jungler.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
There was only a 4th shot on Jhin, which ends up being enough, but
Yeah,
also,
that probably does more than Smite. Yeah.
I'm
was
sure
close.
as soon as they started this, Guma's like, guys, someone match him. Someone. I know how this goes.
Yeah. You
Seen
don't
this
Guma
movie
the Guma.
before. And here,
Varus, like, you should know by now.
I'm
You
like,
can't
there's
go
too much
alone,
of the
bro.
killing dumb. Ends up being fine, even though they
You
felt
can't go alone.
because as well as owners, because owners.
It's
doesn't
whoever
get
kills
Guma.
the
I want you to
ADC
look at
first
how
this
fast that
game.
times out. And
But
then
how
here,
can
look how
J4
long it
Rumble
takes
R
to
and Ari
actually
not
kill
get
him.
on
It's kind
Guma?
of insane as a.
In the
I think
meantime,
they're
we've
too
got another
busy
engage
scrambling
here from
trying to
Oda,
protect
who
Varus.
Oh my god, okay, Gumushi, those bullets are doing a little bit too much as they know exactly where KT's bread spotted. It's BDD, and he is just going to get obliterated. That is Ona once again, like his scoreline must be absurd right now. Yeah, 7-2-8, not too bad. We're putting that in the pros column. Gumushi as well, he's legendary, 8-0-6 on the Jhin.
I bet it feels
as
good to
T1
be
are
owner
pushing up
right
this
now.
Bottom lane. And it is all over but the
This
Cryan,
is
and
the
the Cryan
ending
is about to
I
ensue
like
as this
to see.
Nexus is
Low-key?
very close to dead, and we're gonna have a
Same.
best of 3 for all the marbles.
No, 'cause I know that feels bad. I know that feels bad.
As Perfect able to dash cannon his way out of the deadly
Wow,
flourish, but I just
imagine
don't
being
think that's
9
gonna
and
be enough
3
to
and
save
losing.
anything.
That's got to be a tough one. With a 3K gold lead.
All right, KT still
That's gotta be
desperately
a
trying
tough
to hold
one.
on to their base. They have 2 inhibitor turrets left available.
Is Nocturne
But,
meta now?
yeah, it is a
Yeah.
12,000
I hope he
gold
doesn't
lead.
get
Just
so.
north of
He's
that,
been meta
perhaps.
for a
Yeah, they're
while,
still technically
but I hope he
in this
doesn't
game,
start
Atlas.
getting nerfed
Yeah, they're
out.
on the rift.
Technically.
Yes.
Yeah, he's really good.
As Owner's taken a lot of damage. Wow.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah, with only 2 deaths to his name at the same
And then
time.
Guma is the lowest, which is kind of cool. And I mean, we can talk about this replay, but we don't really need to, guys. It's a 12K.
Yeah.
They can take any fight they want. I want to talk a little bit more about how this game played out, right? Because in game number 1, what we saw was T1 overloading sites early, trying to ensure that they got leads on their individual members, and then
If I
using
built
those
bruiser
leads
items
in an attempt to set up objectives.
on
But the
Jinx,
objectives would mostly take KT,
would
and
I
KT's team fighting was
see
just
the
way
same
better.
success
in this game number 2,
that Nocturne
they're
sees?
opting even more into that strategy, right? Like we're going really ham on our solo laners, and really anything else is, guys.
Okay, yeah, but Pulverize, they're going to see whether they can kill the Nocturne, who just turns the lights out. The quickness getting so much value.
Oh my
with
gosh,
KT.
no
They
way
haven't been
they
able to take
kill.
down Ona.
He's
still
not
alive.
dead.
And
He's
BD
not
just goes
dead.
on to watch him regen his health bar. Yeah, that's called Ona
Oh,
catching
they're
the
going
kitchen
out
sink
sad.
and throwing
They're going
it
out
back
sad.
at KT.
They're
And
going
KT
out sad.
falling over. Doran, he might die, but I mean, right now KT are doing about as much work as the Krugs this game.
See,
And he
like,
doesn't
Dorn
even
has
fall down.
good
That's
plays,
going to be it,
and then he
guys.
dies to
T1
Krugs.
gonna even
Like,
out
it's like
this
one or the
series here
other.
in game number 2.
It really
And
is one or the
this
other.
is the T1 everyone wanted to see.
It
Here in
is.
this road to MSI
It
and
is.
Busan. A best of 3 now for all the marbles.
And that's a KT scoreboard if I've ever seen one. BDD on 9 and 4. Everyone else, the KDA not looking
Yeah.
so hot. But
Yeah.
it's these
All right, T1.
compositions.
Go ahead and
Owner on the
close it out
carry,
for us. Let's win the
Guma on
next 2
supportive AD
back to back.
And then 2 big solo
Owner
laners.
ate
Really,
that
to me,
game.
this drops off
Akali
of the
ate
Akali
that
and the
game.
Gwen.
They really
Akali
brought out
took
the
some time to
heavy
get going. BDD in
hitters,
the head-to-head
and
did
it
great,
has me
but the
that much more
continued
excited
ganks
to
onto
see
Perfect, onto
what we
Dr.
see in Game 3.
meant that
Okay,
Dorn
let's go ahead and
eventually
queue
got to
up
the point where he was
a
unmatched. If you ever try to punish both
let's
of
go ahead and
Akali,
queue up
they
a
stall forever,
brawl,
and then you're getting
because for
Nocturne
real,
ults, and
these
you're
intermissions
getting
are long
shin
AF, y'all.
bullets at
They're-
your head, and that
Start the
is
timer
smooth
now.
and
Okay,
steady
mark my
upwards and
words.
to
It's
the right,
1:14 right now. It's 1:14 right now. Let's see how long it is until we're in champ select. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like a good 20 minutes. A good 20. All right, let's start this up. Well, who we want to play? I want to play a Seraphine game. I haven't played Seraphine in a minute. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna play Lux. $1:14 is when it started. When the break started. You made up for the Krugs. Yeah, T1 just won. Well, they won. It's 1-1. Like, the series isn't over. So we still got a lot more games to watch. But I wish to see more Lux in pro play. Well, maybe, just maybe, we will get a carrier Lux skin. Should have ended it before it started. Favorite team, each region. I think my favorite team for each region, NA is Team Liquid. EU, I would say G2, but I want to say Fnatic just for their mascot and their most recent jersey. I recently watched Haikyuu and they made a Haikyuu jersey. It's really, really cute. LPL, BLG, LCK, T1. The minor regions I can't really do. Yay, come on, TL. Yeah, I feel like we see the same champs in pro too. Let's do this, guys. They kind of tanky. Hasn't gotten up since. Beating on his chest like a bongo. There's no more minor regions, yes, but like I'm missing a region. Cause there's still like Japan, Taipei. There's still a region that I'm missing. Oh. I'm sorry, that man was not living on my account. He really thought he was gonna live, and I had to change that. I had to change that thought out of his mind myself. It's giving her. She. Take a pic. It's me. Tell your friends it's her. I'm going back to get mana. LCP, that's what it's called. I'm not trying to let these minions in. What the hecky? What the hecky ante? What the hecky berry? I should have played Vayne. Baddest in the rooms. Whoa, why did he do so much damage? Oh, he's got heart steal. Hey, yo, Maddie, what it do? I should reset. Okay, get into it, Sir Jones. The baddest in the room, so tell him to make room. Thank you, KX. I appreciate you, boo. Oh, Malphite must have ult. Gotta stay behind minions for the Nautilus at least. Yo, why does BTS keep playing, bro? Chill out. Guys, we can't just let these minions in. Kill this man, dang. Oh, he's a blue. All right. What time is it for you? 1:21 p.m. Ooh, she almost got me, low-key. Being in love with you. Nice try, brother. Ah, they got me, guys. They got me. W Lux skin, thank you, fam. All right, I gotta dip and sleep now. Yes, get you some sleep, fam. Hope you have a blessed day tomorrow. Being in love with you. I do feel the sleep coming on during these intermissions. All right, I will see you Sunday then. You got what I need. Dude, I keep missing my Lux ults. It's actually kind of embarrassing because the Vigar should have died there. 100%. Good morning, JT. Yeah, we're watching the T1 series versus KT. They're still in intermission, by the way. We just got done with game 2, so we're moving on to game 3. Here after a short intermission. Whoa, how did he get behind me? And that's why I'm alive. And that's why I'm still alive. Yo, I was really kicking, bro. I was really fighting for my life right there. Yeah, we're getting into game 3. Game 1, KT won. Game 2, T1 stomped. And yeah, next is game 3. What the heck? Nice. Why does Malphite hate me? Doing crazy damage. Xylent, thank you for the follow. Not y'all thought Twitch was bugged. It is different me being live at 1 a.m. I will not lie. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay, Lux double. I see me. Yeah, we were losing pretty bad. Nice. We're getting minions in and everything. The game is about to be even. But we got to be careful of the Malphite. Let me go get some items real quick. Well, I thought that Yanara, that was Yanara with the, oh, yeah, nah, it's just Syndra. If Malphite gets a gnarly 5-man ulti, that would be really bad. We got you, girl. You're not about to do nothing. But yo, they going crazy in the cut. Whoa, did he just flash while rooted? Holy moly, what the frick is going on in this game? All right, the team is coming back out, but they are not in champion select. I think this game will be over by that time. Not she's waiting. Dude, he must have so much MR, yeah. He's got a bunch of health and a bunch of MR. We don't have an ADC. We're all AP. We are fully AP. What the heck? Our whole entire team is AP. I need 2,800 gold. Dang, bro. I really gotta work on my freaking ults. Yo, we just let like minions get in. Oh, we do have a Vayne. Yo, it's 1 a.m. Bear with me, guys. Nice. Good save. Wait, we could win. We could win. Can we get this kill on him? Q? Okay. 3 kills, y'all. We can get these minions in. Whoa. That's not good. Sometimes we gotta kill her. No one die. No one die. It's 1 point. We need 1 point. We need 1 point, dude. Oh no. Oh no, guys. Whoever gets the next kill wins. Whoever gets the next kill wins. We need to kill Vigar. He's the squishiest. Can I kill Vigar? Yes! I won! We won! I had to make sure we got the kill on Vigar. Let's freaking go. He was the squishiest, bro. You got to come up with them predetermined plans. Holy moly. That was so good. That was so good. Full honors for my team. We're still not in champ select.
Chose blue side, the obviously inferior side.
They themselves have proven that blue side is objectively
It's so
worse.
strange, isn't it?
Atlas, I'm sorry, man. I can't take you seriously when you're criticizing statistics. I just can't do it. I've had to sit beside you, spout nonsense too many times.
So I do want to talk about the side selection just a little bit.
This is
because blue side is actually very important in this series.
we are watching T1 versus KT, which is LCK, and whoever wins this is one step closer to going to MSI. If they lose, they're out.
They take away the Yone. Yone was untouched in the first game. I think we're due a Yone game,
What is that?
which may mean that T1 has to utilize that ban on the red side. And you know what that means? There's one obligatory ban that still exists, and that is Vi. And if Cuz gets his hands on Vi, they'll win the game. I think that's almost a guarantee.
I'm on
and so
just
it's a bit of a
chatting.
catch-22. What are we going to adjust in
Oh
the bans?
my
Because
gosh,
T1
are you
don't
serious?
have that added layer of
This whole
flexibility the first
time,
pick does bring you.
I've been trolling.
There's also, for me, the question of
Oh my
what
gosh.
do we going to play next? We
Thank you so
did
much
see
for letting me
some
know.
bans that raised questions. The
Yeah, we
Kai'Sa banning
did do
game one is
cooking
something
at the
that
end of
I'm
the
gonna keep
stream
going back to.
earlier.
And his Jhin performance was absolutely
OMG.
outstanding. And this is a champion that
I am
ever
such a
since,
troll.
what, mid-2023 has just been
Yeah,
exceptional
MSI
already.
is like
You know, it was just calibrated
next
2022,
week, I think.
Yeah, Yumi Jhin. I don't even know why I'm bringing it
did
up.
you have to bring that? You didn't have to bring
Well,
that up.
because after
Not
that,
next
it
week,
was
but the week
all
after
smooth
next. It
sailing.
starts
So
on
that
Friday.
Jhin, no surprise. That is really a comp that at any point in the last couple of years, T1's could have played.
Yep.
And if they're in form, it's going to look amazing. Doesn't matter that it's Doran piloting it instead of Zayas. It ends up working out nicely. Also, Doran, that man is the most committed memer that I know. Because dying to Krugs and then winning a team fight immediately after, it's peak Doran.
He also gets to go into the history books alongside the greats such as Dundun, who like wins a 1v2 and then immediately dies to Gromp.
It's peak.
Oh, it is so good. Pantheon going to be taken away here on the blue side. You know that KT are
I love
angling
that
for a
they
Taliyah.
think that way.
That's what they want. The Vi is going to be snapped up. So, right now, the
Yes,
biggest
he
priority
died to
champions
Krugs
is
last
that Taliyah
game, bro.
And, of course, the Azir.
But like he also had some really good plays last game and the game before. Like he's had some really good plays all day today. But he's also had some very empty
now
ones.
you're just, isn't it?
Very on theme.
Well, because it's Azir or
Azir, Taliyah, but then you leave them both up, but Taliyah wins. So you have to ban Taliyah here, but then they get a free.
We love JoJo in this household.
I think this is
I miss our little NA king.
Because has been one of our better Trundles, looked great on the champion. And this is the least surprising thing that's happened here today, as Taliyah gets taken by BDD. BDD obviously has been the front runner for KT, and getting his pick on arguably the best mid laner in the meta is a big win. There's also a lot of the counter picks, as mentioned, already taken away. Unless you want to go
mid
deep into the
laner in
pockets
the
of like
meta?
Silas, which this early on I think is a big risk, because we've seen Rise into
MSA
it
starts
already
on the
taken away. We've seen Victor
29th?
into it. This matchup,
27th.
I don't think is exciting. There's a reason
In 2
why
weeks.
we
Friday,
didn't see these blind
June
Azirs anymore.
27th.
It's because of this exact matchup. It's just so
Okay.
hard
Correct.
to find consistent angles if you are the Azir.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why the Azir's win rate has been lower and lower is that's a Graves hover there for Owner. We're going to try not
Faker
to react
on
to that one too
Azir.
much.
Let's go.
But it is because a lot of players, BDD is one of them, who has just been picking the Azir first and then getting Taliyah.
It's specified. Why don't you like Skarner?
And then crash the champion.
Owner down.
Yeah, but if you're a tier 1,
Do you stream other stuff or just League? Either one is cool. Just love your content. Thank you, True. I normally just stream League, but recently I went to Streamer University and I have learned the way of IRL streams, so I've been doing some IRL streams here and there.
Classic Gragas counter pick that is still open. As instead, maybe
Owner Skarner is such a troll. Does that mean we're going to game 5, bro?
It's perfect. Going to get the Yorick here. And you can see that man looking to bounce back in a big way after that rough game number 1.
Yeah,
or game number 2, rather. Game number 1 was great.
Yeah, we've seen Yorick be so powerful in more recent
Yo,
patches.
Guma, can you play something fun so I don't fall asleep during this game?
Players have been playing it so
Please?
much as the Sejuani going to be locked in alongside it. Kind of feels weird, right? Because you can imagine that Permafrost synergy alongside a Yorick is going to be there, but Yorick doesn't want you in his lane, so it does feel a little bit strange as a Renekton. A consideration here for Doran. And it looks like so many T1 drops
Guma, can
of
you
the
please
past, right?
Play
The
something.
Azir in the mid lane,
Can
a
you
lot
pull
of
out your
consistent
Jinx?
damage. Some
I'll give you a
more
big old
early
kiss
lane
on your forehead
dominance
if you
as
bring
far
out
as
your
the top lane
Jinx.
pick is concerned. Nameplate might be changed, but
MSI is
the
going to be
vibe
in
is certainly
Vancouver,
still
Canada.
there. Gumayusi Carrier just waiting to try and get some counter pick options if they can find them.
TYLER's just such a crazy pick into all of these champions.
Owner
Yeah,
is
this
free
the
from the
problem.
chains.
Sometimes you can
He
ignore
won't have
the
to play
problem and it goes
Sedge.
away.
Not BDD's TYLER, yeah.
And sometimes you
Good
can't.
morning, Arch.
And he won't go away.
I do think that the cohesion is better on T1, and not just because they picked a bunch of, you know, Shreeman champions. Like, that's fun. That's
Yeah.
cute. But mostly because these are a lot of power picks. We know these players are good in these champions. There's, as you already mentioned, the 2v2 synergy in jungle and mid. There is the Renekton, the Azir, which, you know, that goes way back. That's, that's a classic as well.
A pigeon and a crocodile.
Oh yeah, as we are currently looking at maybe banning away all engage supports.
He's gonna surprise y'all this game.
And then you just pick the other one that's left.
He's gonna surprise y'all real bad.
It becomes kind of crazy here. So you might instead pick an AD carry on 4 and just look to go for.
What do y'all think Guma is gonna play this game?
Carry a counter pick. Now Xayah is still open. I'm imagining that's
Jinx.
what T1 wants to go towards here.
Samira.
So maybe we see
Jinx,
a ban here by
Samira. Jinx,
KT.
Samira. Jinx,
Yeah, that would mean
Samira,
leaving
Jinx,
up the
Samira.
Leona, but things like Renata are still there, I guess.
Yeah.
But it does feel
If
a
he
little bit
plays
more
Ashe,
like
I'm
Leo
not
engages.
watching
The
this
Caitlyn
game.
gonna be
I'm
taken away from
literally
Guma,
going.
certainly
I will turn
one of
off
his
the
favorite
stream.
picks.
It's just Xayah?
If
Well,
he
I think
locks in
that's
Ashe,
probably
I will
what
turn
he's
off
going
the
to
stream.
do.
The only downside of Xayah is that Jinx is still open, and I think this is a pretty good Jinx spot. It's kind of tough for T1 to consistently get backline access.
Let's see what they do decide to go with. Guma could just take the Jinx if he'd like.
Jinx,
because then
Samira.
Dom does have a difficult matchup. I'd actually written down the Lucian. This is something that Gumayusi, on his resurgence, found a lot of success on. And that is going to be the lock-in here, unless something changes in the nick of time, but it does not. So not with the same level of range as that Jinx that you were talking about, but it does feel way worse picking Jinx into this, especially with Carrier.
That's fair.
The
That's
counterpick
fair.
Angle. That is still a big grin on Peter's face, which
That's fair.
is a little bit frightening.
Makes it
See what
hard
they
for
decide to do.
KT. Oh,
Samira.
Samira Leona.
Is that why?
Well, Brom's
No.
out. Like, Brom's out.
No. No, they're toying with it.
Ezreal Leona is fine as well. I think Leona Ez makes a lot of sense. They pick Leona here and then they're going to contemplate, is what I imagine is happening.
I
Ezreal's
hope
the
they
safer pick.
lose
Ezreal's a lot
if
of
they don't
innate
pick
safety
Samira now.
against
Because
the,
there's no way you hover that
the-
and you play in our
what do you
faces
call it?
and pick
For Renekton,
Ezreal.
You can get away from Azir relatively
There's
easily.
no
You
way.
really shouldn't be impaled.
T1
There is gonna be
annihilate
that.
them.
I would have
annihilate them.
We knew it wasn't going to happen. And now what is the counter pick gonna
No,
be? It's gonna be Nami or
you
Melio, which
play with
obviously
us
pair really well
and you
together.
hover Samira
What about
and
Big
then you
Bad Brad?
pick the worst
Will be a
champion in the
very
whole
carry, I think,
freaking
but
game.
into-
Oh, the wife steal.
Into Ezreal.
Yo, truly,
Just, I don't know if you get
truly
quite as much value.
T1,
Oh,
take
no,
their
no, no,
cheeks.
no, no,
I
no,
just,
no.
no,
He's definitely
he's memeing.
He's
Take
It's
their
Big Bad Brad.
cheeks.
There we go.
So
Okay,
playing
legendary bard.
very
It would have been
focused on
so
lane,
cute if Guma and
playing
Carrier
Taliyah
matched with
into
their
Bard
T1
is
skins,
actually
but
kind of obnoxious. That is one of the few champions
say it with me
that
if you
any champion,
agreed.
and Yorick as
You
well on the
will
sideline
feed,
without a dash,
okay?
It's just
No,
obnoxious.
truly,
It's so easy
Cupcake.
for the
That
enemy to
was
collapse.
so
T1 have obviously
disrespectful.
used this pick
Hovering
with great
Samira and then
efficiency. When
picking
it comes to power picks,
literally
I
could have
take
picked
KT's
any
side
other
every time,
champion.
Right? Like I'm looking at the Yorick, which
Literally
is a
could have
top tier pick
picked
right now. I
any
don't
other
think the
champion in the
Renekton's really
game, but they
inspiring.
picked
I'm looking
Ezreal.
at TYLER, who to me is the premier mid laner right
Oh,
now.
you
that is
will
in a
rue
winning
the day.
matchup, even though she got counter picked. Bot
You
lane
will
is
rue
obviously
the
tough
day.
in the 2v2. But it goes back to that game number 2 as well. This is a lot of comfort for T1. It's Faker on Azir, it's Carrier on Bard. And maybe that's enough to take away some of the power of those picks that KT have gotten for themselves here.
Come on,
Yeah,
T1.
I would agree. I do think that there is, like, if you look
T1
at
low-key
how
make
these
this one a quick
competitions are
one,
gonna
bro.
interact with one another, there is certainly that edge for KT. But like you say, this just looks like a T1 draft. And they're coming off the back of a victory. We have to remember that they're the team
I don't
that
know why they
hadn't
love
been playing
Ezreal
very
so
much
bad.
over the last couple of
Yo,
weeks.
the-
KT that's been running this
the
gauntlet
3-0
this
changed
entire
to
time,
3-1.
feeling a
It's
little bit
funny.
warmer. And now T1 have to step off after like 2-0-2 losses in a row, and then a big break, and then stepping onto this huge stage. And you can imagine one game in lieu makes a fair bit of sense. now back on the horse, seeing what they can get done. This is going to be a big test for KT to try and bounce back.
Yeah, no, I've never been a big fan of Lucian.
Such an indoor gymnasium
in
erupting
pro play.
here.
There's only one player. There's two
team.
players that can play
T1,
Lucian.
I think gonna need a little bit of extra energy in
Jackie
this game. I don't
Love
think they have the same level of checkmate
and Young.
that they had in the first
Everybody
one.
else,
The Nocturne really making sure that Dom was just
their
eliminated
Lucian
before he
does
even
not
really
devour.
started, like plugging in his mouse, which might have been why we had such a long delay before we got into game 2. That might explain something. We couldn't quite figure out how Doran was supposed to play the game, and then we just went in and played it anyway, which felt a little unfair, didn't it? Because he didn't really play the game.
Yeah, post-early game, I don't think a lot of the decisions in that game really mattered. It's just one of those comps, you know?
Yesterday was also a 5-game reverse sweep. Yeah, by Genji, yeah.
Credit to T1 for getting ahead. But
They
I mean,
reverse
if you're in
sweeped
if you're in
HLE,
KT's shoes,
right?
I'm like, oh, well, whatever. You know, they got ahead early. I think that's the type of loss you can shake off a lot more easily as opposed to some of the losses KT have inflicted on other teams.
All right, well, Peter's going in. Carrier's taking a little bit of damage here as Dom trying to land these Mystic shots. Piercing light.
I need
going
T1 to
connect
make
there
this
very
a
nicely
quick
by Gumayushi.
23-minuter.
I basically judge how Lucian is played by how many of the Qs you weave through minions and hit your opponent. That was how I used to cast Uzi playing this champion, where if you remember, when Uzi was winning, he wasn't allowed to play that champion. When he was losing, he wasn't allowed to play that champion. As we've got another engage as level 2s have been hit across the board. Dom still trying to fight here as Carrier with the meep slap, trying to get the work done as now Peter possibly overextended the flash forward. The flash in response from Peter. Oh! First blood for Dom. It will be a 1-for-1 as Gumayushi's able to lock that one down, and he does have the advantage in health.
Well,
but still,
first blood doesn't give you that
play.
extra gold anymore, so it's
I think
chill.
that's a win for T1. As a
Yeah,
really,
it's the
yeah,
gold
this
going
is not a fun
on.
matchup. This won't be a fun matchup. I am still unsure why we picked Azir here.
Yeah.
I think that's favorable slightly for T1, even though first blood goes to KT because the wave state is really rough. Guma gets to keep control of the wave, and Owner's pathing bot. So Guma can just stay in this wave.
Shout out Uzi? Wait, why are we shouting out Uzi?
Doran has prio top, so he's just like, I know that. I think they did track where Cuz was early.
Oh, he was talking about
Doran put down the
Lucian.
ward, right? So he can just go and invade. And
Sorry,
delay.
my brain is probably
so
at
lane gets,
like a
pushed down
capacity
little further.
of
The upside
2%.
For is that he did go
Yeah. No, I definitely heard it, and I do remember now.
Yeah, managed to get that
But my
first
brain
blood, which
is
does mean that that
truly
stack up. Doesn't give you any
lagging
battle stats, though, as
IRL.
Another seismic shove going to connect. Wow, BDD should play this Taliyah more often. He's really good at it.
I'm a little slow right now. Y'all know those like circling loading bars when you're like waiting for something to load?
You just need to find
That's
the moment for
me
himself.
permanently
Okay,
right
there's a
now.
journey for the carrier. Peter gonna get thrown back towards the enemy team, but yeah, he's a Leona, so he's gonna be okay.
Is
Dom
Peter's
isn't
name
okay. He's gonna
actually
spend most of his
Peter?
time in the base as BDD had to
I would like
flash
to do
away
some
from
research
Faker.
on that man.
What happened in mid? I'm never going to T-He ever again. T-He's are just
This is really
dangerous.
all
Peter,
your fault, Atlas.
League of Legends.
Wait, are you saying that perhaps I cast a curse?
No, I'm memeing.
Oh. I thought you were just going to say the cast curses are real.
Oh, you
His
know I
real
never
name
would do
is
that.
Jung
But I mean,
Hyun
they are.
Soo.
Well, they're not.
He's 22,
But
born in
we can say they
03,
are, you know, if we all
April
believe it, maybe it is.
28th.
It
That's
does
very
give,
nice.
it gives us a bit more power
Have you
than we
heard
deserve.
about manifesting?
Oh god, yes I have. BDD is manifesting a seismic shove from mid lane. He
He
did
doesn't
do
have
that.
damage is the problem. You know, he's sitting on only a tier and boots, so Faker not really impressed by what is happening. Trades are still okay, but BDD, as long as it doesn't trade health, because Faker will
Is Faker even trying
There's
to
the replay.
dodge? What's going on, Bree?
And so the seismic
The
shove-
Taliyah shoves.
Yeah, it's the sidestep and the
It's a
seismic
mental
shove.
game.
And the fact that BDD doesn't
It's
have
all a
mana,
mental game.
And Faker obviously with the
Peter,
shield,
League of
just stacking
Legends,
the lethal
name,
tempo.
origin.
Enough damage available to bully this Taliyah, and that's a big win. Getting that early flash out of BDD means that any owner gank is going to be way more potent. Same for Carrier. And with that bot lane gank that owner found, Dom now actually behind in this 2v2.
Yep, you've got now Perfect with his ghoulies towards this top side, battling the two-man of Gumiyushi
No
and Carrier,
answer.
who've once again gone for that lane swap. Peter turns up. I was actually a little bit worried of for Perfect just then, but did of course have his Leona on the way.
Right now it's 1-1.
They don't have damage is the issue here. We do see Ping go down. And we see the immediate startup for Owner here. Setting up for that Dragon.
Yeah, this is a lot of control for T1 in this early game. And they are making this gold lead go up.
Someone get Race
First
on
mountain
Mata
streak
stat.
going to be important as well.
I'm slowly making it through.
It's going to be feeling pretty nice. As Faker just going to help out. And Doran is going to be here alongside as well. So a little bit of a reset for Gumiyushi and Carrier. Just took a wave and are just going to head back again as the Dragon is going to be taken. So there it is. Perfect going to have to be a little careful knowing that there are a few people on this bottom side as the teleport comes in.
Carrier.
Yep, slice and dice. And Ona has come on over with that boulder in hand. As Perfect, he's running
You're running the wrong way.
Dead. It's just how much
Perfect.
more work can he get done?
You're running the wrong way, silly Billy.
Gumiyushi that's able to help pick
Why
up
are you
this
running
kill.
that way?
Couldn't have been worse here for the KT top laner.
That is painful. There's no cross-map trade available. We're seeing that
See, he's
Perfect
dodging.
gets focused again. As T1 seems to have
If I
identified a
played
weak
York.
spot in the armor of KT. And
I lost
one
so many
consistent
friends
win
today
con
for
that
doing the
KT
right
had,
thing.
which
What
is BDD.
happened?
After that play from Faker, just haven't been able to
True,
find the same
true.
impact. What are they going to do? Try to dive a Renekton?
He got the name Peter when
Yeah, I
he
don't know
started
about
his
that.
pro
That
career in
sounds
North
a little bit
America with
worrying.
Like
PSN
they might
Academy.
try. I don't think it'll work though, because Owner's already on the way.
Well, Doc Tom is just picking up this wave. Cuz
Is that
moving
really
in.
why?
Just looking to zone
Just picked it
Doran
up when he
away
was over
from the
here?
experience.
But there's
nothing
no one
bottom lane.
answering. And
Yeah.
like BDD is roaming up
Oh.
KT.
This feels like a
desperate.
desperate all-in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see whether they can actually make something happen. Because clearing out the very dangerous Krugs.
Yeah, this is. So no
That
one's
man
answering
said
bot
the
wave.
very
The- so team
dangerous
is just getting
Krugs
ahead.
because
Like, I know
Doran
that no
died
one's
to
answering
them
top wave
earlier.
either, but
He's not gonna
he's
let
also getting
Doran
pushed.
ever
Yeah, there
forget
was
that
no-
So
happened.
now T1 is going to get a plate. Obviously, the bot side situation isn't great.
No, like
And
he's actually
T1,
trolling. That's very
Unlike
funny.
KT have not been sharing
That's very, very
experience.
funny.
Doran just gets back. Guma further accelerated.
Yeah,
And
level
all of these
5.
things.
Ooh. Doc Tom is level 6, never mind. As okay, Ona coming in, driving forward. The Arcane Shift is fantastic. That's a decent True Shot barrage as well, but now Peter is looking worse for wear. Winter's Wrath not going to quite get too much done as here is Faker! But he gets stunned up immediately! That was fantastically played, and they take down the Azir. They have to trade Peter for it, but man, that could have been so much worse for KT. Cuz read it like a book as Doran, with that Dominus now proc, Doctom playing out of his mind, but he will get cosmically bound.
Oh.
And the magical journey
Good
will get
Bard
T1
portal.
to safety. That's going to save
Wow.
it for the moment. And Faker, after that play, picks up an immediate Merc
Wow.
Treads.
Wow,
Yeah,
wow,
Kruz
wow.
did kind of dunk in them there. That was, oh, that could have been.
Goku, not
game-losing
really,
situation
but
for
I will
KT. If
definitely
this skirmish
sleep
goes all right, I
after
think
the
that might just
series
be it.
is
So we see
concluded.
here T1, they're a member up. They feel confident going for this play. Peter gets taken low, but Leona very tanky, able to flash out his. Oh, Doran.
Oh dear. Yeah, seismic
Oh my
shotgun
gosh,
through the Renekton
Ree.
around here.
Causes
as Peter
there. He's-
should
I'm
be
so
able to
sorry
hold
that
the position.
happened.
Yep, they want to give the kill over to BDD. They do so successfully.
Because that is
and
not
KT well and
okay.
truly back on the horse.
And these are big moments, Atlas, because it felt like
I'm okay
KT
with being Atlas. It's fine.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I should call you by your name.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I'm being
I
rude.
I
He
thought I
was
got
in
another
NA
name.
for Worlds. He did
That's
Jungle
cool.
with Belveth
I don't know.
and died
I
to
could have a
Grom.
few more. That could be Atlas.
Wait, he was
What
jungling
is
as
Atlas?
Belveth?
Okay, never mind.
In
You
NA?
have a point. You're in the middle of a point.
Was this in, like, a ranked match?
Because now we're in this
Or,
whole
like,
naming
Oh,
situation.
during a
really needs
Worlds
to be
game?
Stubborn chronicler.
I would never. So, want to highlight that this is it's a big moment for KT because I do think
No,
it
that
gets a T1
sounds
top position if they
crazy.
start getting
Especially if
ahead.
you're just trying to
You have
offer
a
help.
decent amount of people that can face
I'm
check
really
for
sorry
KT,
that happened.
But you are, again, relatively short range. So if you're just trying to walk in, you're walking the Bard bindings. There's a Skarner, but you're not quite sure why. There's an Azir
Oh,
that
in
sets up his
For
soldiers.
the champion
Retaking
service.
control can be very tough unless you fully commit to an engage. So big moment there. And it all starts with Cuz finding that ultimate and then the subsequent plays from KT.
Finding the angles as Peter walking over a ward. Carrier in position. Will be able to cosmically bind the Leona. And I know how much Peter cares about that. It's to the tune of about 0. Kind of like the amount of damage that he takes from a Bard. So nothing really going to happen there. Carrier getting a bunch more information though.
And I think all 3 games have gone this way. Early on, T1's laning, barring Faker obviously doing a lot better in this one.
Yep.
But most of the first 2 games, and even in this one early on, I think T1 has been better with where they move on the map.
I can't stop the
Getting in the right
yawns.
place at the right time. Cross-map plays.
I'm trying, but it's
in
impossible.
Game 1 was more than enough from KT. Partially the draft, partially just the execution. Cuz in particular, as well as Peter, I think, having some highlight performances there. And game
Maybe
number
you
2,
need a
T1
snack.
snowballed
I've
the
been
game to the point
snacking
where
this
KT
whole
didn't get to play
time.
anymore. Don't
I still
think
got
we're
some
really on that
apples.
track right now, and T1's comp can still
You know what I
team fight.
think I
Skarner
need?
comps, you're never really going to count them out as
Whoa!
well.
There's a flash in. It's a decent buffer as the Tempered Fate goes down. Owner looks for the crash onto Peter, and it doesn't get the stun. As
He's
the
so
Exhaust doing so
tanky.
much work onto Cuz, but the both junglers getting taken down so low. Gumayushi having to
He's
go
so
so far
tanky.
forward. As they do both fall, and the wall
Nice
goes down.
ult.
The flashes, they come in, and the seismic shove just barely missing onto Carrier, and Faker decides, nah, man, I ain't going in on that one. That was a very cute fake.
He said,
My
and
goodness, that could have
psych.
been a disaster. Seismic shove this time. He's going to connect, and Peter is there to follow up BDD with a big old rock right on top of the pigeon, and he goes down.
Just leave!
Just
Yeah.
leave, Loki.
You could have just left!
I wasn't ready to play-by-play because I thought it was over, Chronicler.
Also, yeah, I'm a bit baffled. So let's take another look here. This play is good, but this is a Sejuani. Cuz gets the buffer, then kind of Zonya's the culling in a way. And then it's still Sejuani with Aftershock and a clip.
It's
so
not
he ends up going down.
over.
Thomas in an awkward spot. BDD comes in. This ult from Faker. Wonderful.
That
Well
was
done.
troll.
Then
That was
Carrier
troll
gets
by
the-
multiple
even though he gets
parties in the
Aftershock, gets
T1
the
team.
connection first, and then he just leave.
He should
Just
be
leave.
banned
Just-
from
just-
playing Skarner.
Why are we taking the greedy path back?
yeah.
And the BDD
Faker is not so bad. He just made one mistake. OMG.
Let's do it again, baby. As the Ocean
Yeah, maybe
Drake down
he's
to 50%,
just
Cuz in
tired.
position. This is likely to be
Cut
another
him some
50-50,
slack.
unless it's not. Owner is holding them in position. Well, not a whole lot happens. He does manage to lock down the Dragon, and they kill BDD. True Shot Barrage doing so much work, though, as it's a Cloud Soul. That's really cool. Still, it's Doctom with the kill. Cuz still wanting to find more. Has T1 in an awkward spot on the map. Cuz able to create the distance. A 3 versus 3 as the flash forward comes in from Doran. And out goes Perfect. He has to flash, though, and Doran decides, all right, I guess I'll just kill your turret.
Big win for Doran. And T1 get the Dragon. That's the big thing. Cloud Soul.
Oh, dear. Doran is underneath the turret. He just gets obliterated. Yeah, Perfect. Not a whole lot he can do about that one.
Yeah, that's the only appropriate response.
See, like, Doran
Perfect thinking that the heal
can
was gonna
make
be enough,
plays like
right?
that,
Yorick has so much
but
build sustain to
also
his kit. But Doran knows his
he
limits,
can int.
knows his damage output. As we take a little look here, this is a great turn.
Like,
from
wow.
T1. Just straight onto BDD.
You
who
never
doesn't have
know
his
what
flash.
Doran is gonna
And
do.
Owner ends
Like,
up going
he's
down.
always gonna
That flash was
surprise
very
you.
tragic. Sorry, Owner.
I think
But-
that's pretty fun.
We are going in once again. Owner is in a lot of trouble. Sorry, Owner continues here as he will go down. Good little pick there for KT.
Hey, Owner,
whole lot
do
to
you
get
want to,
on the
like,
map right now.
not int?
Sometimes I'm worried, you know, that you
How do
kind
we
of start
feel
to
about
lose
that?
yourself in the series.
Yeah.
And then you see the players are like, you know, it's not just casters. It happens to players as well. Because a lot of unforced errors now coming through both sides, really. Guma will be able to pick up the first blood on the turret here. I don't think a punish is
He's
imminent.
kind of
That's me.
running it
Yeah, there's a
Level
lot there.
10. and
harder than
very
Doran, which is a
Gumayushi
low-key
here.
hard thing to
Very fat.
do.
Doctom has also been able to pick up a lot of gold, but both of them are 3-0, so
Yeah, they're
definitely
looking
not
pretty
too
good.
bad.
Guys, I think
What
we
happened
must
here?
face the music.
Ah.
We will be
Faker
going to game
forces and
5.
Owner tries to follow up and Cuz. So it's really Owner dying for Faker's play.
Yeah. I feel like the Emperor's Divide went in an odd direction for what they wanted to achieve there.
Yeah, this Azir hasn't really been hitting the mark for me, Atlas. It's not been great. What has been is this game, because you know we can be like, oh man, this is a clean. guys, it's telecom war. Just take what you get.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
And
we just accept it for
what
what it is.
What we get in a telecom war
Thank you for the follow,
is
fam. Hope you're having a
just
good
what
day
it
today.
is. You can't say whether it's
Good
good,
night
whether it's bad.
tonight.
It just is. The telecom war will dictate
Bench,
itself.
Faker,
Exists.
and
As, all right,
series
Seismic Shove
ends
gonna
in
collect.
4. T1
Carrier here
attacks.
momentarily. The Impale only onto Cuz, and he's okay with that as Faker goes in, but he doesn't find the angle for the Emperor to survive because he doesn't have it
They
yet.
benched him.
Seismic
They
Shove
would
connects,
lose.
and Faker and Ona both go down.
Are
Dr.
you
doing
saying
so much damage as
it'd
Doran
be a
is killing
3-1?
perfect again in this bottom lane. Yeah, the Crocodile is going to become a huge problem, but KT do win a team fight. We can celebrate both, I guess,
Okay.
individually.
Faker
Is
pulls
Doran
that.
gonna carry
How
this
are we in
one?
the
Oh
game?
no, that was such a...
We should not put ourselves in a predicament where we have to rely on Doran. Yeah, that's me, Abby.
Doran's Renekton, baby. That's
how we save it.
That's how we're saving it. As this 1-2 of Sejuani and Leona is so insanely strong. So much damage goes through. BDD, he does flash.
Hear me
which in
out.
hindsight
I take
he
a
didn't
little
have to,
5-minute
but it puts Faker
powwow.
in such an awkward position. And with carry already low, Guma obviously doesn't want to go down. As that makes way more sense.
Yes.
So Perfect goes into cancel the
you,
TP, but
Abby.
he's in a wave. So
Thank you for
Yeah, he
watching.
just dies.
you know what?
Actually, kind of in the context of that being a part of all of the other plays.
I think that's worth. Like
yeah.
I know feels
See
bad
you
for
in a few
Perfect, and as
hours.
you say, the Crocodile, Apex Predator, unchanged for millions of. That's going to be a problem that KT will have to deal with. But it does mean that they get the Herald and they win the topside fight. Probably for the state of the game, still decent for KT. For Perfect's lane, it's obviously a complete disaster.
It is. And the Yorick does want to be in a better position than this. That's just kind of how
Stop
it goes,
torturing
but
yourself.
Doran having a great
The thing
time in
is,
this
like,
early
I
game.
genuinely do
Peter
want to
collecting
see
some
this
petals for his
series play out with
keep
y'all,
going back
though.
to Talia, though, 'cause
Like,
so much
I
of
actually want to see
T1's
it
current
through.
win conditions are short-range carries that need to dash.
Yeah.
And they're playing into Talia, they're playing into Leona, and they're playing into Kuz's Sejuani.
And we haven't really addressed it quite as much, but Doctum is 4-0-3 on the Ezreal. He's having a very good time. As Peter, sometimes you want a Hex Flash. And by sometimes, I mean, I'm pretty sure all of our supports always want a Hex Flash.
Ooh, another
And they are going to
intermission.
be able to do that. There's now the Maiden going a bit aggressive here towards Faker. As Ona coming down, looking for the angle. Seismic Shove going to connect onto Carrier, but not too much else going to come of it. The control ward going over the ward.
BDT
the
doesn't
wall.
have Leandris yet, so he doesn't have that much damage. Only sitting on
If
the
KT
Saros
wins
right
this
now.
game, I might go to sleep.
Kuz is 105 heart steals.
And
That
we
man is
will
stacking,
watch
Atlas.
the
He'd certainly
ending
be stacking.
tomorrow.
You are 100% correct.
Double that of Owner. That's the
Actually,
only way we
tomorrow's
measure
my
jungle
day off.
performance.
Oh my goodness. Twice the jungler of it in this game.
See,
That
this is
is
why I need to see it
ridiculous.
through, man.
As save the Maiden, save the Maiden, save the Maiden, save the Maiden. He didn't save the Maiden.
It's not fair. Maiden has a health bar and
Sand
oh,
Soldiers
it's
do
the
not.
deep flanking Doran. Or is it Doran dying? We don't know.
We're not sure, but he's near a Krug camp, and we know that that has been a problematic position for him. However, Owner is over here. Can they actually get in and save their Crocodiles? The Solar Flare comes through. Oh, the ulti goes to
Yo,
Narnia from
this
Kuz.
man is
And
getting
there's the Impale.
flamed.
He finds the backline, he finds
This
Speedy.
man is
Dum-Dum
getting
turns up,
flamed
but he's way too late,
IRL,
and the Tech
dude.
with Fate will catch him. He does flash himself out of the way, and Dr.
How does
at
the
least
R
for
still
now,
come out,
he's going to be
bro?
able to stand his ground, and in fact, he's doing a lot of damage back.
Nah, 'cause
But
Doran's
they've lost their mid
eating.
laner, they've lost their support, and T1 fighting back so well in this mid-game.
So Kuz is still alive, but I don't think he can get anywhere near this. It's a Doran carry performance, baby!
Doran
absolutely
carrying?
is, and this is
Guys,
what
I'm
happens.
terrified.
It's on the eve
If
of
Doran
the
is our
final match.
carry,
in
we're in
these
trouble.
situations that Doran performs the best. And he wants that rematch against Zeus. He absolutely does.
If Kuz is there, I think they have the burst to take him down, but they just don't.
I
Peter
promise
ends up
you, Doran does
getting
not
taken.
want a
Owner,
rematch versus
I'm
Zeus.
sorry about the joke, Owner. I didn't mean it. I was
Zeus
joking
will
about
make
the
that
hard
man
skill
look like
stacks. Finds
a
the flash and
silly
the ult,
little Billy.
but onto
Tempered fate
BDD.
as well from Carrier. Waits for the opportune moment.
The silliest
That's all
of
right. It
Billies.
ain't over yet, but it is looking better here for T1.
It's a lot of sums. It's soul point secured, Atlas.
Yeah, that's the big deal. And it's Cloud Soul as well, ladies and gentlemen. That
I
is
just
a
want to
very good
remind you,
soul.
Zeus's only weakness for
bias.
2 years was Doran. And do you
I think you
find
should
that
say that after every
still the
statement, just
case?
to be very
May I
You can just
remind
say
you
no
what
bias
happened
all
in the
time.
first time
Maybe we
when
can just,
T1
like, make a
faced
disclaimer in the
HLE?
beginning and say, by the way, there's no bias.
Or like the legal disclaimer where you just have like a million statements.
Yeah. We'll just rush through the whole thing.
I'd be happy to write that. You know how many in-jokes we can get into that?
We could get a lot.
Well, there's years of LCK. This is kind of cool.
I reckon
It
we'll get
is
to work on that one.
a breath
maybe
of fresh
between today and
air
tomorrow,
with him carrying.
depending on who we're preparing
Oh,
for.
really
As
good.
Dr.
Just give
and
me a deadline
Gumushi.
like that.
Go wash my
Very
hair
well.
again.
It's not enough time
What do you mean?
to write a whole legal disclaimer.
I believe in you, Chronicler.
Well, you shouldn't.
Okay. T1 now with the largest advantage that we've seen so far this game.
I'm in
But
California,
it's still
Abby.
9 to 9
And
in
yeah, we're
kills.
watching
It's-
the
They
It's
have
minor.
Soul Point. They have Feats of Strength. Arakan's still up and available. That is chilling there towards the bottom side. T1 maybe with an opportunity to try and take it, but we've seen Atakans be hit or
Never
miss
be
when it comes to
Doran?
finding some angles.
I don't think you want to do
Ever?
that against TYLER1 and Ezreal. They get so much free damage off. Unless you look for an
All
aggressive
Doran has to
re-engage.
do
But
is
right now, I
avoid
think Doran's
drugs.
chill
Y'all
because
never gonna let
you
that
need
die.
Starix on Doran. Because if you think Doran,
Doran
was
is
hard to kill
never going to
before,
hear the end of
Yeah.
that. He's going to be
and I think he has
35
it
years
on this
old,
base.
retired with
Playing
a
around the
wife
crocodile,
and
I think, is
children,
the angle
and
here
his
for
child is going to
T1.
run up to him and be like, "Daddy,
Very
Daddy."
good item is now done
Do you remember
for
when
Gumushi
you
at the
died
same
to
time, so that's
Krugs?
some big item spikes coming in tandem.
Oh,
He
yeah,
will
I think
never
T1
live that
T1
down.
the trigger here. I wouldn't be after the clear because owner obviously needs to clear his top side.
What's going on,
Doran needs to
jerks?
push
How
out the
you
wave,
doing?
But I wouldn't be shocked if T1 just set up.
And I'm a
attempt to fight.
Zeus
They have-
Glazer. You sure are.
Their engage is
Mr.
kinda weird, right?
Zeus
'Cause
is the
obviously
best
Faker
League
can
of
go
Legends
in,
player to
you
ever
have the Bardold,
exist.
and then you have the Skarner. So it's
Girl, be
decent.
serious. I am. That's going to
I'm
happen.
going aggressive as Peter
Mark
able to
my
soak the culling
words.
very comfortably.
It's a good trade of health, but there's no dragon, so
Yeah, not having to worry about it for the next 2 minutes time, so possibly a little bit of an overreaction. Still, getting the ultimate just for a few Mystic shots landing. Dr. playing up in this lane.
Otacon, though, that's what KT is playing for, or at least positioning and some vision control around that area. Don't
Yeah.
want to let T1 just set up for free.
True Shot Barrage, just clear out this wave. And yeah, Perfect is not allowed to lane alongside Doran. You can see there in the minimap, the Renekton is not somewhere that the Yorick can be. That's just how this game is going to go, at least for the next little while. He has caught back up when it comes to farm, but it's that 0-3 that we're seeing that is making things very, very difficult for this Yorick in this lane. 2,000 gold the lead for the Crocodile.
It's almost movie-esque, right? Yorick is just a hard-working member of Summoner's Rift trying to live his life, but
Yeah.
he keeps getting bothered by a pesky crocodile. It's rude.
He just wants to dig holes, man.
Yeah.
He just wants to
Yeah,
shovel
Abby.
about.
Yorick maybe not the best character because he, his whole backstory is kind of dark.
He is
but it's fine.
somewhat
We
of
don't
an
talk about the
undertaker.
lore. Yeah.
Yeah. Faker's still hanging around this Otacon, but just clearing out waves. We haven't started anything just yet. And it does feel like the game is kind of stalled out. But the problem is, T1 are in such a good spot. With the fact that they take control of side lanes with this Yorick actually on the map is just not what KT wants. That was
I don't think we're
going to
getting
be
a
their point of
23-minute
power.
game, guys.
Winning sides with the Yorick was how
I
this
normally
was
play
kind of built.
solo, Abby.
And that is not something that has eventuated.
So there aren't that many mercs on the side of T1 though. So there is obviously like Doran. I don't think you can turn onto. I think he's just too beefy. But if you can actually get on top of Guma, might be an angle. The fact that there's actually, I take it back. I'm looking at McKill's cleanse and flash available. So
yeah, there's a few things that they
target
can do.
selection is really hard for KT. Maybe you're just relying on the poke of this TYLER1 as well as this Ezreal.
They do have a lot, like, if they get the chain CC down, then, someone is going to die, is how it's going to go.
Maybe.
Teleport in from Doran.
Look, I guess they're taking down Owner's shield. That's nice. He went to pistol as well.
Yeah.
More damage for that almost level 16 Renekton.
The Dominus is really going to be
4-0.
cutting through them.
I'm joking.
Yeah. All right, Cubs looking for a bit of an angle here as the seismic shove does pull him back. That is a lot of damage to Tempered Fate. Holds him in position though. It kind of nullifies the Impale at the same time, and there's a kill for the Yorick. The Emperor's Divide connects onto 3, but Faker is still taking so much damage, and Dom is untouched. True Shot Barrage not quite doing enough and Doran gets on top of the Ezreal. No flash left. He's Cullen, the Meek.
It's a 3 for
and that
3,
is exactly
dude.
what KT are in the eyes of this Crocodile. T1.
Both carries are still alive on T1.
And he's underneath
None
the
are
turret
alive
yet again.
on
Community possibly in
KT.
a little bit of trouble as the turret. He's
But it
taking
doesn't matter
one.
because we're
now Doran
inting.
having to run away, and Perfect is still alive.
It doesn't
Cuz
matter
is now
'cause
able
we're
to try and help him in
inters.
this 1v1 as the goalie wall goes up and the Crocodile might
And
go
who's
down.
the
What
biggest
are we
inter of
doing?
them
I
all?
have no idea. I think they're all dead.
That was a stalemate. It's a free for free trade. You don't have Dragon, or sorry, you don't have your jungler, but KT can't do Dragon because Renekton. And oh my God,
That was a lot of money.
If
that's
you
denial at the
greed,
very
what
least on the
happens,
soul.
Jack?
Wait. Perfect was 0-3-0.
Yep.
He's now 3-3-2.
Yeah. Well, how did we discount the team fighting Yorick, Atlas? That's on us.
Oh, because he was side laning. That's not what a Yorick's supposed to do. He's supposed to wait for the team fights. Oh, curses. That was so silly of me.
The decision
Serious
making by
question, what
T1
did
is
he
really because I think the execution in the fight.
Well, he's back to
Great
his normal
salvage of the
BS.
situation
So.
on owner here, right? They set
Yeah.
up.
How do
but
we feel about that Bard
how
ult,
long it
y'all?
takes for Doran to join? Still no. Imagine if he's here. This fight is just donezo, but instead, Guma, even though he doesn't get taken long,
How do we
either,
feel
sees
about
it for
that
so long. I guess they
Bard
just get
ult?
Nash, so I guess
Personally,
it's fine.
I don't think
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
I guess that's what happens.
That's a T1 Nash. Sorry, my bad, T1. All calculated.
Yeah, so
They didn't even get out of
distract
I don't think I'm a
KT
fan.
with a team fight and a dragon.
We got Baron though.
And so
They
it is
lull
it.
them
Yeah.
to a false sense of security. This is a telecom war. That's what this is.
This is and that was a T1 Baron. If ever we've seen one.
Wait, so now they can't really do Otacon anymore.
Well, I mean,
they're going to try.
KT, I think, are going to try and keep them down here because it means that the Baron isn't being utilized. Still, T1 able to collapse.
They got to peel off or
Yeah.
fight a good engage. He was used there by Carrier.
I think fighting away from this Crocodile is going to be an important thing, but Owner is going to come over and make it a 50-50. Doran taking a bit of poke damage.
We're
Is now Peter
flipping.
looking to go in the magical journey to try and bring them
I
away.
trust
Doctor
Owner.
doesn't find any joy
I trust.
with that true shot barrage. but
I'ma
he's taking
close
so
my
much
eyes.
damage here.
I
Off
trust
to the
Owner.
side as its cousin locks this one down. Doran trying to get himself out of there as Doctor is moving forward. Carrier looking for an angle.
Who got it?
And the Weaver's Wall going to lock him. Oh no, he's in a little baby cage, but he now turns
I didn't
BDD
watch.
Golden, and Owner is looking to get over the wall. They find BDD and lock him down. I don't know how that was orchestrated, but it worked out beautifully there for T1 as now
Not
Cuz
Owner.
walking into 4 people, but he gets
Not I
forced
closed
into
my
turret.
eyes and said I trust
I'm not
Owner for him
sure.
to not
No,
get
it's
it.
yeah, Doctor doing so much damage. Every mystic shot
Guys,
is
what
connecting
happens
because
if you
every
greed?
point on the map is a T1 player for him to hit, but still, Gumayushi getting a lot of damage. And now it is just Peter
If
that goes
you greed,
down.
you will
KT trying to
succeed.
get out of here, and they should be able to do so. This is an absolute mess, Chronicler.
Because they just succeeded.
Yeah, I got nothing, Atlas.
Oh.
I was waiting for you to say take it away, so I got an extra half a second
No,
to think.
I figured
Just a
you'd
little
get it, you
remix.
know, 'cause you did you needed to
Just
take
a
it
little
away.
remix on it.
Okay, so let's break
Wait
that down.
a
'cause
minute.
This series is very rapidly accelerating and decelerating in a way.
Oh my God! So he gets the
Nice.
cosmic binding into the ult,
Yes. Mid-jump.
and he actually just called everything.
Yeah, there's
He
a reason
said
this man has a world
Talia.
Yeah.
as sets up that play, and then here, KG
Call
like they
him
need to get
Talia.
people out, so they kind of are
We say
forced into this fight.
Talia.
But I think that they could have backed up a little bit earlier.
Talia.
Instead, they stick around.
I'm trying to think how they would
Obviously was
spell it
defending
in
from the back,
Korean
so they kind of pushed
so that it's
into
Talia.
the funnel.
It would just be Ta.
All said and done. It's a lead for T1, about a 3.5
No,
lead. They're still sitting
because
on
to make
Soul
the L sound,
They're
it would have to
probably
be
favored, but also
Tiga
these fights have been so chaotic.
and then the
If
Tio.
T1 didn't make that mid play, I'm like, this game should be done from here.
It'd be
I
Talia.
actually, but the decision making still has me question some of what T1 is doing. And this lead
There's
is
no
good,
Talia.
but
It
not
would be
enough.
Taria.
Not quite. I mean, the lead is entirely the Rebel Baron power play that we saw off that last Baron. It has just dissipated. So that Baron sneak, incredibly important
It makes
here
sense.
for T1. As Cuz
It makes sense why he would say it that way.
3 items now completed for the Sejuani. Getting close on the side of Owner as well. That lead is still there for Cuz in this game.
Yeah, that's actually now that I
Yeah,
look at it.
exactly.
The gold is where you
Scythe.
want it for T1 and not for KT.
Because if you drop the Ryu, the like,
Yeah.
yeah, if you drop that one, it would be pronounced differently completely.
2.5K behind. Gumi
Well, not
has made
completely,
so much money in this game.
but
The Infinity Edge is
I
now
see
done.
why
His
he would
4
say
items are perfect.
Outside of
instead
that
Talia.
one play where he just dashed into the turret and died, been having a great game thus far.
Oh yeah.
As long as he doesn't dash into a Talia E, should be able to maintain this level of threat as T1.
We need a
control of the river,
ginormous
and this is
Faker
sole
ult,
point
and I
for
know
them. Now,
he's
summoners
looking.
are available across
I know
the
he's
board,
looking.
Except Owner's Flash.
Let's see what T1 can do.
Yeah, oh, there's the, I was about to say Jack shows, is it going to be done? It is. Free items for almost everyone.
The team fighting Yorick is ready to play.
Carrier!
Seismic shove going to connect. They're looking for the chain CC onto the body. Flashes, but he's not going to get away.
He
And that
was
is another kill
CC'd for
going
7
over to
seconds,
Dom
bare
Dom.
minimum.
Oh, Croc! Did they see him? He
the
showed up!
flanking angle, and now Dom having to deal with this prehistoric monster. Cuz
Is
looking
this
for
the-
the re-engage, but he doesn't find
the
the
carry
ulti.
Doran?
And it's a double for Guma. Doran now is a freight train, and T1. They launch their way forward. The Undertaker is going to have to be used for his own teammates. And perfect, yeah, he's got a little cute gully wall, but he's going to lose his mate, and he has no right fighting for this dragon that T1 are able to take down.
Soul's going to be taken now for T1. Perfect. All he can do is
Carrier was just bait, honestly.
As we take a look, Carrier ends up going down, but it's the Crocodile.
Honestly, the way they changed CC was really good.
Starts off pretty good, but you can see some of the hesitation. He showed up for a second, but they don't clock him.
That was great from him. Wow, you're good, fam.
Doran goes, and the turn doesn't work. Peter's
Imagine pouring everything into the support player.
And then Faker cements the fight that was set up.
LOL.
By his
Imagine
teammates.
not targeting the Lucian.
Call word from that.
Look at him. He's just laughing. He's like, they're so silly.
Yeah, he's just typing worth in chat. He says, good job, everyone. And they go about their business. Yeah, he might have died, but he is definitely the orchestrator for so many of these engages for T1. That gets them the soul. And that may have been the back-breaking play in this game. And I have to say, kudos to Faker, man. This guy, they had that horrible play in the river here, just above, as we can see right now. And from then on, has been able to navigate around BDD in every single one of these fights. And he's now, 2, 4, and 7, but he has a 2.2K
You guys think because they hovered Samira in last champion select that we'll see it in the next game?
This Celia not quite having the impacts. Peter goes
I think one more fight will be the end of the game.
Throw him out. Another Glacial Prison gonna do nothing as Peter's life just goes away. That is an optimistic, magical journey, but when they're this far ahead, you may as well go for it. The culling is gonna cut down Dr.
Oh my
KT.
God.
That play looked like they just wanted to head towards the next game.
And they will! Yes! No shot that KT's able to hold on here. I was about to start making jokes about Elder Flips, Atlas.
Yeah, we don't need to.
One more game, y'all.
Because we might be talking about an Elder Flip in a final game of this series if T1 are continuing to play like this. It's looking a little bit too one-y, but still, these Nexus turrets next to go down. They're going to take down Cuz before they end this game as there is the ace. And it's Gumiushi that locks it up 13, 1 more game.
One more game. One more game. One more game.
I was skeptical when that Lucian was locked in. We've seen Guma struggle in the team fight specifically. I think the laning's been good.
T1.
But my God, his only death was entirely voluntary. Everything else.
Yep.
Great work in the ebb and flow. But for me, when it comes to the actual plays that won him the game,
KT has to ban Lucian, right? Well, Lucian will not be able to be played.
Incredible.
Is she
Not
crying?
to mention, like, the top gap in this game. I mean, it's been large in a few of these other games, but that Crocodile, he was large, prehistoric, and in charge.
Come on, we gotta get to game 5, KT. I know he can pull it back.
No.
Yep. Gumiushi 47K. An absolutely absurd performance.
Did
from
anyone
one of his best
expect
champions.
anything different, bro?
This Lucian off the chain entirely. And KT, they're going to have to show us that there is something left in the tank if we are going to go to Silver Scrapes here today.
KT withdraw right now. No, like low key, I'll send y'all like $5 if y'all just say y'all not playing another game and y'all give the win to
T1 managed to pick it up. This draft is going to be so interesting. In the next game, though, it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, they're going to break down that one.
Like, I'm
low-key, look to see what happens
I'm low-key okay with that. $5? I'm sure they'll take that. No, truly. Why take $300,000 that you can win from MSI when you can just, you know, get my quick little 5, like guaranteed too. Like if you go to MSI, you won't guarantee win that $333,000. You know what I'm saying? But like you FF right now, guaranteed $5, bro. Each player wins $1. Come on, bro. Like I feel like that's a no-brainer. I feel like that's a no-brainer for real. I want to play the new Vayne skin. Oh, that reminds me. I need to check the thing to see if I have any more. Things to claim. Oh, I got the ward. Just better. CC immune. Project Lucian. I already had that one. How far am I from... Dang, I'm pretty far. I need 20 more levels. 23 more levels. And then I'll get the Vayne Chroma Myth Climber. What's going on, Down? How you doing? Oh, fam, please go do your skincare. Yeah. Don't skip the skincare. He's saying, look. I don't think he got a penta, no. Should have been a penta. No penta. All right. Let's play a brawl. Last intermission was like 10 minutes, so hopefully with the quick brawl, we'll be into the next game. Hopefully, y'all, it's the last game. We might almost be done. Yo, what's going on, Jinx? How you doing? For sure, Jinx. How I'm doing depends on how T1 is doing. Okay, but facts, though. How old is Faker? He's 27. I'm pretty sure we're the same age. I'm pretty sure. 30 is crazy after I say that. Another Vayne. She's base Vayne. I don't know if y'all saw, but when you get the emote, apparently it stops knockups. I need to equip it and try it. Oh, girl, I'm on the way. Hey. I'm on the way. Hey. What's going on, Bar? I'm doing all right. I'm very tired, but we chilling. We on the way. We on the way. Hey, 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 hey. We on the way. Hey, 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 hey. I'm on the what? From behind enemy thighs. Might as well come with fries. Potatoes on the too much dip on my chip. Was I first blood? Oh wow. 80 and 60 ticket. Design that in a minute. I don't know what I'm building, bro. I'm just clicking buttons. Bonjour. What's going on, Slith? Hey. Yeah, get comfy, y'all. Get comfy. Hopefully this is the last game of the day. Parking the visitor so you won't get towed. We have so many ADCs. Dang, collector? Yep. I was about to say. It is 2:21 a.m., but we're watching LCK, which is why I'm up so late. Hopefully, we're gonna get into the last game of the night. If T1 wins this next game, they win the series, so that's what we're praying for. Hey. 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 I'm on the way. Hey. Vein on vein crime, facts. I should have tumbled. I would have had the kill. Stop this. Younger days. Who am I anymore? I'm coming, team. Well, dang. They tooketh my cheeks. What is she building? Okay. I just don't like to go the same build because then it's not fun. I don't know. Bane diff, yeah. I'm inting it. Nice. Nice Q. Stop this train. Yeah, that's what you get, sis. Who am I? Nice. Nice. Get these minions in real quick. Nice. Holy moly. Are we smurfing? I don't have a clue. Is he going crit Thresh? He's going full AP Thresh. I've never seen that. I've never seen that one before. I don't want to see another game 5. I'm praying T1 wins this next game. Like, they need to pull out all the stops. Personally, I think I'm serving this Vayne in terms of style. That's just me. That ponytail is cute. Dude, Aphelios OP, low-key. Oh, there's 2 Aphelioses. 2 Aphelioses. 2 Vaynes. Everybody else is unique. Unique. All right. We're the athletes. I tried with my best. I think my reaction time is also at an all-time low. Okay, the players are coming back out. We're at 9 minutes, so this game should be over in probably about 2 minutes. So before they sit down, we should be out. I'm falling asleep with TikTok, and I fully thought you replied to a TikTok I'm watching with nice. No, I can't see what you're watching. What's y'all's For You page looking like? What did y'all build brick by brick? Him being full AP Thresh is crazy in my humble opinion. Yeah, I'm V-tired. V-tired. The new Love Island season. Dude, everybody's in love with Love Island. Did I not kill her? Oh my gosh, we got aced. I think we're gonna lose, guys. She's got to clear these minions. The way the minions ignore you is crazy. At all. So are you somewhere in between? Yes. Should I get an army of fire ants? I don't see why not. If you ask me during normal hours, I would say why, bestie. But right now, it sounds pretty cool, low-key. So dead. GG's. GG's. All right.
Game changer. They could pick up.
Guys.
Yone and Vi, two obligatory bans.
We're
getting towards
could be witnessing
the next tier
the
of
last
top laners. So
game
many are already taken out.
of this series.
Jay's now banned as well. Like we're going towards things like Mbessa, like Cassante, like Jax. Although
I think there's no way.
Or keen performance on the
Thank you, Criminal. Hope you're having a good day or a good night.
Value that again. What is the blind pick going to be here, though? What is the
we
B1
are okay.
How
Period, Tone. I like that. I like that.
Because I'm looking and thinking, as far as like really high prio picks go, I feel like we've gone through most of it. maybe towards the 80.
I think we're getting a Jinx game.
Towards a situation where
personally, guys,
a lot of those are.
I think we're getting a Jinx game.
Out. Nidalee would have been a good one as well, actually, especially because it's a flex.
Yep. See what this first pick is going to be.
Oh, period. Thank you for watching with me, fam.
Look like camera guy feeling like beating.
No, like
looking for it.
same.
He's looking a bit quizzical
Kiki,
right now.
if this champ select is boring, I might switch y'all to IRL and I'm going upstairs and I'm gonna watch it from my
Unless
bed.
you want to go for a really safe mid laner, they can blind, like things like the Orianna come to mind, where there's not really too much risk, but they are blinding comfort for perfect. And I think in situations like this, if he ends up getting stomped, we're like, why
Baker,
did you
how's
But if you waste
your
the
Mel?
pick and it doesn't do anything, that's also not good. We'll see. Doran has been by far the better player today.
It has just been Doran's day.
Yep.
He has had a phenomenal performance.
It is reigning LCK champion Doran. Let's not, like, it's easy to forget.
Okay. Twisted Fate going to get locked in just like that. That would be a
I don't know why the crowd went wild for that.
Back in time, of course, Faker has, I mean, he's played through every TF meta that we've had. TF has been always on the fringe, at least, if not in permaban status throughout the time that we've had.
I like the Trundle pick.
As the Trundle gets up.
TF and Trundle coming through here, so taking away that pick from Cuz as well.
I wonder if they're banning Senna because of the recent buffs
that's what we're looking towards here.
Absolutely. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today?
Into Trundle or into TF, really.
I wouldn't mind like something like a Lilia.
That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, particularly already 80 top laner.
Love me
this
some
is a tier pick, but
ooh, Pantheon support. I think it's gonna be Pantheon support. No, they've been playing a lot of Pantheon jungle recently in pro play.
I have been.
It can be flexed
slowly a little bit more convinced with Aurora. I feel like we've seen a couple of decent performances, but I feel like Everday kind of, you know, did the classic mini rework into she's fine.
Yeah,
it's okay, but it just doesn't really get us going. As
God, this would mean that KT just cannot play for side lane. At all. We've seen, like, this is the Dom 1 special.
Doran has earned your fate, right? Or your faith, rather. Like,
give us Jinx.
Pick the Camille.
Every time I see Jinx in pro play, though, it's like an auto loss. I'm not gonna cap, so maybe Jinx isn't the one. Give us Samira. 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 Give us Samira.
Sure, we'll keep making that joke forever because it's just.
Okay, no Caitlyn. That's a valid ban. That's a valid ban.
Internationally, you know, there's very different conversation we have, but domestically, there's a reason why.
Are you confident TK will win?
By his teams, why this guy has been praised.
I hope KT won't win.
Consistently winning LCK titles, dying to Krugs, and then carrying games. That's just the Doran way.
Certainly is. Nautilus and Misfortune going to be taken away here as Rel left up. I wouldn't mind if KT just took away Caitlyn and Jinx, really try and hammer into Gumayusi's.
Please don't take away Jinx.
There might be somewhere that they can
Please
attack.
Don't take away Jinx.
They've already taken 3 champions off the board.
I don't want the Jinx ban. Like, Ashe is still open as well.
Yo, please don't play Ashe.
We got Jinx, we got Zeri. I think Ashe is better because if they go Jinx, you go Zeri. Your laning phase is rough, but if you ever find
another global.
Yeah, if you ever, ooh, okay.
There is the Rel.
Yeah, they're looking for. So now it's hard because they can either go R5 Jinx, right, to outrange, or they go like R5 Draven. That's an option, right? It's one of Guma's comfort champions. As when you look at Draven,
they have to show ADC first. They're gonna pick support now, but they have to show ADC. It doesn't really matter. They pick the next 2 picks.
Yeah, I don't know what else you're gonna look toward. That makes sense, but I don't like playing Xayah into TF. I feel like it's so easy to force an ultimate with a gold card.
Like rapid fire cannon comes in and then you cannot do anything.
Yeah.
Xayah Braum.
Braum is good. Braum is good, but Braum into Rel it's fine.
I don't think we're getting Samira.
Really inspire confidence.
Don't. Please don't.
Okay, that's a Ziggs.
I think we lost.
So nameplates off. Love this. Incredible pick.
Yeah.
Nameplates on. I'm not convinced. But I thought that about. I mean, the Lucian was a little different. That was a bit more of a little hesitation. If T1 plays towards 6 well.
Yeah, this is not a good watch.
You're playing a very low engaged composition on the enemy team.
This is not a good watch.
Like Zion to Ziggs is just a nightmare.
Yeah, no, I hate his
We
Ziggs.
saw what happened in game number 2.
Yeah.
Extremely
extremely
dislike his Ziggs. Y'all are talking about owner on Skarner? Bro,
right?
I dislike his Ziggs so bad.
Jhin. Let's be real.
It is.
Like infinite range on your ultimate, and
But hey,
otherwise
maybe
throw
Doran
spells
carries.
around. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one does go. T1, I think the draft looks gorgeous.
Is it ADTF?
They haven't looked themselves in the last couple of games, or maybe they've looked more themselves than they have for their previous series here in this road to MSI. I think it is more about how you look at KT as a team.
If you think about that, guys, does that mean it's ADTF? Because he went AP.
In this 4th game.
I want to say
went
level
AP
1.
ADC.
You have Braum. The level
It
1
could
goes
be
kind of
ADTF.
hard.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you need to start with confidence.
Is that stronger than AP right now?
Early, because if this T1 comp gets to just play their game, I think come mid-game, you're going to have a really hard time.
Yep. So many power picks here, though. We saw yesterday.
I'm gonna take a shower and wait for the next game. No, like, that's so valid.
He's got a few extra games on it over his career. Let's dive
I think
into
the
it.
likelihood of us winning this game is less than sunshine in California tomorrow. Wait, more than sunshine?
I just heard.
You know what I mean. I heard a flash
So there it
too.
is. Yeah. Bit of a dab there as well.
That's nice. Good level 1. There you go. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't see it.
Well, we know it happened.
Yeah. Did we?
We wanted to see
right,
it in a metaphorical sense.
Yeah, but also like the whole like if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Well, we heard the sound, so I guess yes.
Yes, it does.
And there it is.
Oh, it was
It's a
row.
flash over the wall. That's a fat flash.
Not everything is tied to our perception, you know?
Yeah, I've mentioned this to you before, but object permanence is a difficulty for me.
You have mentioned that, yes.
Yeah, it's something I've struggled with throughout my life. But I think I don't know. I'll work on it. Do my best. As PDD into Faker here, the Aurora versus the Twisted Fate. Do you have any information about this particular matchup?
I don't know how I feel about Ziggs on Guma. No, like I know it's dog.
In the early
I know it's doggy.
But it's about side lanes here for
Doggy
the
water.
Yeah, well, one of the things that you always think about when it comes to TF and stealth champions, right, is how much
Okay, it
value
looks
does
like
it
it'll
have.
be
In the
AP.
case of Aurora, it doesn't
Started
really
doing
matter.
this ring.
Like with an Akali, I think so much of her kit is tied to being in Shroud. With Aurora, it's just a
So
small
you think they're
dash,
gonna win through side
so
lanes?
not quite the same impact.
Hey,
Particularly with
bro,
Electrocute,
whatever
though,
works,
I think
bro.
BDD
As
should
long
have
as
a
they get the
wonderful
dub,
timer
I
in
don't
this
care how
lane.
they get it.
Because if
But
Faker
I
is in
really do
position
feel
to
like
throw a
this means
card,
we're going to
BDD
game
gets
5.
out-trade, right? Like these short bursty combos is kind of Aurora's bread and butter. So I do think Faker should struggle. I don't think he should ever be at threat to die, particularly with Unsealed Spellbook. And it also means that there are really good gank opportunities. Ready for either jungler, but...
Oh, that was a satchel that Gumiushi just threw down for damage, and that is always a worry. Blade Caller comes through. I have to call back all of my Ziggs knowledge from Orcs. I can hear Orcs, actually, from the back room, talking about how this Ziggs is being played. I believe they have a spectator client, so I guarantee that he is watching only the Ziggs lane. So expect him to not know anything in the post-match about what happened elsewhere on the map.
And we don't need him to do that. We got Wadid for that.
That's true. He can
has
take
one
care of
job.
the rest of the map, yeah. Although, wait, Wadid is a support player, so they are just going to both be looking at the bottom lane only. So we have to take care
They're
of it.
consummate professionals. They wouldn't do that. We get never distracted here at the
Yeah,
LCK,
they're professional bottom lane people. Okay?
Well, yeah, but they also watch other lanes.
I mean, I really like your optimism.
That is... Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't heard the commentary for the past
Okay.
2 minutes.
I am worried that
I don't
even
know
with
what
my
they've been
optimism, I'm
saying.
not feeling too honest. Oh my god, we get the combo!
There we go! The
My
hook shot
brain
comes
was
on
turned
through
off.
And, Perfect says, haha!
Wait, that's
I'm a
actually pretty
champion That was
cool.
released post-2024, baby.
They
Yeah, I'm sad we didn't get to... we
he
didn't
used
mention it yet,
Trundle
Ryder. So
Pillar
some of the cute interactions in this game...
to jump off of. That was
Fuzz can
cool.
instantly proc Peter's passive
I'm the exact
with his W if he has
opposite.
the 5 stacks.
Oh,
You
yeah,
do
true.
that
Locked in, fam.
So that's an instant one. And then we also have, as
Not a
mentioned,
bunch
as
of
we saw there,
baloney.
the fact that owner can provide terrain for Doran to get an extension on the hook shot, which is cool.
It is very cool. Also, you already mentioned as well.
Y'all
the
just
stealth
EP
you've seen
facts.
with the
Yeah, that's another. That one I don't think will matter quite as much. There's also, obviously, when there's two semi-globals in the game, because Zigzolt is also semi-global, but it requires a lot more setup. But TF versus Pantheon, whoever gets going early.
Yeah, this is live. This is happening right now.
Snowballing kind of from there.
This could be the last game of the series. Whoever wins this doesn't go straight to MSI, but they have to face HLE, and whoever wins that will go to MSI.
So he's not too worried about it.
Yeah, that right there, that's basically Dogdom's whole game.
Yeah.
That is
no Darii or Garens have been played.
Yeah, but there's no payoff.
Series.
Like, it's like dodgeball, but you don't get to throw. Like, only they do.
Well, there's BDD showing the value of the weirding as Faker takes a bit of that combo, and that's only going to get worse as items start to come in here for BDD. Of course, getting your first like full component actually just feels really good for the Aurora in the laning phase, as his combos do just feel like they do a little more damage than they should, even now. As Faker not going to get hit by too much, and BDD doing okay.
It's not going to be ADTF. It's going to be AP.
I do like that Perfect is still playing with some gusto. Has used the teleport to get back down towards that bottom side of the map, but hasn't died yet or anything like that. The gold is very, very even between these two teams. One thing that I was worried about was just the full KT mental collapse, and then it just wouldn't quite work. I do feel like T1, as far as the composition goes, this isn't the time where they're going to be dominating.
Oh, he's using Battle Academia Xayah.
Yeah, I don't want to make any grand statements about mental state until we see some of the fights and decision making, as we do have the fake out here. They don't know.
Yeah, they dive on top of Carrier here, who does just crash his way down.
Good.
So there, KT trying to make use of the fact that there's no vision at all in the river, and they could, for all T1 knows, be taking the dragon. Not the case.
Yeah.
So we do have a possible angle. One thing that KT
it's
or BDD
AP
really needs to do, as they have been doing, is keep this
Ziggs.
TF locked in lane. As
AD Ziggs would be a rare sight. It only works because of his passive. AD Ziggs isn't viable.
Beside me, but there's a Hextech ultimatum there from Doran. He wants to lock them all in place, and now Dogdom is trying to get this damage down. Faker is very low as they do kill the Braum, but it's Dogdom. Do the feathers work? The answer is no. It's a double kill for Doran, continuing his onslaught here of the road to MSI. And that is going to be another kill. Feats of strength in the blink of an eye here for T1.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I don't want to make any grand statements, but that did feel a little collapsy, Atlas, as now it's a 2-0 lead on Doran, and it's not even Perfect's fault.
Sith, yes.
Yeah. This time it was KT going for an
opportunistic no game 5.
Because you can see some frustration here with that reaction in the play cam as well. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, KT fans. Maybe avert your eyes.
Peter goes in too early. But that is not the end of the world. I think they could have had an angle here if the responses were a little quicker, but they are a member down.
You know who I'm surprised we don't see in pro play?
And they're missing some
Dr. Mundo, bro.
Basically only to get into position and then end up dying because it's already abandoned ship, so maybe we should have just let that go. And then that's an insult to injury.
We don't want to hear no silver scrapes. Not a 1.
Used.
Not even the opening note.
Yeah.
And now the semi-global comp. Off to a wonderful start.
You only see it over here.
That's a kill on Ziggs. That's a kill on the biggest win condition, which I think is that Camille.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? T1's composition, there are like 1-3-1 comps snowball so extraordinarily well. As Gumayushi just ults the wave, that's going to get rid of that one, as once again Carrier could be in a little bit of trouble, but I said that last time and he wasn't. So this red buff going to be the target here for KT. Going to look to see whether they can take this one down, but Carrier knows exactly what's going on. And he's going to walk towards that brush. Ona's going to move on over as Cuz secures it. And T1 not going to go too much further forward. Faker taking some damage. Gold card comes in. Wild card's not going to connect onto BDD.
And one of the things that we hadn't really time to discuss because last game was so high-paced is, a flank.
Top laners won't be up here.
Yeah, there is KT going for the engage. Gumayushi does just satchel his way out as the door is put up, and the
L engage.
Good on you.
L engage.
Well, that is nice.
L for KT.
It doesn't matter if the mid lane turret is getting pushed in. Faker
That's backwards.
was always
L for KT.
Passive, that's just kind of how he works, even though he's behind in CS. But getting plates is a big deal.
There's no Mega Inferno Bomb, so there is at least that. Not going to be able to use that to cheat tempo. As Peter will find Carrier moving towards these grubs.
Or do they?
Passive Crashdown comes in. As if Doc Dunk can get this kill, that'd be a big one. And there it is, the Blade Call to lock that one up.
Carrier.
Good news here for KT, but I don't think it's nearly enough to leave them feeling comfortable, as at least they do get some grubs and deny them from T1.
It's a start.
Oh, cute little bouncing bomb, but
why did he force that?
Able to lock that one up.
Yeah, Cuz just not risking it, just using the smite that he does available. Don't want to lose that to a bouncing bomb, because getting free is actually a big deal. Denying them at T1, I think, is also nice. Faker might be looking for it onto Perfect here. This has been a successful strategy. No.
Hextech ultimatum comes down. Know where the Perfect can go. As the teleport does come in, and Perfect looks for the ulti. Doran dashes away, and now T1
we got a TP coming in.
They just have to get out of there as BDD goes into the winning. He finds the combo. Faker now in a bit of trouble, and BDD on the board.
That's frustrating.
Teleports would have liked to be a little bit faster as they do unlock.
I'm sure that's pretty frustrating for him.
Advantage going over to KT, and well played there from Perfect as well.
And in the depths of despair, BDD and Peter arrive. Not hitting the ultimate for Perfect there was rough, but ends up working out.
Faker teleported first, and then they TP'd. They want to be Faker so bad. They were like, oh, Faker's teleporting. I want to be like Faker. I want to teleport too.
It's a 500 gold lead.
What a trendsetter.
For now. But we're going to check it out one more time. As Perfect thought that it might have been his angle. As the Destiny comes in, the instant response is great. Shows
yeah, the way she used her ultimate just for like a free long range flash was crazy.
Actually get the setup. BDD has the burst damage available. And Peter's TP doesn't really matter, right? Because it's spellbook, so
people using her ult as like a, what is that, like 3 flash long flash? That's crazy.
KT, I think, needs it a lot.
Yeah, that's and let's be real. I don't think there's any League of Legends player in the world that can honestly say if Peter suddenly appeared in your lane, you wouldn't be feeling better about the state of your game.
100%. I think even if you were the enemy team half the time, you're just psyched to have him around. He's just good vibes. As okay, Gumiushi down here towards the bottom side wants to be satcheling these turrets as much as possible. I went to the
lower
box
cooldown
to
on
learn
flash.
That is a judgment for the Ziggs play. How many of these turrets he can take down? So far, none of them have gone, but it is still very early on.
I'm assuming it's like 90 seconds
get some control of this wave
on first level.
Get some power there. So we do have Luden's done here for BDD. That is going to be good. Trophy, one of the trophies that Owner has picked up over his career is going to be used here on this top side. KT going to overload, and that's already happened. Exactly right. Featherstorm goes down. The answer is there as Doran flashes away. The ulti from Peter is so good though as Knockdown flashes out, and Doran is going to be taken down. Public Execution does nothing.
That's your second ult miss. Perfect.
Unless Perfect has found the angle, and Faker elects to gold card the Braum.
They needed that ult to hit. They needed another kill because while this is happening, Guma is just gonna probably get this turret. This is a Ziggs again. And you're not winning that race.
Yeah, that race ain't gonna happen.
And that's feats.
4 people, maybe.
Plates are still up.
Plates are still up for. No, I think they
just need to get it into satchel range.
Yeah, but no.
He can't.
There's too many people. Reinforcements are there. There's the TP coming in, but they will get the turret.
Yeah, turret gonna go down, so that's gonna go over to KT. Is now Doran gonna look to try for it once again. The carrier goes down first. It is a kill onto the trundle at the same time.
If they win this fight, that's huge.
Wants to single out Doran. BDD still at full health, does so much damage. His carrier going forward. He has nothing that he can do about this. And KT, they launch themselves into a gold advantage.
And Perfect, his ults might not be hitting, but his team fights sure are.
Damn. Okay.
That's the mental of KT.
Yeah, that was
not
a
quite
little
broken
greedy.
just yet.
Perhaps not. Well,
this might do it.
Maybe curses are real, Chronicle. Maybe it's time to start admitting things that are correct. Is now Perfect in a little bit of trouble. The crash down coming on through there. As Perfect is just going to head towards the death chamber.
Can he heal? Peter's almost there. Not quite in time.
Yeah, Cuz going to turn up, stand beside Braum, and they just watch their Ambessa fall.
That's ult invested as well. Getting a counter pick would have been big because now the setup for Drake.
Why does it look like Braum's heal isn't on cooldown? He definitely just healed.
It keeps KT in the game. The Perfect then getting picked up immediately afterwards is definitely costly. There's still a lot of good dragons. Really, only Ocean.
Maybe
I think
it was
you're
Faker.
Not super excited, but Ocean into Ziggs.
Yeah, kind of feels all right.
Not too bad.
Nullifies some of that poke damage. It's okay. Gumushi going to be able to very comfortably take care of this mid wave. That's kind of his job in this 1-3-1 composition.
Yeah, that's what I'm
don't see
thinking.
very much 1-3-1 these days.
He's like cycling through.
Used.
This is the quintessential 1-3-1 comp. In fact, every champion is kind of perfect in that particular role. Like Camille and TF, this is something that Noguri and Showmaker really found a lot of success
It's
on.
disgusting. And as you're saying, you know, Ziggs, it's AP Jin.
Yep.
It's just kind of how it works. Get Prio, and the best engage that KT have is perfect. Oh, I guess Cuss can go in, but
Yeah.
it does get focused on
A BDD
relatively
flank?
soon. Yeah, but that's not really engage, right?
No. Engage Braum, 100%. That's what we're looking for here. Let's see what
He
Peter
does
can
have a
get done.
dash.
He's going to need to do something. He puts down the door, but he's just thrown back into the team. He's burning as Doran looking for that flank angle, and it looks like KT.
Straight.
Yeah, they're just going to give this one up.
Maybe Cuss tries to steal.
Yeah, he just throws a spear in. That's going to help.
Another. Oh, Atlas.
Yeah, another Cloud Soul. We'd like to see that. As T1 are actually the team that get the most Cloud
No, I
Souls
don't.
out of any other team. I don't know whether that stat is true, but it's a feels stat that I think is true. They do deliver when it
Atlas,
comes to Cloud Souls.
You cannot in the same broadcast dunk on stats and then come out with the feeling
Oh, I
stats.
absolutely can.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
Oh, yes, I should. The red side thing is really silly, okay?
Starting to feel like you evaluate every stat depending on how you feel about it,
Yeah,
Atlas.
I do. And as long as I'm consistent, it's fine.
There's the objective first. This might be tough for T1. As the disengage of KT is really good.
It is. The Ambessa looking for a bit of an angle here as well as Carrier taking a fair bit of damage from BDD.
Perfect.
Yeah, the pullback is working. Perfect has a really good angle as Gumushi has to flash immediately. And down goes the Trundle with no answer. He was looking to try and go for a sneaky little smite, but it does not work as Doran in this side lane, if he can actually get to this inner turret and really challenge,
We're
that could be a big
looking.
deal, but the Rift Herald comes down.
I do think that, so I was gonna.
I don't think feeding them gold
give
like this is
Perfect a little
good.
bit of our time, but I think we got flash from Guma. I wasn't quite sure where the
He
perfect
did?
execution was.
I'm a Jinx main, the
No, he got
Forgiven
flash out
one.
armor, and I
It
don't
was
even know
Guma,
whether
yeah.
he pressed the button. I didn't see him press
He
the
did.
button.
No, it was kind of
Oh,
hidden.
that's another charge.
Oh, the crowd goes
They're
wild.
focusing sides,
And
but
Atlas, I need a fifth game.
Yeah.
we've gotten one tower.
Well,
For, not only, as I know we like to joke, you know, my prediction, it's whatever, but for the maximum.
I guess Ziggs is up crazy farm.
5 tomorrow. That's just what they love to do.
yeah. And if we can get
That's their
maximum
thing.
5 gamers, we spoke about this earlier on, but
Maximum time in Busan.
yeah, that's what we need. That is absolutely what we need.
Sorry, T1. I love your draft.
Well, that's a ghost moving forward here from Faker. He finds the gold card, and they press a lot of buttons. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down, but Peter's
Dang.
here to the rescue. They get the flash out of BDD. Peter still
How
moving
Peter
forward.
dashed
Doran
that
takes a lot of
quick.
damage from the turret. The rest of T1 still standing alongside, and it's not going to be anyone in too much trouble, but thwarted is the engage attempt.
Battle Braum.
Yeah.
He's there. He's going in. He's doing stuff.
He is truly the KT shield, is he not? That is Peter in a nutshell. Holding up the door to allow them all to stand behind him. All right, Doctor.
This is gonna sound
As soon as I
really
saw,
weird.
Yeah.
You know,
that was,
But
that
maybe
was a
you
jump
will
scare.
understand what I
That's the red
mean.
herring in a horror movie.
These
I don't know how the actual
apples-
scary thing will happen. You know.
I mean,
They
I'm
taste like
personally
apple
proud of Dr.
juice.
for not flashing. I would have just flashed out of
And I
fear.
know
But
that's
This one
like
hits.
yeah, this one's a dangerous
borderline
one. It's okay, Faker looking for that
intuitive,
gold card.
right?
He might be able to find it, but it's not going to
But,
save
like,
his life.
it
As
really
does.
tastes
He
like
even wants to
apple
get killed,
juice.
but Perfect's going to take that one away.
No, listen.
And 2, 1, and 3 here for
Listen
the
to me.
Ambassador is a big deal. Doran is still strong, but he's actually looking to
Listen.
prove that as Hex
Listen.
Ultimatum goes down once again. He gets a big old magic
Apple
shield,
juice
but, oh
has
my God,
other
BD
additives.
Making the sickest outplay.
Oh my gosh,
Doran
he
is gonna
lived,
survive,
dude.
But so is
Oh,
BD.
Guma,
No,
Guma,
listen.
1 second.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno
Listen.
Bomb. Where is it going to land? And it doesn't kill BDD. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, everybody's living with 2
That
HP.
was
What the
almost
frick is
the kill
happening?
with the Comet.
Without that look, and he dies.
Home.
That's Spider-Man
Yeah,
right
like
there.
they add stuff to apple juice.
Thank
This
you
is
very
like
much, Peter,
just an
who is now
apple.
moving back
And it
towards
tastes like
POM
apple
status
juice.
in the series.
Like
that
perfect
does involve
sweetness,
KT winning.
a little
Guys,
tart,
Atlas, KT are up
everything.
Oh, don't say things like that. That's
Atlas,
silly. That's going to make
and at
Law
this
get
point,
into your DMs. And like, she'll be really mad.
I don't know what his maximum heart
I
rate.
feel like
Is
if you
still
tasted
winning
it,
here,
you
then
would get
losing
it.
game 5,
You know what
or
I'm saying?
looking good here and still losing this game? I don't know.
I mean, both. They all make you feel bad. It's all about which
Kyle.
one's faster.
This play is insane. So obviously delays it the ultimate by a good amount, so he gets close to the turret, then gets the redirect twice.
As the Hextech ultimatum wears off as well.
Dude,
Perfect
nerf
time.
that champ.
And then
That was
watch this.
insane.
I want to see his response.
Yeah, as he sees that, he's like, he knows. Yeah, I agree. And so I think he was actually able to get out of the
He
way
ate
of
that.
just the comet, which kept him alive, but still having the locket there was very, very cute. As I don't know whether it actually did anything.
No, he would have died. Like with
Oh,
how
he
low
would've?
his health for.
Oh,
Yeah, 100%.
okay.
Yeah, no, I have no
My
doubt about that.
God, that's crazy.
Martelinis.
As, all right, oh God, okay, Gumayushi's in so much trouble as the feathers go on through. Still, Dr. I'm not going to overcommit.
I really do
without
think it's
anything.
going to go to
I guess
game 5,
the
which
game
makes
of
me very
dodgeball Dr.
sad.
is playing, he does get to throw the ball. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dr.
He has a lot of
We
very,
listen and we
I
don't
guess,
judge.
sharp
I'm happy
balls
for
as
you
well
and
that he
your
seems to
apple
be
juice
throwing around.
apple. Y'all not getting it. You're not
One of the issues
understanding.
that we do see with this T1 comp is that if they don't succeed in finding and picking off a single target, I do think the comp struggles. Obviously, they're going to start.
What I'm
Otacon,
saying is, like,
so everyone else should have bet
you
because
could
it's,
juice this
built itself. So
apple,
I don't know if there's an option here,
and it would
but in the rotation, you
taste
need to be careful because if
perfect. You wouldn't have to
over-rotate or
put no
someone do it by
water,
themselves,
no
with
sugar,
just an ult, like Faker can
no
come in,
extra
Dora can
apples,
hook shot in
nothing.
from 3 screens
Like,
away.
you would just,
Carrier, is this another
you
bait?
could drink
Let's
just
see. He
this.
flashes out of the way. Gumayushi now going to get ulted here by BDD, and that is so much damage. There it is, Sandokdom just throws out a Q and locks up the Ziggs in a turret, immediately taken in response.
Might be Otacon.
Oh, KT, they're finding some angles here in this game. The back was taken there by Doran as well. He does get to 2 items, but there are 2 items done for Perfect at the same
I got it
time.
at Trader Joe's.
A way better game for Perfect here in this game
And
number
it's
4
one of the crisp
than we have seen
apples. It's not
prior.
Honey Crisp,
Oh,
but it was some other
Perfect going for Edge
apple.
of Night.
Yo, I would
Can
love an apple that
actually
tastes
get
like
rid of the
apple juice.
vision from
Thank
the
you,
TFO.
Makarine.
If that so happens with
Thank
BDD.
you.
Finding Gumayushi here. Gumayushi, even with defensive satchel, there's just too much damage being done. And then Dokdom just barely gets him with the feathers. Able to take down that Ziggs, but it doesn't lead to too much more. It just means the gold lead stays there.
Yep.
For T1, and I do think the
Can we
T1
talk about how
composition, once you
fast
start falling
Zig
behind, we
ult
all
comes
know
up?
playing a 1-for-1 comp is a nightmare. But this comp can team fight, and that is important
And it
to note.
does
This
big
is-
damage.
Like they don't.
I mean, that's why this is the 1-3-1 comp, because it
I feel
also
like
does
people
the
don't
other
look
thing
out for Zig,
kind of
though.
okay.
Camille is truly. Oh, Doran? I guess he's fine. Yeah, so Camille's kind of a. Oh my god, cuz.
Oh dear. Yeah, Cuz is in a lot of trouble. There's the Magnet Storm. The crash down there is fantastic.
Please
He's
kill him.
mitigated a fair bit, but there's
Nice.
Mega Inferno Bomb. And that is actually, oh, Faker in a bit of trouble as Dokdom. He's just taking every fight that's there
He's
for him.
throwing out autos
That's-
like
okay, let's see. That
crazy,
is
bro.
A lot of subs being used as Peter.
Peter? Okay, no, he's
yeah,
fine.
it's fine. He's prom.
Yeah.
Good pick for T1. Doesn't lead to an objective, at least for now.
Yeah.
Does get Cuz's flash, which I think for the backline of T1 they're going to be very happy about, so that they don't get targeted quite as easily. KT might try to turn because a lot of ults were used. There's no ults for T1. I actually love this from KT.
Yep, they're just going to start this one up. They don't have their jungler, but Graham Skyfall is
I feel like I
going to be
described
there.
something the
Or
same when I
Starfall,
drink
as
mango
it is now.
smoothies, and some places literally
It
taste.
is.
Wait, Guma doesn't
Make
even
it
vote.
taste
No, I
like
think,
mango,
this
so I
is
understand
definitely
your
gone, but
description.
can they
Yeah,
get
like
out?
there's
That's the
definitely a
question,
difference.
Atlas.
Well, there's a teleport in here from Doran. As, oh my god, he could... Oh! Okay, Doran. All right, buddy. That is called redemption. And yeah, the KT fans, understandably, hands over their mouths. There was no smite. There was no angle. And the Camille just comes in and says, I have got metal legs, and your Otacon
He
will
said,
be mine.
yoink,
I
mine
don't know whether that's
now.
what he actually said.
That's what I needed to wake up, bro. No freaking way, bro.
Oh my god.
No
that-
freaking way, bro. No
man died to
freaking way, bro.
But he killed Otacon.
Watch how this man walk in, walk out, bro.
Doran. I want to see. Does he? Because he can. If he primes
Watch how
his
this man
Q
walk in, walk out,
on
bro.
This, oh, that's
He
so
does.
good. And that's why he has the. Oh my. So just perfect. TP's in, primes his Q so that he has the true damage, which is better than any smite as Koma's like.
Yeah, Koma's
this
just like, oh
guy.
yeah, sure, buddy. Love
No,
that
like
response
he
out of the T1
never
coaching staff.
ceases to amaze.
we'll see.
He said thank you for leash. IRL, bro.
Be a big deal, right?
It wasn't even warded. Man went in purely based off vibes. Now, guys, at the same time, if that man did that as Otacon died and then flashed out, everybody would have been like, yo, what the frick is this man doing? Get him off the team.
Basically across the board for almost everyone, but there's 3 on Faker.
Hey, that didn't happen.
Just doing that cheating thing.
We could have had 2 totally different reactions. Just like off of like a 1 second time difference, bro.
Must be really fun having the unsealed spellbook.
He really is so random.
Peter, the door was in the
He's like,
but that's okay. Doran,
hear me out, guys.
Looking for a bit of an angle here. As Perfect did have his shield broken.
What?
Edge of night.
There's an anime where somebody rolls a dice and it depicts what weapon they can use or like their power. I think it was in Hunter x Hunter.
Well, KT are looking to try and get in.
And I feel like that's what Doran does. He rolls a dice, and like if it's a 1, he's like, well, I'm about to make a dookie play. But if he rolls a 9, bro, he's going for a 6. He's going freaking insane.
But this is what KT wants, right? You want them to play into you, and oh my god, maybe
he either ints or he's.
Oh, that was flash out from Peter is okay. They look for the angle and they
okay, Aurora dead.
They're gonna try and
Owner.
This is such a disaster, and it's Carrier with a smite from his unsealed spellbook to cut down KT where they stand, and not like this, KT. That was not how this series was supposed to end, but my God, is it on brand.
And it doesn't end with a bang, but with a whimper. Guma gets a big ult. Everyone's so low, and BDD just gets hunted to 0. And BDD, for all the credit that we give you, you have flash, you cannot get caught.
Let's freaking go, bro. The rel steal. Everybody's just stealing.
We already know.
Everyone's just stealing, bro.
Yep. Just find Aurora and kill her. And they called it. Timed everything here as well.
Dude, I want to hear Carrier comms for the rest of my life.
It was done.
For the rest of my life, I want to hear his comms.
I don't see any way for KT to get back in this
his counting where he's like 1, 2, 3. Bro,
that must be it.
That man is hilarious. He is pure comedy gold. He is pure comedy gold.
In time for MSI.
No,
oh my gosh.
MSI. Maybe do it for like the LCK season coming up.
I really don't want to. You know what? For the KT fans.
Dude, he's perfection.
It's fine. I'm not moving back till the end of the year. I can have a mullet in the meantime.
You told me. You told me.
Even if your wife absolutely hates it, you're doing it for the memes. It's okay. T1.
Oh my gosh.
Do note.
Yeah. And this is exactly what this composition is really good at, by the way. It is utilizing Baron to destroy everything. Doctorm takes 50% of his health bar.
He really gets to play the game, by the way.
Not anymore.
He really gets to play the game. He got to play last game with the Nocturne. Now he gets to play with this.
As there's the engage from Doran. They lock him down.
He can't get out. He can't get out with his ult. He lives somehow.
Goes in a little late this time. As maybe it's a mullet because the public execution goes in, but still, KT feeling that little bit too far behind.
The TP!
Still, it's going to be a 2-for-1. The flash out there is BD finding the angle.
They can slow play this.
Yep, he's on a control ward.
Slow but sure. Owner is there to lead the way. Owner's there to peel. Owner's there to tank.
With a gold card
nice.
Hand, but he should be taken out. Still the stun going to come through.
Perfect!
So incredibly low.
Owner's so low.
Oh, BDD flashes forward, but Faker goes golden in the nick of time. It's a mistiming for BDD, and the gold card is going to connect. No! There's the triple kill. And we saw it. He was almost there as Doctorm. Matters into his own hands, but he's still going to die. And it's a baseball bat of destiny here from Owner.
That's ball game.
Down the ace.
That's ball game.
Comes in.
That's ball game.
It is now a date with Humble Live Esports
tomorrow
night to see whether that ticket is for them.
Faker will never be washed. Faker will never be washed. To the hoes who are out here saying that Faker not even top 3. Faker, he not top 3. He number 1. He don't care about the 2 and the 3. All he know is he secured that top spot. You feel me?
The game isn't over
You feel
just
me?
yet. Feeling a bit backbreaking here for KT.
It's the pillar there onto BDD that cancels.
Top 3 not 2. Period. Period.
And then it's the heroics from Perfect together with Doctom, right? Like Perfect goes in.
Hey, what?
Already a member up. Is KT
I have a question. Why are we not seeing the victory screen
this goes
yet?
on for so much longer because he needs to get on top of Faker.
I have a question.
Down, by the way, which is kind of insane.
Why are we still in the game?
Find him in the 1v1, but then as Perfect is sustaining, Owner is low, Doctom is trying to make the play.
Oh, that's
that stopwatch.
When you find out, let me know. No, like, bro, like, what?
That was a millisecond. There was nothing in that.
It was close.
Did they not kill her? They killed her though.
The kill does end up going down. I think that's probably worth good amount of gold. Guma has been fed well here in this game.
I guess they had no HP.
Still, 8,500 gold lead here, Atlas. Soul point imminent.
They're looking. They're gonna make a desperate play.
Goodness, Faker is so far ahead.
They're gonna make a desperate play. Holy moly!
Insane.
He's 4K ahead.
As far as the glow-ups are concerned, I feel like Faker's performance in comparison to what we saw over his last week in the LCK, it's just best of 5s. It's just these grand stages and Faker just comes alive. It doesn't matter what his form is. No! Doctom gonna get caught. The Featherstorm does get used, and in goes Perfect. He finds it, but still, Cuz is fighting Doran, and that is not one that he can win. He's down to the GA. Is Faker able to sit here, wait for the gold card, finishes him off. Magnus Storm onto 3. Carrier, he just wants to finish KT, get his mind set on Hanwha Life, as KT will lose Perfect and lose their run. It was almost a miracle, and T1 says no. We're the ones that make those happen. You can wait for the next round of the LCK. We're gonna have our shot at MSI.
And T1, the momentum from KT swept aside.
T1, 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 yeah, yeah.
It was
all right, y'all.
It was a crazy game, and for KT, as a snapshot,
now,
the fact that they got to this place,
this isn't it.
Still massive credit to the coach.
It's not over.
The redemption arc of so many of their players.
It's not over. They
5.
still have to face HLE.
Yep. I think KT still deserving of
Daddy
a huge
Faker is wild. Is it
from
though?
The crowd as they take their bows.
Is it though?
Setting up for once again a rematch between Hanwha Life Esports and T1. Hanwha,
I just want to say,
teams to take T1 down.
This is not it. See you tomorrow.
MSI really took off.
Because that is going to be the series of HLE versus T1. Whoever wins that goes to MSI. Yo, Doran? Hey, bro. Hey, bro. We not even mad at you, my boy. We ain't even mad at you, my boy. My boy. We not even mad at you. We not even mad at you. We gonna have to let him have that. We gonna have to let him have that right there. That man said nothing to it.
Carrier start, I think, was rough. As Guma, the Ziggs.
It worked.
It worked well. Actually, play towards
no, because why is he
defensive satchels? As doesn't it feel fitting?
They're so freaking silly. Yeah, I cannot.
For the final shot of MSI.
I cannot. No, like, how can you not love this team?
No matter what happens,
how can you not love this team?
We get like
you got Carrier just being a cutie patootie, Guma Aura farming the whole entire time, Owner just giggling, Faker being Faker
that he was having
in itself. And Doran, he popped off today, bro. Like, I just
still.
Dude, what the heck? They were so cute. They were so cute just now. Are you kidding me?
Oh man, KT, they
that
almost
was
managed to find an angle
cute
here in this one. But then
Wow.
that catastrophic
No,
undercard
literally, you
steal
saw
from
that,
Doran
right? He
just
saw Doran
broke
do his
the
little
brain
dust his
of
shoulder
KT.
off, and he just started
And they couldn't make
dying.
it
No,
happen.
that's literally everything. That's literally everything. I think we're gonna get a Doran.
Perfect did bounce back in this final game.
I think we're gonna get a Doran
Smites?
interview, low
That's too many
key.
smites.
No, because I wanna look at the freaking outros again, bro. That was funny. Oh, they don't post their VODs on here. What the heck? I think we have to go to YouTube. I'm sure it's live right now. Yeah.
Be taken out. Still the stun going to come. LC
Because that was very funny.
Oh,
setting up for once again
that was
a
very
rematch
funny.
between Humble Life Esports and T1. Hanwha, one of the last
no
two
more Twitch
teams
Korea.
to take
Duh.
T1 down
I totally
before
forgot. Thank you
this
for
road
reminding
to
me.
MSI really took off. And see you tomorrow indeed. This is a very different T1 that's going to be facing off against Humble Life Esports. And this guy on your screen right here, if you're a T1
He ate that.
fan,
He ate
I
that.
think this is
He
where
ate that.
all of your hopes are
He
going to be
ate that
lying.
up,
Look at
bro.
Owner, he's like,
he's like, what?
He ate that up.
Hell?
You just died at Krugs.
He's probably like,
and you
what
just
the
brushed
frick,
it
bro?
off like that.
Nah, my
goodness.
chair knocked over my camera.
Still, I'd give him POM.
Oh, you know I had to.
The way Faker
I had to
leaves.
do it to him, Atlas.
Although
No,
Carrier
wait.
really loved it.
No, because Guma is literally pause. Do y'all see that? Guma is literally waiting for his turn. He is waiting. Look,
I had to do it.
he knows. He knows he's up next, bro. He's like, y'all. He's sitting there like, y'all not ready. Y'all not ready for me. I'm about to end y'all. He waiting, bro. He waiting.
To him, Atlas.
Although
He like,
Carrier
give me the
really
go
loved it.
sign. I'm ready,
The
bro.
last
It's go
3
time.
games,
Yeah, Carrier's start, I think, was rough. As Guma,
It worked.
it worked well. Actually, played towards
Nah,
it.
bro. No, cause like truly, how do you follow that? How do you follow that? And it carries like, what do I do? I can't match that,
For
bro.
the final shot at MSI.
That's
To be perfectly honest, there was no outcome
crazy,
that
bro.
wasn't just awesome. No matter what happens, if it was
That's crazy. Can we get an interview?
count out T1. That's just how it is.
I can't believe he died to Krugs and a POM.
It's called style points.
That's
Chronicler.
crazy,
is
bro.
watching right now.
Yeah, and he's
Atlas.
just like,
Oh my
"My
gosh.
man."
That's the stuff.
Yeah,
From
Hold
the
on, let
man
me
who
pick up
went
my
0-7 on Jax and still got finals MVP. It feels fitting.
it does. And then dies to Grump when he joins the LCK the year afterwards. It's absolutely beautiful. But now it is time for us to throw it over to the interview. So here is Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation. We're here joined by T1, who just got a 3-1 victory and will move up to the final round of Road to MSI. Please welcome Doran, owner, Baker, Gumayushi, Keria, and Coach Goma. Let's talk to Doran. You're able to get a 3-1 victory against KT. How do you feel? Now, lately, KT roster had such a good momentum, and I thought I really have to try hard today. I have to play well. And, you know, I was able to also get a POM. I think I had such a fun time today.
Good.
Yeah, you were able to get a POM on such a big stage. And that was a unanimous one as well.
He
Analysts, the commentators, they all voted you. So in today's match, what mindset did you play with? I just really had no space to back out today, so I had to really spend everything. I had to put everything into preparing and playing my heart out today. And in Game 3, you faced Yorick with your Renekton. And your Renekton has so much presence, so how prepared were you to counter Yorick? You know, Renekton has some strengths against Yorick, and I was able to counterpick and have a great result, and I'm pretty satisfied with that. And your performance was incredible today. And in Game 4, when you had absolutely no vision at all, you stole Otacon, so how is this possible?
하늘이 많이 도와준 것
You know,
같아요.
I feel like the heaven was on my side today. God was on my side. And in the final round, you will face Hana Life Esports. What mindset will you have
마지막
into
경기고
that match?
외나무 자리에서
This is the last
만나게
match,
되었는데 예정 다
and
잊어버리고 내일
I get to face
펼쳐보겠습니다.
my former team, and I'm just going to forget about my affection towards my former teammates. I am going to be brutal and relentless.
Period.
And let's move on to Owner. Congratulations, Owner. You have advanced to the final round. How do you feel? No, we lost game 1, but being able to win the rest of the series makes me so happy. And in game 2, your Nocturne was on point. And with that victory, you have a cumulative 23 win, 4 loss record, 85% win rate. How is this real? No, I think our team has a really good understanding of how to utilize Nocturne very well, so I think that's what the win rate comes from. And today, our team had such good synergy. But Owner, you're looking so solid today. How are you able to maintain such form?
그냥 저 스스로 그냥 잘 할 수 있게끔
You know,
그냥 동기부여랑 뭐 하면서 그냥
I
잘
try
해서
to
한것 같은데
motivate myself
이렇게
to
좀
continue playing
잘나가지고
well.
좋게 생각하고 있습니다.
And I feel today, it actually does reflect really well. I just try my best and I just try to keep up with it. And against Huddle Life Esports, the final round, what are your score predictions?
네, 3대 1로 끝나서 아쉽지만
You know, today was an unfortunate 3-1.
맞았기 때문에 이거를 좀 되돌려 주고
And
싶은
we've
마음이 좀
been
크거든요.
beaten up by
그렇기 때문에 3대
Huddle
1로
Life Esports, and I really want my revenge. Bro, honestly, I think I'd like to throw a good 3-0 punch. And what is your mindset for the final round? You know, with the final round remaining against Hana Life Esports, I want to go ahead and deliver a fun and exciting and entertaining match for all the fans.
3-0 HLE is insane. Diabolical, truly.
And let's move on to Baker. As expected, T1 stands strong on big stages. What was the key to defeating KT today? I think we had a really good chemistry as a team to trade and team fight well against KT. And in Game 3, you picked Azir against Talia. And Talia actually has the upper hand in terms of the matchup win rate, but you were able to show your Azir.
I need to put a
You know,
crown
in
on
the
mine.
Azir game, I had a lot of mistakes, but we were able to recover because my teammates were able to play well. And in Game 4, we got your blind pick, Twisted Fate. And you actually haven't picked him since 2022 summer, so what made you go with TF? You know, today, Doran, if he was able to really back me up, I knew that I would be able to go full out with TF, so I went with TF in the end. So I think the influence is from other regions playing and TF being in a meta currently.
Good night. Thank you so much for watching, Wiz.
And you have one step away. You are one step away from MSI. For T1's 8th MSI appearance, what mindset do you have? Today's match was important, but tomorrow's match will be even more crucial.
Facts.
So I'll try to have the best performance as possible. Kumeyoshi, congratulations. Thank you.
I can only imagine how stressful it is to
How
live
do you feel
translate.
advancing to the final round? You know, I came to stage thinking that we can win, but tomorrow's win will be more important, so I will try my best to win. And you even shine even brighter on bigger stages. In Game 3, we saw your Lucian hit 1,402 DPM. Do you normally do that? You know, yeah, occasionally. No, this is actually the first time, and you have hit 1300 DPM before, and today was over 1400.
일단 좀 더 라인전이나 그런 부분에서
So how is this possible? I think I was able to take the lead in the laning phase. So tomorrow, I think I'll have to focus on the laning phase as well.
No, she literally listens and talks.
And I want to hear about your Ziggs pick.
Like even while you're talking, you
Previously,
still
we
have to be
utilized
like
the Ziggs pick before.
consciously listening.
So I think in game
Actively
4,
listening.
we were able to pick him as our last pick out of all the options that we had. And any word to Hana Life Esports?
Are you talking about a regular stream tomorrow or
it's
an
pretty
HLE
personal,
stream
but-
tomorrow? Like the series
we
tomorrow?
had attended MSI 3 years in a row with Zeus. But I think we'll just have to punish them tomorrow and we'll head over to MSI without him.
Oh,
Let's
wow.
move on to Kyria.
Oh, wow.
Looks like you have a big smile on your face.
Oh, how cute.
How do you feel advancing to the final round? You know,
No, they're
preparing
so
for today's
messy.
match, I knew that we would be able to win. And I think we had a good result. I'm feeling great.
Thank you for the follow, G
And you
Great.
had such a great bar game yet again today. What is it about your bar that allows you to perform so well? Is there a reason you picked him in game 2? You know, I was pretty confident with Bard, as always, but after I got a skin with him, I think it just feels like my baby, and I feel like I could do even better with my skin.
That's cute.
And your Baron Seal. In the mic check, you're counting down, and we're having such a great time. Did you expect to win after that Baron Seal? No, because of the early mistakes? I was a little disappointed, but being able to pull off that Baron Seal feels great. How did Ono react to this? I don't think he really had anything to say. I think he just nagged at me regarding, you know, my spell checks. And what is your secret to using Unsealed Spellbook so well?
Thanks, Octavia.
You know, Unsealed Spellbook is really good and it's very situational, but if you're able to utilize it to the max, Unsealed Spellbook is actually incredibly good. So I think that's just what really allows me and enables me. And let's hear your goal and mindset for MSI. I really want to go to MSI. And the stage here, you know, this is where we were able to advance from quarterfinals and semifinals at Worlds previously. So I think we feel really good playing on this stage. So I hope that we are able to relive those memories and advance to MSI. And let's talk to Coach Goma. With that victory, you're a step closer to Canada. What were you most happy about today's match? You know, the entire team, their form is upgraded lately, and I believe that we're able to win. I was watching him. I was not worried. You will play Hana Life Esports for the second seed spot on the line. With not much time left, what will you focus on? Now, up until this point, we had prepared so much, and our form has leveled up and upgraded. So I believe that as long as we are able to play out the way we normally do, we will be able to win. Just one match left for MSI. What would you like to say to the fans? Now, in terms of our players, I believe that they shine even brighter on bigger stage, and I think we were able to showcase that today. And I'm looking forward to T1, our team, and our players shining tomorrow as well. We want to make sure to win tomorrow to make sure.
No,
that
2
we
teams
see
will
all of
advance to
our
MSI,
fans
but Genji
beaming
has
and
already secured the
smiling.
other position for the other slot.
That was Coach Toma.
All right,
Once again,
guys.
please give it up for the T1 players and the coaching staff. That concludes the interview.
We will see y'all tomorrow.
Passing it back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
That is going to conclude the series. T1 won. Love that. It was well worth the staying up. I will see y'all tomorrow. Until then, I'm gonna wish y'all nothing but W's in your games, bountiful LP, and the lowest ping you could ever imagine. I love you guys so freaking much. Until then.